Don't worry, it wasn't too much. The quality at this point is kind of close together. I might just end up using Twitch for all of them anyways. I just don't like having Twitch encode it one way, then have to re-encode it another way. I feel like that lowers the quality. I'm fairly certain by law it does. Laws of physics, not laws of like the world. Obsidian block floor. So what I'm going to do real quick though is just try to see if we can't get this semi-finalized. I know what we're probably going to have is about 16 people up here minimum to actually be part of the math breakdown. 16, 36, 40. No, that's too high. 8, 16, 24 out of 50 would leave 25. Split into 3 again as another 8 for the hauling classes. One way or another, we're gonna have 16 people up here. So we've got the numbers reset out, ready to go. This is my one issue over here. I need more of this to get taken over by grass or something. Like, I think some of it already did, which is good, so that we can put farms over here, because over here, they, like, I don't think they can spread. The sand, I think, can have the grass spread over it as it's a dirt type, but obsidian, I don't think it can because it's a stone type. So over here to the east is where we're probably gonna have to have our farmland set up. Hellfire, what the hell did your picture mean? I stared at your picture and I was confused. The Dwarven, I have no phone anymore. My phone has abandoned me, chat. My phone said, oh my God, he mentioned math. Please, please, please get me out of here. I hate doing math for this man. I kind of giggled at it, but I'm gonna tell you the truth. I don't understand what I'm looking at. Precise dwarf bravery and chocolate, french fries, hot dog, ice cream, pizza, milkshake. Is this a reference to some Dwarven show or something? I feel like this one's whooshing above my head. I don't get the reference and I feel dumb. I need help. It's just poorly, oh, okay. Yeah, okay, I was overthinking it then. I was like, how does milkshake do Dwarven bravery? Okay. Shh. We're gonna pretend like everyone understood everything and that there was no confusion to be had. All right, butchers, we're gonna remove you, move you up. We're gonna take all the ones on the north wall and push them to the new north wall, so there is actually a gap in the middle. Slight issue though, we do still have excess wood. I don't know what to do with it all. Well, the carpenter's not doing anything else right now, wherever you went. Why don't I make wooden blocks out of you and we get something out of the way? Because if we make it into blocks, we could probably stack it somewhere. Which reminds me, down here we were doing blocks. Incorrect. Down here we were doing blocks. And I don't know if I told you not to do wood. I didn't. I did not tell you not to do wood. Are you filled with wood blocks? You know what, right now? Screw it. I actually need to get wood removed from upstairs. So if we happen to, you know, store it in the place that definitely should not be down below, I'm fairly certain no one will mind. By the way, did you guys get what you wanted? The Woodworker Guild Hall in the Guild of Boats is $8 short. I believe the Woodworker Guild Hall, the Hall of Boats, is to the right? Wait, hold on. The brass glove to the left. All right, so you just need like, no. Build, no, not build. Designate and engrave. You just need like 2 more and you should be good. And then they will have whatever they're needing so they can stop complaining. Like I said, those are gonna be the big issues. We're gonna have to start spreading some of these out and making more sense of them.
A baby's been born.
Fantastic. I was just saying to myself, please give me another baby. Holy shit, 2 engraves and he shot up from 8 below to 4,000 or 472 above. So he made 2 engravings worth 480. That makes sense when you say it out loud. Are you gonna say that I completed their request? I thought normally it was like, you did it, congratulations, but not today, apparently. Citizens, no. Yes. Maybe later I'll switch it to guild only to make it more specific when I spread them out. But how is everyone going today? Have you guys done anything interesting and or fun recently? Watch the movie Dr. Crazy and the levels of insanity. Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. I don't have anything I can rant about that movie. I think at one point there was one thing where I was like, I think that should be something different, but no. Like whatever it was, I can't remember it, so it's definitely not anywhere near that important. My big thing though, if I would point out a difference, is I don't think they pointed out that that movie is a horror movie. Comedy horror movie. It's a Sam Raimi movie. Which, I mean, I guess one could always assume that Sam Raimi is going to do a Sam Raimi movie. However, it wasn't like categorized as such. So it's kind of, you know, confusing. No more bedrooms, units out of bedrooms. They didn't have relationships. All right, we'll put in 3 more beds up there. I'm going to get these people out of here at some point. There's 1 bed. I don't know why that one wasn't done before. Got to get them out of the failure hall at some point. But no, fantastic movie. And I'm not going to say anything specifically because unlike normal movies, the ads didn't spoil anything from the movie, like at all. I was thoroughly surprised and I would recommend it. Be quiet, cat. Don't choose me. Build construction wall. All right, how many... Coke? Coffee wood. Coffee wood. Coffee wood, cocaine wood. It's the same thing, really. As long as you don't question it, it all makes sense. Now, question. There. One of these is wrong now. Or one of these doesn't make sense. Yep. Build construction floor, because that's where the door now is. I moved the door from the old location. And that one is where a wall is, so it doesn't need the floor anymore. That's just being smart. All right, so they're making blocks. I'm going to get the second floor done, and then I'll have like a third floor. The third floor I'm not as worried about. The big issue is we actually need to have a floor on the third floor so I can transfer more wood up. Because right now, if this is going to be a bed, that means I'm actually wanting to shrink the storage area for wood. Going to be an issue. So what I'll probably end up doing is the roof, possibly uncontained, will have wood storage. The second floor will be wood block storage that can be stored in bins. And then afterwards, down below, or possibly even some up on the second floor, we'll have more workshops. And then the above area will be done. We'll designate everyone to go up there as they should be, and I'll try to set a burrow for them. Right now, when I do get it set up, the burrow will probably be semi-all expansive because, I mean, yes, there's gonna have to be a burrow of exclusion because you want the outside dwarves to be able to go everywhere outside. I got like a loose hair. Something's like tickling me. Voodoo. I want to know why when it saves now, does it do 2 songs? Like one of them eventually ends, but it sounds crazy for a minute. All right, so I thought I said to remove the butchers, but no one's doing it. Also, we don't have that many idlers. It's because of those stupid guilds. Ugh. Damn you, guild. Or are you the temple? The creative trades. Yeah, you're the guild. Oh, do we have a guy having a mood? Is Bilby Miners having a mood right now? No one has a strange mood. Oh yeah, it's right there. Cyrilak is having a mood. How long has that man been having a mood? Build workshop. Clothery? I definitely remember what that shop is again. I always forget the clothes ones. Clothiers. Put it there so we can get out. Use some orange wood blocks. Because I don't know what else he would be having. Sirlac, a Weaver's Guild. If he's in the Weaver's... Whoa, what the hell are you doing? Go away. If he's in the Weaver's Guild... then that means he probably just has clothes making. That's got to be what he's having a mood for. Weaver's Guild. I mean, he is the only one in there. Oh, he has regular crafting things too. All right. Could be one of them. Because of course it can. Nope, he claimed the clothier's shop. No, wait. Ral has? I'm guessing that is Sirlac's real name is Ral. Well, she's moving, so we've done something right. I don't know when you had to move, but I'm glad I saved you. All right, she grabbed cloth. Makes sense. She grabbed more cloth. She is a clothier. She grabbed a stone and then said, fuck it, I want to go crazy. Cloth, cloth, block. Cloth, cloth, block, cut, gem. And then a metal bar. Build, workshop, jewelers. Well, jewelers are always here to, you know, somehow find a way to try to kill me. I believe we do still have a jeweler lying around. The metal bar afterwards is going to be a pain. I don't think I found metal. Wait, yes, I did. Yes, I did. We did find metal. That's how we got to the jewels, because we were going through tetrahedrite. Meaning, I now need a furnace, correction, a smelter to smelt the wood, which means I need a furnace to turn the wood into fuel. This is fantastic. I'm just going to put you there. You're going to be out of an obsidian block, and I think I need a glass furnace to make the actual fuel. Can I just cram you here for now? It's not preferred, but it'll do. So I got to get 3 things built just to make sure this guy stays not crazy. No rush. One of the middle's gotten done. That's always good. If I just have you cut something. What is the gem we found down there? We found a gem. Why can I not see to cut any? What is the gem we found? That's marble. We very specifically found a gem. Don't lie to me. Zircon clusters. Oh, I don't think we ever mined them out. Auto mine ore gems. Get the damn zircon clusters out of here. Are you more zircon clusters? Green zircon. What the hell is a zircon? I feel like that's some weird name for like fake diamond. Cram it where it tickles. Call the archmage. Your thing made me giggle. I will give you that. All right, that's been designed at least. This one needs a mason. We have a mason. So come on in, mason. Build. Need that zircon. What the hell is a zircon? A zircon is green zircons. They're not to be confused with cubic zirconia. Good to know. Which is a man-made substance. Okay, that's what I thought it was saying. Green zircons or low zircons or metamixed zircons, and loss of crystal structure sometimes makes them appear darker or cloudier. They're routinely heated to reduce brownish components and improve their clarity. The name zircon derives from the Persian word zargun, meaning golden hued. Zircons and other gems in the pinkish, purplish, reddish color range were historically referred to hyacinth or jacinth, so it's a green hyacinth. Zircon's extremely high. Yeah, but what are they? What is it? It's green. Whatever. We're going to pull Star Trek. I don't know what it is. It's green. Glass furnace. You're a glass furnace. Man, is that not what I needed right now? Go away. I thought you were a wood furnace. Smelter. Can't smelt without the fuel. The glass furnace is doomed us all. What is going on? I think the freaking controllers hurt my finger. We got a finger stress injury. The humanity. Wood furnace. Come on, just stay sane long enough. Green zircon, thank you. Cut me 2 green zircons, please. It's already active. He's doing it. Perhaps that'll placate the crazy man. Come on, Mason. Come on down. Build the wood furnace. It's superiorly designed. Let's go. All right, you. Make 3 charcoal. Do it now. All right, someone's making the charcoal. Fuck me. What happened to the old request? I see your request to do the 5 push, but didn't someone request earlier, or am I crazy? A honey badger? I don't need a honey badger right now. Kill the honey badger. When it comes to honey badgers, I don't give a fuck. All right, make that damn charcoal. Char that coal. All right, pause. T, not used. U, smelt a tetrahedrite ore. Do now. Cancels brew drink. We have over 300. Now's a good time to possibly start canceling on that. We'll have to come back to that number. All right, I just saw him walk off with the green zircon, so that worked. And I don't think we have any cut gems, so we don't have any metal bars. That's what we're waiting on next. We're waiting on whoever our furnace operator is to smelt that fuel. Do 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 do. Is that you bringing it down? I think he just... No, he didn't even bring it over yet. Come on, who's smelting? Problem is, we didn't store the metal anywhere. He's probably carrying the metal from that cave. That's got to be it. Who is smelting today? Smelting. Admiral Wiley. He's planting seeds. What do you mean? You said you were smelting. Zakthos, the smart choice. There we go. Yep, he had to go all the way down to the cave. It means it's going to take a minute. He's going to build up his muscles and become big and strong. He's going to be that big, strong build man. Now, does that actually build their strength? That's one of the ways you can still build strength in this game, right? Because you can't do the pump operating anymore. So I'm wondering if for all our military people, if we don't just have a room, we set them all up to be haulers for stone, and we build a room and we just have them haul the stone back and forth. Call it tire flipping. Where are you going? I'd have thought he'd gone up and over, not around. Hello, Coca-Cola. Please walk slower. Thank you. That I appreciate the kindness. Build workshop butchers. We can now move the butcher's workshop up higher. Get it out of the damn way. Like I said, hopefully we can get some of the wood out of our way. PX. I'm going to remove this entire wood stockpile, because you can't just expand it. It's not like it's RimWorld or something. We're going to put it out this way. Boom. And then I'm going to remove it from the stairwell. That way we have more slots that we can bring wood up into to maybe clear them out of down here and other places to get it out of the damn way. Build a plot. Okay, yeah, no, we can build on those. We do have some issues. Namely, there's still some ground shit in there. Ugh. City and pebbles. And the grass is screwing me. Build plot. If I wanted to do a 4x4 there. Plot. But I'm nervous that if I try to get rid... Well, that does look like it would be dirt there. So I'm going to do... dirt road. And try to take those out and reveal the dirt. And I'll put a farm plot down there. I think that worked. Build plot. There you go. Now I can move them into a sensible manner over to my right. Instead of over here where they're all crazy. Well, it is. It was in my way. All right. He didn't move yet. That's never good. Because, oh, fuck, he's still hauling the metal? I thought I stopped following him when he was at the door. Where is he? Zakthos, my dude. He is here. Oh, he had to get the fuel. All right, that one's on me. All right, use tetrahedrite or whatever you can get. Okay, he's moving down now. Now, tetrahedrite has 2 ores in it, yes? Copper and silver. I'm going to forbid a copper. Use the silver, please. Because I think that would be cooler. Where has Mood Boy gone? There you go. And that should be it. All right. We have saved him. We have saved Cyrillac. I think it was Cyrillac. Yes, we have saved Cyrillac the first. He has been spared from insanity. I swear to God. Is it coming out of my glasses? You ever get like one of those hairs that just like drags across your face and it tickles? I swear to God, I got like a hair coming out of somewhere. Is it coming from you? Now, I probably need to remove that and make that actually be an up-down. So we need one more floor to get onto the roof. So I will do that.
At last, I finished.
Cyrillac the First of the Weavers Guild has created Nisgak Nulam, a pigtail head veil. Pigtail head veil. She claimed as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Erdim Torwinters. Now, obviously, you might be asking yourself, what is Nisgak Nulam? Obviously, it's the Frosty Blames, a pigtail head veil. Weighing less than 1 pound and worth 46,000 dwarf bucks. This is a pigtail head veil. All craft dwarfship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with square-cut green zircons and encircled with bands of pigtail. It is made from pigtail cloth. The object menaces with spikes of pigtail and obsidian. On the item is an image of the Frosty Blames, the pigtail hail veil in silver. All right, you made yourself on yourself. Feel like that's just little high up there and expected worth, but whatever. You do you, I suppose. Can we get rid of this downstairs finally? Because what I can do in the meantime is just do the 3rd floor. I won't have the walls for it, but if I do the 3rd floor, I can have the extra area set up for storage. We can get the wood finally in. Thank you. Build construction up downstairs. There you go. Gonna put in that obsidian block. And then above it, we'll do it down. Build the floor across without the walls. And we'll have, basically my thought is, as a side view. We'll do this per floor. You have the 1st floor. You have the 2nd floor. right, that's a song. And then we have the third floor. And the third floor, my thought is we do it like this. This is the bedroom. We have a doorway, and we still have some slight extra storage out here. This will save us some building time and maybe make it not just look like some weird gray brown Soviet bloc building. It's not much better, but it at least adds some shape to it. Later on, we can maybe worry more about the design of it. Obsidian block. Because the beds need to be inside, but technically storage doesn't, and nothing's stealing wood anyways. I think wood's relatively safe from the monkeys and freaking other crap. All right, my farmers have not built this yet. Is it because they are too busy farming? More than likely. I'm going to get rid of this one. I don't think I see anything planted in it. Is there a way to tell? Yes. Welcome, welcome, one and all, to Chulu. Did you not already have a dwarf to Chulu? I thought you did. No, you didn't. All right. 1, 2, 3. Chulu joins us. Chulu, you are picking up the guild crap. And you're nothing. You're a hauler with some skills in architect. You set some gems, but everything else, it looks like a skill from the guilds other than gem setting. You have some gem setting skills. That's it. That's really what you got. You're probably going to end up being like a hauler or something if I don't make you a jeweler. Now, did that get set in Cyrillac? Not Cyrillac, Chulu. Yep, that did get set in. I didn't set the name incorrectly. It's supposed to be Chulu the First. Chulu the first of his name. Long may he carry things. I'm a materia melder. Oh, is that what it is? It's not gems, it's materia. I should have known. Oof, that's a lot of obsidian gone. We're gonna need to make more obsidian blocks. Mason, blocks, detail, obsidian on repeat. Go. Now I dug this down. I don't remember what I was doing with that. Oh, for the second set of the people who were going to be possibly living over here. It can be regular. I just needed it to be done. And there it is again. Where's my phone? Put it in selfie mode, see if I can see the damn thing. What the hell? There's nothing. What is causing the tickle? I'm going crazy, guys. Submit this to the courts years from now as, yes, this is when the insanity started. He did all the crazy things because of this mysterious ghost hair that would not leave his nose alone. All right, did we get rid of you? We did get rid of that. All right. But yeah, don't forget, everyone, also, tomorrow, assuming somehow you don't know, is Mother's Day. So call up your mothers and be like, today is a day. They'll appreciate it. Maybe say something more than that, but I'm sure they'll appreciate it. This past week, I didn't really have much happening. I've learned kind of how to do chemistry finally in Space Station 13, and I watched Doctor Strange Madness of the Multiverse, which is a good movie. You should all go watch it. If you haven't watched it, then you're failing. There's only two solutions to life: those who have watched it and those who haven't. Started. Well, so the problem, okay, so here's what happened. I got in trouble and maybe kind of nearly got banned from one of the servers in Space Station 13. So I figured out, if you guys remember when I was streaming it last time, you get the beaker, right? It has 100 units in it. Put in whatever you want. You huck the glass beaker across the wall and it goes, it just kind of lands there. Doesn't break. Apparently beakers, impenetrable. But if you go in the glass maker machine and you scroll all the way down, there's like a beaker with a pour spout. I swear to God. Oh, it's on the microphone. The microphone is tickling me. There's a beaker with a pour spout. That one, if you fling it at the wall, for some reason, that one does break. But also to throw off your math. Yeah. Also, the math on the portable beaker is it has 120 units, not 100. So suddenly any math you had before, throw it away. So what I did was, I was writing numbers down as I was doing it to see what would end up doing shit. And it was my 75 number. Yeah. So figured out how to make thermite. Yay. Pour thermite in it, 120, fling it at the wall, and it just kind of coats the ground in thermite. Doesn't do anything. No shit, Sherlock. You gotta light it. Duh. So I sat there and I took some thermite and I mixed it with phlogiston. Liquid fire. That works. Destroyed the floor and the wall that had touched it. But it was like really kind of small. Now, if you remember back when I was first trying to do the chemistry, we discussed how things worked and we're like, oh yeah. Or I was like, oh yeah, duh. Smoke powder. Smoke powder spreads the shit. That's what you want. If you want to see what you can do with this, you can do this and spread it. Hold on. Do we have obsidian blocks? Yeah, we suddenly got lots of obsidian blocks. So what I did is I made a concoction of 30 thermite. You really don't need much thermite to go through the floor. 35 thermite, 10 flog to ignite it, and 75 smoke powder. Spread it as far as possible. Now, my dumbass was like, this probably is going to take up some space. So I should test this in a place where that's a wall, not a floor, that has some space. Because the little chemistry lab, it doesn't have that much space. And also I destroyed part of the wall anyways. So what I thought I'd do is I would go to the room that has a lot of space. All right. Brain, supply me the answer. What is a room that has a bit of space to measure radius and shit in it? Well, it's the bar. Okay, I thought. So I go to the bar. Bartender's like, what do you have for a drink? And I'm like, don't you worry, good sir. I'm here to experiment. So I go to the back wall where they have like the darts or wherever the hell's back there. And I'm like 5 squares away from the wall, give or take. And I just huck this at the wall. Because that's what you do. You get close to it and you just huck it when you're testing how big it's going to be. Because remember, my early test without the smoke powder, it wasn't really that big. So I was like, maybe it'll spread it a few. So I huck it at the wall. It works. It works way the fuck too well. First of all, 3x3 grid, just gone. Floor, walls, gone. Vacuum, open the space. I have destroyed that part of the station. Absolutely gone. However, secondarily, a wave of fire erupted from the corner and just spread across the entire bar. And it left a radius 14 of thermite all over the ground. But the thermite, there wasn't enough flog. It didn't ignite all the thermite. It ignited the thermite in the middle. That's why it melted. But I didn't have enough flog to ignite all the thermite. So the thermite just went everywhere. But the problem was, it was still in an explosion. So the thermite, while not being on fire itself, was still very much hot enough to burn anyone instantly if they touched the square. So if you were in the middle of it, like say you're a jackass who went, never you mind, good bartender, I'm doing an experiment, and you walk to the fucking corner and just blew yourself up like an asshole. No one's reaching your ass because there's 14 fucking squares of pure unadulterated burning for like at least 2 solid minutes. Possibly killed a lot of people, definitely burned a ton of them. And I was like, well, that was kind of successful. Went to sleep, didn't think anything of it. Woke up the next morning, could not play on the server. I had an alert/warning, and it was like, you cannot play on the server until you've acknowledged this. And it was from an admin going, to be fair, he didn't say I was griefing. He said, if you're going to experiment, go somewhere else. And I think the reason why I didn't get kicked for griefing is because my dumbass was in the middle of it. Like, I think that's what saved me, is just, you see a guy go up to a wall and just set himself on fire, like, please! Probably the admin at least had some knowledge and, like, had some, he looked deep down, he was like, no, this guy's just a moron. Thank you. Thank you. So he decided to not ban me, but I did get a slap on the wrist. So that inspired me to try more science the next day. I didn't get banned for this yet. So with the help of, I think, Coca Koala? Who's it that streams on the Discord? You're doing the Minecraft game. If you didn't know, by the way, someone's streaming on our Discord. Stop by, give him a watch. I don't know why he's on Twitch, but he streams in our Discord. I think it was Coca. No. You all change your names. I forget who the fuck is who half the damn time. It's one of you three. I know whoever it was, they're in chat right now. You can hide all you want. Anyways. Did you try other jobs? Shh. Shh. So I continued being a scientist because I wasn't done learning things. As a good scientist will do. They'll not be done learning things. And the person who was streaming, is it Tachulu? Admit yourself, not Tachulu. Okay, maybe then it must have been Coca Koala. Was like, by the way, are you aware that there is a chemical called cryo something or other? Now, I've done lots of D&D. I understand what a cryo is. Cryohydra is the ice hydra. Pyrohydra is the fire hydra. I'm used to the word, and I don't remember what the rest of the word is, but all they had to say was cryo, and I was set on this. So I sit there, and I start experimenting with this cryo shit. Put it in a beaker, smash it, a lot of it, and just kind of does a really tiny puddle. All right, fine. Put it, mix it with a bunch of smoke powder. Yeet that out of the wall. It just makes a tiny powder again, a little puddle on the ground. It doesn't do anything. So I had to look it up. What the hell is the cryo shit? The cryo shit is supposed to be a stabilizer for other chemicals. We're saving, and I think I have push. I do have push. We will do the push as is demanded. Go. So, I'm doing the cryo shit. Realize when I look it up, it's supposed to be a stabilizer for other chemicals. It always brings the concoction down to 0 degrees. So it can't gasify. It's always too cold, and it's either a liquid or a solid. My dumb brain thinks, I know what to do. I'll make it be hot temporarily because it says it makes it cold like constantly. It doesn't set it to 0, it just lowers the temperature. So if I do a sudden burst of temperature, it has to work against that, but in the sudden burst, it'll be spreading. So I end up screwing around a bit, and I end up with a concoction of... Is this my concoction? Or is this still the fire one? Because I thought it was 60. I think it's 60, yeah. I end up with a concoction of 60 smoke powder, 55 cryostalene, whatever the hell it's called, and 5 phlogiston. The phlogiston to create the explosion, to keep the temperature high enough So the cryostalline gets carried along in the smoke powder, in which case then its temperature will drop and it will solidify or liquefy over a wider area. That's my idea. Luckily for me, at around this time, someone's like, hey, the hospital, the med bay has been bee-bombed. I have no clue how they did or what they did, but what it was, there was like 10s to like little over 100 bees there, just buzzing around. You don't interrupt me. I am telling a story. So I go, I have an idea. I can handle the bees. Apparently the idea is if you say something like that, everyone's expecting you to do like some pheromone and lead the bees away. I didn't know this. So everyone's like, yeah, sure, go ahead. So I get my concoction, I huck it into the bees. Ha-ha. It creates a little explosion. It works. It creates an explosion. The bees are fried. They get burned. And then there's ice on the ground. But not that big, like radius 8 or radius 9. Ugh, that kind of, you know, it's whatever. All right, I think, but there's a problem. See, I've created the worst thing you can possibly do. If you proceed to walk on the ice, you immediately slip and fall because it's pure, completely slick ice and start sliding across it. You get a couple squares across it and you freeze solid into a block. Wow, that's obnoxious, isn't it? However, the smoke powder that is frozen in the cryostalline is still there, and the smoke powder contained the flog still. So you will be contained in a solid block of ice, but you will be burning to death in the middle of it. Just burning to death, stuck in place. And everyone was really angry at me, wondering what the fuck did I just do? Because the fire burning is a damage over time, but the ice is a debuff. So the way the game works, you can have both of these, but you can't melt the ice, because if you melt the ice, you're applying more fire, and fire stacks for the debuff. So now in front of Medbay is just this field of frozen ice that if anyone even begins to so much as look or think about touching it, they get stuck in the middle of it, frozen in ice statue, where they just start screaming in agony as they burn to death as a solidified ice statue. Meanwhile, it did nothing to the bees, because other than the bees that got exploded, the other bees, surprise, they fly around. So they don't even touch the floor, meaning they never get frozen. So I made it way the fuck worse. And then now the med bay is like half of a weird maze with these ice statues everywhere and a giant floor of you shouldn't touch this or you will burn to death. And now everyone's like, do you need to get fucking lack of oxygen treatment? Do you need brute treatment? Do you need thermal treatment? Is this a toxin? Because everyone's just screaming at me now because there's like 4 or 5 statues in front of medbay of everyone burning to death going, how am I burning? How am I possibly burning? And they're all just frozen solid. So yeah. And that was like the last time I played. Hopefully I'm not banned now. Whoopsie. Yeah, so that was my major. Why do you hate me? That was my major experiment with chemistry on Space Station 13. The problem is the wiki doesn't tell you like anything. You have to like read 9 different things to figure out what the hell's going on. The Bowyer? That's awesome. Yeah, so like I said, hopefully I've not been banned. I did try quickly logging on. I didn't play, but I did try quickly logging on afterwards. And I didn't have an alert yet saying, don't do that shit again. In my defense, though, I did tell him I was going to do it. But yeah, no, everyone was thoroughly confused at me. But then luckily later on, someone blew up the base anyway, so that probably took most of the notice. Like someone did Twitch. Everyone kept saying it was a TTV, which I'm assuming means something, but in my head, I'm like, Twitch.tv? Whenever I see TTV somewhere, I just think Twitch. But everyone's like, that was a TTV. So at some point, the whole base just got fucking obliterated. So maybe that took most of the priority for that round, and I'm just going to slip under the radar and not get banned for my horrible chemical bomb. But those are my 2 elements right now, is I found a 14 radius area denial thing. Of burning, and I found a smaller one, but you can't even treat the guy who's burning. Like, you cannot save them because they're in an ice block. So I've got one of you're definitely gonna fucking suffer, and I've got one of maybe you can be saved, but it's bigger. We're gonna punish the guy saving you. All right, we have a bowyer. I gotta start moving some of these things out. If I go up here, build workshop, bowyery. You can't have a mood for bowyery, can you? I don't think I've ever seen one for bowyery. I have not, in fact, found quote unquote furry mist. I'm assuming, if such a thing exists, that somehow it's going to need assistance from genetics. Is he moving? That dude? Yeah. I guess he wanted a bowyer shop.
You there, this workshop's mine now.
What is he starting with? I'm guessing wood. He went up there. Well, I mean, he is making a crossbow. This makes sense. I don't know why I'd be surprised. Carpenter. Blocks, detail. I'm out of coffee wood again. I always seem to have tons of wood. Except for whatever I'm trying to make it out of. Hello, cashew. Isn't coffee the purple shit? No. Why is this cashew? That's orange. Orange is white, cashew is purple. Coffee was... Are you the green guys? Nope, green is rambutan. We're gonna find out there's like no more coffee trees on this map at all. I've killed them all. Coffee. Coffee is white leaves? I thought white leaves was something else. Are you also coffee? Yep. And are you also coffee? You're olive tree. Olive. All right, we'll go with the coffees we have. In which case, I need you. Oh, for blocks. To make rambutan blocks. Get that out of my way. Now, is this guy started yet? Did he begin his creation? He has now. What is he doing? He's doing a crossbow out of 2 wood, honey badger leather, and a copper bar. All right, fuck it. Yeah, there's like some aspects to the chemistry that is all about you have to suck out chemicals from other things. Like some of them like go to botany and suck out the cannabis from the cannabis plant, things like that. So I'm assuming if there is such a thing for certain crazy people to want to inflict furrydom on others called furry mist, that it would involve the genetics department. Build construction floor. Oh, I never did finish this, did I? Oh, this is where all my obsidian blocks are about to go. I need 63. I got 39. 5, 6, 7, 14, 21, 28, 35. That'll do. Are you made out of obsidian? No, you're not. I don't know why you took 2 inputs there. Definitely hit 1. So 5. There we go. And I can start trying to get wood up here. I believe this is where the wall is supposed to be. Yeah, to my right. So I'll use that to store yet more wood. Get everything finally out of everywhere else. Azra Khan has decided to punish me. How's it going, Azra Khan? We don't have obsidian blocks yet either. Adil Burkhol, the bowyer, has created Retandalil Erdim Salos, a cashew wood crossbow she claims as a family ancestor. Retan Dolil, Urdim Salos, Begin Locks, the Tower of Worship, a cashew wood crossbow worth 7,200 dwarf bucks. This is a cashew wood crossbow. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with cashew wood and citron wood. The object is adorned with hanging rings of honey badger leather and copper. Huzzah. Hold on. I'll be right back. I'm gonna like force blow my nose or something because it's still tickling. I don't know. I don't know. Just something about streaming makes my nose tickle. Hello, Mr. Sundabar 000. Who wants his martini shaken, not stirred? Because he wants the olive juice to be in a giant pool somewhere. So he can go, booze, one sip, and the next sip go, oh, with olive juice. It is that sweet, sweet streamer money that I'm using to get cocaine. Yet you nailed it in one. I was hoping no one would realize the sweet, sweet cocaine generating streamer money I have. Carpenters. Coffee? Coffee. Hello. Any gifters? Any gifters? Grifters? What? I does not know. Yeah, man, I got this pretty cool mixtape on this CD I got. You want to listen to my CD of sweet, sweet, awesome rap music? I'm about to make big, big money. All right, I don't think I need you right now. All right. I think my farmers are starting to come over here. Over here, I'm going to say from here on out, fallow permanently, let it sort itself. I also kind of think the whole thing is supposed to have moved forward up one yet again, so we had a two loop, but the two loop's kind of the entrance. Maybe we can just build a floor out there as like an overhang and we should be good. Drifters. No drifting is happening here. This is a drift-free zone. We demand all vehicles to stay within the speed limits as set forth by the American Department of Transportation. At least I think that's what DOT means. It's not the Department of Transportation, idiot. It's the Department of Transmogrification. Do it better next time. No, we're still making obsidian blocks. Plane shifters. Are we just trying to come up with rhymes now? Plane shifters, the grifters. But they ain't no grifters. They all super nice. They gifters. I don't know. What are we going with here? If you're wanting me to try to come up with some goofy rap or a rhyme or something, just, it ain't gonna work. Prime subscribblers. I feel like I'm about to talk about a water fountain. It's the bubblers. Like, am I touching this? No, that's too... I have to lean way further forward. Premium purchase. I do still have that recording. I just never did anything with it. You know, in that fantastic way that I keep track of everything I'm doing at all times and don't forget anything. Always on top of the ball. I didn't make coffee this morning. It's already 2 p.m. We don't need coffee anymore. You've been awake long enough that you don't need the coffee. Now you're ready to throw off coffee's insidious grip upon your mind and live every day to its fullest, getting high on life. I'm so tired. Why don't you just drink coffee now then? I didn't know we had merchants here. I don't have anything to trade with them, so I'm not going to try. All right, we nearly got this one done. Build construction floor. How are we doing with obsidian? I need 28. We got 6. That'll do. This top one's probably just going to have a different type of wood block just so I can keep my sanity. Because we're not going to get enough, like that much coffee back to back. It's just never going to happen. What are the other blocks I was using? Wasn't I using like orange or something? Yeah. We'll do this one up here with orange. There we go. Pass me some of that dank life. The trick is... That would just be dick. Be like, oh, we've got it. It's the scroll of truth. But the last critical word of the sentence was never written in, so no one knows. The true secret to a great life is that... That's it. It's gonna be like suddenly we have, oh, that's coffee with logs. It's gonna be like Kung Fu Panda. It's gonna be a mirror somehow or some nonsense. The secret to life is a mirror. Or some fucking Jungian philosophy nonsense. Orange wood block. Orange wood block. It's gonna be like a little hat. To shreds, you say? Hello, Eldritch. Begone. Begone, merchants from another land. All right, do we have coffee wood yet? Koofy. We have 8 whole blocks. That's enough to get to the back corner. We're doing it. Do you like banana bread at work? I don't understand the question. Would work make banana bread worse? I mean, banana bread is okay. It doesn't matter where you are. I don't know if I've somehow revealed something about myself. I didn't know banana bread had a contextual enjoyment. It's banana bread. Okay, gonna put the meme up on the memes channel. Did I just walk into something? Focus floor. How is my obsidian doing? Only 8 so far. Ooh-dee-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. All right, let me see this. Ah! Let me see this sweet hot meme. Banana bread at work, dude. Actually, I should have just opened this up and that way you guys could actually hear it. All right. What is this sweet hot meme you're sending me? How do I access my own Discord? Probably should just have this open all the time. How is there 2 Twitch alerts? Doesn't make sense. No, I've lost my own memes. There we go. All right.
I got some banana bread at work today, dude. So it just goes to show I got some banana bread at work today, dude. Hell yeah. So it just goes to show that waiting for things is like worth it. But there's a lot of bad things in this world, dude. Like fucking skunks, dude. Hell no. Scratching your eye, but it's still fucking itchy, dude. Hell no. The fucking Cubs, dude. Hell no.
Cubs?
Like getting paid not a lot of money, dude, for fucking working. Hell no. But banana bread at fucking work, dude. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah. Banana bread, bro. At hell fucking work, dude. Hell yeah.
Dude, that man's picking his battles in life, and that means he'll never lose. All power to the banana bread at work, dude. He knows what battles he wants to fight. Hell yeah! That dude's just excited for banana bread. All right, we need 2 more doors. Where's my carpenter? Door. Didn't we have a carpenter down here? I don't need you anymore. Construct rambutan. Okay, you're doing blocks? Go away. I don't need this anymore. I almost kind of don't want this either. Finally get you above ground. No more wood shit down here. Oh, how do we run out of drinks? We had fucking hundreds of them like 10 minutes ago. Jesus Christ almighty. Where's my still? Everyone's dying of fucking de-inebriation? Denebriation? I don't even know what that term would be. How do you not have booze? We just had hundreds. Not coffee wood logs. I want coffee wood blocks. Oh my God, I'm 1 short. Ooh, I live. Plump helmet wine at work, dude? Hell yeah! Sobriety. Yes. Apparently, the regular way to see de-inebriation is, in fact, to call it sobriety. You know, if you're one of those pedants who demands words to mean things, yeah, sure, I guess, whatever, sobriety. I guess that's the word we're gonna go with today, whatever. There we go, we're getting drinks back. I'm sorry somehow you guys consumed that much alcohol that fast. Dude, how fast is a day in this game again? Like, would you just have a freaking epileptic seizure if this game did a day-night cycle? All right, bigger wood pile. Remigius Gid. Hold on. Thank you for following. I'm gonna be trying to figure out what this fucking name pronounces. It'll be a constant rave party. Any fractal design fans around? Yes,
Thank you so much.
but I can never pull them off. The closest I get to fractals is measuring circles by circles by circles. I'm assuming you were a fan of... Why am I forgetting his name right now? Tachulu with the resub, thank you so much.
Hey, it's been a minute.
It's been a minute. I don't remember what his name is. There is a Dwarf Fortress streamer who does nothing but fractal designs. 4 years, 3 months, 20. How did you pull that off? 4, 3, 22, 22. So what, at 5 years, 8 months, it'll be technically 4 years, 20 months, 420. Ramulade is how you pronounce it. I don't know why you keep bringing it up like I'm the one that pronounced it wrong. Ramulade. That's what the internet said, so I was right. It's Rimulade. What? You didn't see your follow age? You followed in perfect descending numbers. 4, 3, 2, 2, 2, 2. You know, descending. The exact same number over and over again. And I was saying that you're getting to a point where at 5 years and 8 months, you could do a follow age because 5 years and 8 months would be 4 years and 20 months. So you could go, ha ha, that weed number. Now, as for Remy, as for your question, I could try it. It won't be this base. Every base I'm basically given driving designs, if that makes sense, memes to be building around. And this particular base, the idea is that it's decentralized. I'm going to have multiple bases with some dwarves that go back and forth between the two. And I can't have everything in one central location. So I'm trying to split it up to above ground, underground, but near above ground, and then like deep. That's what we're working on now. So I don't think I could do a decentralized while keeping it fractal, because the whole point of fractal designs is a center point from which it'll fractalize from. So I don't think I can mix those two together. I hate decentralized fortresses so much, can't survive a siege. They can if you do it right. If you, that's why, like, think about it. The way I'm doing this is above ground, top of ground, below ground. That should be easily defendable from a siege. Like, decentralized doesn't mean open. It can work. You just have to have faith. Faith of the heart. Because I've got faith. No. Is deep doing where the lava is? Yeah, that's gonna be like deep forging and stuff like that. They're not completely set up right now, or like separated. For instance, these are the 3 guild halls and shit for everyone, but I'm trying. Yeah, that's basically it. The one in the middle, the one in the middle is going to be constantly expanding. So, like, that's the top, right? Literally, the building is on the surface, it is constructed. The people who are outside are on the outside. Deep right now is just the stone layer people, and the middle people are in the dirt. But as we say, get to the magma area and we transfer all the metal shit further down, then they're going to be down here, right? Meaning that the middle responsibility is going to have to end up encapsulating like all the area in the middle. So that's why it's not completely 100% decentralized, in that the middle group is going to have some people that go up, like, basically there's going to be 2 middle groups. There's going to be upper middle and lower middle. If we're doing this right, there's going to be 2 middle groups. Probably shouldn't have done it that close. This all makes sense. I'm glad I'm drawing this in a way that is perfectly clear and nobody ever at all could be confused with what I'm doing. What'll probably end up happening is we'll have 4 groups. We'll have upper middle, and their burrow will allow them to do these 2 areas and then cross over into lower middle. Lower middle will be able to do these areas and cross over into upper middle. And we'll have these 2 also contain the majority of the haulers to handle these other outer two extreme groups. There's probably going to end up being 4 groups. But my point to the thing of, well, it's not, you can't defend decentralized, is that I'm still having it in a vertical striated manner. Meaning that if someone were to attack, as long as the upper group was inside and secure, like instead of the doors, I replaced their door with something else, that like a drawbridge that could be raised to be an impenetrable wall, they will be fine. Or I get an artifact door. They will be able to just be locked into their buildings, no problem, no foul. And then we could have probably the upper middle group will probably be split halfway between haulers, and the other half be like dedicated full-time military. And they'll be able to do the defending. So it is doable, though it does take a lot more setup to get that done. Remy's wanting dwarf number 1. Remy the first has got dwarf number 1. He's currently a bowyer who brews. Don't you boo boop at me. Hold on, pause. Remy Giuszged the first. There you go. Remy, we've got you in. And someone earlier, I thought someone requested something. Didn't someone request something? And I'm not seeing it over here. Yeah, Eldritch redeemed, what are my dwarven skills? Is someone refunding the request, or is my thing over here bugging out? Yeah. Sorry, I got distracted from the last thing. When you get your first dwarf, you are supposed to get some freebie information. Remy Goozed. Remy. These skills are being picked up because you're in a guild, so ignore that. You are a talented bowyer, and I'm clicking buttons down there, apparently. Not what I wanted to do. Just clear. Remy. There we go. You're a talented bowyer. An okay brewer. And everything else, that's it. You make booze, you make arrows. You make crossbows, I mean. That's it. That's what you do. And Remy, as it is your first one, Remy's description is, I could really use a drink because they felt satisfied at work. Remy is very agile, very rarely sick, and quick to heal, but is very flimsy. Remy likes brimstone, aluminum, purple spindle, chimpanzee parchments, the color dark peach, bucklers, trousers, and the sight of the lute of singing. When possible, Remy prefers to consume angel shark, squid, and sunshine, though they absolutely detest worms. Remy has poor spatial senses, and despite of this, they dream of raising a family someday. When in doubt, blame Twitch. Yeah, because I'm seeing it over here. Yeah, that's on all requests. Who made the request? Tachulu, you resubscribed. Who was the one that made the request? Fractal Design. Eldritch redeemed, what are my dwarven skills? Eldritch. One of these days I'll have a set way of how I do that one. Whatever, I'm just gonna go here because it's easier. Eldritch, you're a proficient mason and a competent engraver. Your time in multiple guilds has given you quite a plethora of secondary skills, but they're all so minor as to be unbragworthy. Unbragworthy? Unbragworthyable? Unbraggable? If everyone's got the skills, you're not that important. The other skills. Yeah, I don't know. That's not on my little request feed on the right. All I'm showing is Azracon's push-ups, which we'll get to when we save. Flimsy? Yeah, your thing said you were flimsy. Stay. I'm boring. Yes, no, if you're talking about your actual, what that equates to, I don't know. Somewhere in here there's stats, isn't there? It's not traits. Attributes? I don't know what flimsy is. Is that toughness? Yeah, that's tough. You're very not tough. For a dwarf, you're probably about as tough as a rather angry elf. It's endurance, or it's toughness. It's not even endurance. It's not strength, it's not endurance, it's toughness. Twitch is removing the friends feature. I don't know. Twitch is removing way too much everything. I don't understand companies. If you have a defining feature, don't get rid of your defining feature. That feature is, in fact, what defines you. This should be common sense. No, sorry. If Twitch says we're not friends, then we're not friends. Twitch is the end-all, be-all of friendship. And I can never go against Twitch. Removing friends can reduce their costs. Yeah, but it also, like... It reduces their cost, but it also reduces discoverability, which is an issue Twitch has always had. So you don't want to reduce your discoverability, but Twitch is insane. Hold on, I need to remake the bow ears. I'm gonna make it with a gap. There we go. Thank you there. Cyrillac has resubbed. // Hold on. Not coffee blocks, not obsidian blocks, orange blocks. Because the thing is, unless they changed that part a while ago, is you see your friend on, I can't get the thing on my left to open anymore. Everyone's like, well, it opens and closes. I've lost the button. I don't know. I can't get the thing to open anymore. But it used to be, you could see who you're subscribed to live, as far as I was aware. And then you had a thing, and it was like your friends that are on. And then below your friends, it would say what game or what streamer they were watching. So if you and your friend like playing Dwarf Fortress, but for some reason it never occurred to you to watch a Dwarf Fortress stream, and then you come on the Twitch, you're like, oh, the guy I'm watching is off today. And you look to the left and he goes, oh, look, Cyrillac is watching strategists play Dwarf Fortress. I enjoy playing Dwarf Fortress with Cyrillac. I should watch the guy Cyrillac is watching. We can enjoy it together and maybe say, hi, Cyrillac, how's it going? That's why friend things work in websites. It promotes natural, organic, fucking cross discoverability. If someone likes it, then someone else likes it. That's the point of it. So if you're getting rid of a friends thing, then again, on one hand, it's like, oh no, friends are gone. Like, I can see, like, okay, well, that's not that important. But no, Twitch's big issue from day one is that because it is a site that primarily just does live content, they can't do like discoverability, because by the time you'd want to do discoverability, it's already too late. They're off air. They tried doing the one thing where they're like, you can have your fans pay channel points and money to make you show up on the front page. That way, pay to win. Whoever has the richest fans, they get more discoverability. Yeah, that was a bad idea. That blew up in their face, and they started showing porn. Someone went to like a game or something that nobody was streaming on, so they didn't have competition. They just started fucking streaming porn, and then had all their fucking friends put in a bunch of money to put on the front page and go, look at this, Twitch is advertising porn. So they had to go back and address the issue, because it's a stupid idea to begin with. You can't try to fix that idea by then going back and being like, oh, you know what? What little discoverability we do have in the system, let's get rid of it. That doesn't make any sense. Oh my God. The freaking VA and trying to talk to my boss. I'm like, I don't have a boss. I'm gonna go with no. Remy. I understand what you're saying. On the back end, it might be easier on servers. But my point is just making something easier on the server. If it also drags the front end down, if it drags people using your product, it's like a company trying to like save pennies but sacrificing dollars. It doesn't make sense. Like, I'm not saying it probably doesn't help a department. I'm not saying like there's no good side to it, but the sum total, it doesn't make sense. They still have a problem they need to fix, and this isn't it. Is this first baby? No, I think we've had like 3 babies so far. Oh, I clicked to complete the old request and now 2 requests have shown up. So I'm not getting updated immediately. I'm getting lag in the Twitch user command console. I don't know, guys. I don't know. They're doing crazy things. Clothier probably really shouldn't be up here. I did that because of mood. We can get rid of that. I can move the Tanner up. Build workshop Tanner. Put a gap again. Like, I don't know. Twitch has done like a whole bunch of things recently. And by recent, I mean like in the last year and a half. I'm losing confidence in Twitch. Like they've done a bunch of weird decisions. Not only, it's funny that they've done weird decisions, that they refuse to talk to anyone about why they're doing it. They just make grandiose declarations and they're just like they're yeeting a grenade into like a polite conversation or something. And they're like, ah, sort it out yourselves, guys. And then they don't listen to any feedback or anything. So it's like, like they're trying to get rid of partners. Well, I know the way I said that sounds weird. It sounds like, oh, you're just saying things to get a reaction. Like that's not what's happening. That's a bad take of what's really happening. But it's not. If you are reducing the benefit that people get for being a partner, you're reducing partners. So I find it weird that they're like trying to be like, oh, we're going to pay you less and we're going to do this and we're going to do that. I don't know what happened with Jesse Cox. I saw he had made a mention of it, and his thing was along the lines of, I think they forced him off of his subscriber model, which I don't know if he did it himself or if he was forced off finally. But if he was forced off, then that you're ruining brand recognition and loyalty. I just find it weird. Yeah, because at one point they're like, we don't want to do this anymore. Azrakhan, you're having a mood. Azrakhan is such a mood. He's always going, and we just let him claim Craftsdorf shop. Like Jesse Cox's model used to be the old genuine Twitch model, which when Twitch was really small, Twitch was like, hey, if you want some emotes or whatever, pay us $5 for a channel and you can use that channel's emotes. And that was it. Like, you were someone who had supported a growing person, you had paid your $5. Then they changed it to a proper subscription model of $5 a month. And so at that point they switched, they talked to everyone like, hey, we're switching over to this new system. You want to try out the new system and get paid money every month. And basically everyone either said yes or like died. Not that Twitch was killing them, but there were a bunch of people who said no, who at some point ended up like health issues and shit like that. So I think it really came down to like only Jesse Cox was still using the old system because he was like, I'm not here. I'm here for the fans and shit like that. Like, why would I try to milk them for money? Or like, if I could, I'd switch to the old system. Fuck it. And then, so Twitch kept asking him and asking him and asking him. And I think, I could be wrong. I think at some point Twitch just forced him to do it. They're like, no, you're doing this new model too, which is like, all right, you just fucked everyone. Like, no one involved in that transaction wanted to do what you were doing. So like, genuinely, my thought on it is, I don't know what he did, but in order to do the same thing, I would think he would take all of his emotes off of Twitch and just put them on the BTTV and just pay the monthly thing to have his own channel emotes through BTTV and be like, no one subscribed to me. Just don't. And just not have subscriptions. Like I said, he could have also at finally some point, like he may have been like, yeah, I'm doing this now or whatever. But even if that's what he says he did, I feel like he got pressured into it because Twitch was always harassing that man. Yeah. So now I think his has changed. Yeah, and over last month, Amazon stock went 25. Went Amazon stock? What happened to Amazon? Twitch wouldn't bring Amazon down that much. Something happened to Amazon. You know what it probably was? Is Amazon didn't have as much growth as they did the previous, 5 quarters, because everyone was using Amazon due to the COVID pandemic. So people started going out, started having their own food. They probably relied on Amazon less, so they had a quarter where they didn't report as much as they were predicting. I can see that having a loss. I'm surprised. I wouldn't suspect 25%, though. They did also have an issue where they put a lot of money into the MMO, and I heard that MMO was going shit. I don't know if that MMO fell through, but again, I don't think that would account for 25%. Those are the only two things I can think of, though, is not having a good showing for the quarter, and it representing that they're going to have a downturn for the next couple of quarters, and also that one game. Those are the only two things I can think of. As usual, for right now, I'm just wanting booze from them. Amazon's crazy owner sold a bunch of his stock. Really? Is that all that did it? Just fucking Bezos? Or are you talking about someone else? Or, the humongous interest rate rise worldwide. So, yes. However, I've not heard of everyone taking a 25% downturn. Like, I'm talking about, why Amazon would be down that much, because not everyone's down 25%. Like, even if we took that as true, and I'm not saying it's not true, but that's like a worldwide thing. Like, if, let's say, everyone went down 3% because of it, then everyone would be down 3% because of it. But, everyone's not down 25%, or I would have heard of people jumping to their deaths in Wall Street if everything was down 25%. Yeah, I'm not. I tried having this discussion before, chat, and no one ever likes it when I get into the discussion of what money isn't. I don't know why. You all say it. You all say this shit to me, and if I ever reply to it, everyone's like, "How dare you?" Fuck it. I don't know. Yeah. But again, I'm talking about the differences between companies. Taking that as true, everyone would have gone down the same percent. If one went down more, it's because something was happening with that one, if that makes sense. I need more obsidian blocks. Did we run out of obsidian? Is that my issue? Also, did he begin? He withdrew, but I don't think he ever began. All right, what do you have? Log. Square block. Bones. Block of what, though? I'm guessing he wants wood block. No, we have wood blocks. We have stone blocks. He has blocks. Wood. We don't have stone blocks anymore. Okay. All right, I'm on. I see what's going on. We'll make marble. At some point, I'm going to be using marble anyways. It's all about perceived value, just like fish. Fish isn't imaginary. Fish just don't exist. Fish are real, but they don't exist. They're not imaginary. Yeah, he's one of the stone block. Don't twist my words like I'm some crazy conspiracy theorist that there's nothing swimming in the oceans. They're just not fish. It is a question of definition. Nothing more, nothing less. All right, now are you wanting bone, I guess? Who do I not like? You're about to die. Can I butcher this Drake? No. Yak Bull, we don't need him. Butcher him. Slit that throat. Money stuff. Yeah, I don't know. Everything's going crazy. Was Amazon somehow involved? Did they have a bunch of funding from Russia? I can see the ruble crashing having like a 25% thing on them. I don't know. Fuck it. Trying to figure it out is just going to cost too much brain power. especially when you're not likely to get a good answer. All right, tubers, rice, watermelons. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. How are my drinks? We're up over 100. I think most of the wood is finally in one way or another. Construction floor. I just need... Oh, we don't have the obsidian. Oh, she ate the obsidian block, didn't she? I'm one obsidian block short. No. All right, whatever. That's just some more digging. We nearly got this area completed, though. Is anyone going to butcher? Someone is still making shellcrafts. We could probably sell those. Okay, Hellfire's slaughtering. There you go. He's dragging that bull around. You show that bull who's boss. And he's dead. And now our boy has gotten his bones. He should be happy. All right, up top, the trading depot. Hello, trading depot. I wish to give you shell crafts. Do you accept my crafts? Please do. If you don't, I don't know what I will do with them. I will probably cry. Where are crafts? Wood, cloth, animals, weapons, drink, seeds. Really? He's literally making crafts, so I thought. Didn't I see the dude making the crafts? That one's claimed. Make shell crafts. I don't know. Somehow they're busy, but they're not. The world will never know. We're getting to the point where I'm going to have the carpenter make a lot of beds, and then we're going to have to decide our group that is definitely upstairs and create their burrow. Because we're kind of getting to the point where if we are going to be a decentralized base and a decentralization needs to be declared, who does or does not go where needs to start being sorted. We've kind of just left it up to their own devices. And I think we have some people up here. But we're getting up to where we need to figure out who is the above, who is the below, and who is the deep. And this last one's going to be floored over with marble. 27 out of 63. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 14, 21. 21. I don't think because I said 27, right? Yeah. We don't have 28. There you go. But I can use the extras right here. Marble. Marble. Put a weird little hat on the building. All right. I'm trying to think. By the way, as I said after the last stream, the Xenoblade 2 game, I don't know why I can never remember that game immediately. Xenoblade 2 game, I did play for about another half hour to an hour, where literally all I did was run around in that area and kill those stupid bulls at 8 seconds or 12 seconds a bull to get the yellow bar filled so that Gorge could hit his next level and some of the people could return from their trips. I had stated at one point that I was thinking maybe I would do more to just keep sending them out, but at that point I would literally have to be doing nothing. So I didn't. So everyone's on the same page for those of you who watched that stream. Because it would have been 30 mindless minutes of me walking around in circles. I did nothing else. I did not progress the story in any way, shape, or form. I just... What's the term? I just trusted Gorge up. I built Gorge's trust. But really, 25%. Did anyone...
I fished all the fish there are.
Amazon stock has plunged 26% in 2022, battered down after its online retailing business advertising sales came in short of consensus estimates, and its outlook disappointed. Still, most analysts remain firm in their conviction in stock. There have been few, if any, rating changes in the wake of the earning miss. Of the 52 analysts covering stock surveyed, 49 or 94% continue to rate it at a buy or overweight. Only 2 rated it at hold, and 1 has a sell as of Monday. Any changes reflecting changing have occurred at the margins. They're claiming that they literally lost that much just because they came in short of estimates. That's crazy. I was right, though. I say I was right. That was the one thing I could think of, is that they would have been down. Walmart didn't go down 25%. God, take good care of your gorge. Keep it happy and wealthy. I mean, yeah. That way he has focus or whatever the hell it was we were leveling him for. There we go. Now we have a cap up there. That is secured. I need to fix that one floor tile. We should be good. I hope that doesn't... Because now I'm confused. Because most of the issues we were discussing about... What do you want? I gave you bone. Hold on. You're still fucking going? Do you want more bone? Block. Bone. More bone. Okay. I would have thought you killing everything would have been enough, but I guess not. Do you need yet more bone? If I split that stack of bone, it would have worked. All right, I'll kill another bone for you. Kill this rabbit. No, we might need that to breed for more rabbits. Rabbits breed so slow as it is. We'll kill the mule. See if that fixes our bone issue. And if that doesn't, I might have to look into what this dude's bitching about, because I don't understand. Unless he did begin. No, because if he began, he wouldn't be fucking mumbling nonsense. I'm confused. Let's say, for theory crafting, let's say Amazon going down the 25% is the fueling thing of Amazon doing crazy shit. These are only 6 beds. They should be 8. Is the fueling thing for Amazon being crazy, or at least Twitch being crazy in half the decisions they've made? Let's say that's what it is. A lot of their decisions came before the 25%. Yeah, he just wanted more bone. A lot of it came from before the 25%. So they were doing that already. So they had to know that they were going to be coming in short, assuming this is what we're going with. They had to know they were going to be coming in short. Is that what you try to do? You get rid of friends. You try to, like I said, this is going to sound weird. I've mentioned this before, but I have a firm disagreement with most businesses. And I know this because I had a firm disagreement with most of my fellow classmates and kind of my teacher as to what certain things meant mathematically for a business. So, full disclosure, what I'm about to say could be completely insane and not actually mean anything. Put that as it is. The premise of a lot of things is that the customer is always right. And it's not like, oh, that's just a statement. They have like half math things behind it. And the idea is customer loyalty, i.e., if you make the customer happy, you can screw them over more. That's not the way I was taught, but I'm simplifying it and making it sound bad. We'll just go with that. The more you make them happy, the more you can bilk them out of money. Azrakhan the First, the Necromancer, has created Urith Letmos, Rambutan Wood Scepter, and they offer it to the primitive wheels. My issue is that if you looked at all the equations, there are 2 customers that are always right. One is a customer buying the product. It's customer group 1. Customer group 2, and this is the one that never seems to be followed by businesses, and I had disagreements with fellow students on, is the employees. Because you are buying their time. Like that they're buying from you your money and they're selling you their time. And half the mathematical equation, not even mathematical equations, half the initial theories about it, it was addressed that you have, okay, this is a business and you do the customers and you do the employees. When really it's just the same fucking cycle. You're just inverting which way the money's going. In matters of taste. Yeah. But my point was, when a lot of, like I said, that wasn't the phrase I was taught. That was the first phrase I could think of for the idea, which was, it was a lot of these things about, like I said, try to figure out what your customers want and go for that to maximize what you can get out of them. However, I don't think that should ever be done at the employee's cost, because the employee in and of themselves is a customer. You can't generate the money without the time they are selling you. A business just converts an employee's time into a customer's money. That's it. That's all business does. It's a conversion. By the way, this is a rambutan wood scepter. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with rambutan wood and cashew wood and encircled with bands of yak bone. The object menaces with spikes of marble. On the item is an image of forgotten beasts in mule bone. Worth 8,400 dwarf bucks. Urethletmos. Sarcobalt. A rambutan wood scepter. So, with what I'm saying as my reasoning, I cannot ever get behind a company who, if they are needing to try to find a way to maximize their income or minimize their losses, would, instead of finding some way to improve the efficiency of the workers or employees that they do have, instead cut out the things that they are using to make the employees happy. Directly cutting their pay is going to reduce the quality of your employees and reduce the amount of your employees. In this case, the employees being essentially the contractors that are streamers. So I don't understand that. The whole point of the partner step of it was that you actually are bringing in money, ergo we want to make you happy so you stay around and bring in more money. Now they know that this isn't a good idea. Why do I know that? Why can I say that I know they know this isn't a good idea? Because as part of it, they were like, also, you don't have to, we're getting rid of the part of the contracts where you have to stay with just us. We're getting rid of the individual, whatever it was, the non-compete clause, basically. Okay. Now they're getting rid of the non-compete clause, 3, 4, 5, 6, because of things like VTubers. They're wanting more people on YouTube to also use Twitch for the live streams and then do what most streamers have always done and use YouTube as the archive for the streams, i.e. they're setting themselves up as a secondary position. They're trying to invite in more big users by being, you can use us too. This kind of can work. This is what Nintendo did. Nintendo has never been the #1 console, but Nintendo, or technically they've always been the #1 console by never being the first console. Nobody, like, if you're like, oh, what is your primary console? Nobody would ever say a Nintendo console in like the last 10 to 20 years. However, everyone who had a console would be, if they had a second console, would say the Nintendo console was their second one. So there is something to be said for purposely setting yourself up in a secondary position. However, that's when you're not in a direct competition. Nintendo was never going to have exclusivity issues with Xbox because there's always usually just Nintendo IPs. They always were going to be. Like, it kind of made sense. I don't see Twitch intentionally switching it around by going, we know we're pissing people off, but we want to set them up so that when they leave us, they will still use us as their live stream and then try to make their money off of YouTube, setting themselves up as the secondary to their competitor, who the only reason why Twitch existed was because their competitor wasn't doing a good job. they carved out their niche as a primary market in live streams and stuff like that because Twitch wasn't doing it. And instead of improving upon their position, at this point, they're now making knowingly bad decisions so that they can set themselves up in the subservient position to YouTube. Doesn't make sense. Yeah, like they were super dominant, but no one would ever think so. That's why I changed it around. Technically, they are the best console because they were everyone's second. They were like hardly anyone's first, but they were everyone's second, meaning they had like pure domination. But in that case, it's because of you are being second between two opposing things. You can't be one of the two opposing things. Otherwise, you're just losing. What's the other opposing thing to YouTube if it's not Twitch? I know Microsoft and Facebook tried live streaming. I don't think I've heard of that in forever. Maybe they're still doing it. Maybe there's an active competition there. Oh, I've not heard them in forever. This at some point is just going to be the above ground thing, not the deep thing. Boom, boom, boom. Because I want to get rid of these beds. And move them down. Start getting people out of this area, and then we have to start doing deep. We must go deeper. So in the process of going deep, hold on. Was this a 6x6? I feel like it was. Yep. I don't know what I'm going to use these rooms for, but since I already have them down below, I'll use them for something. So I'm going to mirror them just so I know not to end up getting in their damn way. Maybe it's for barracks training, storages, something else. Maybe I can use it to divvy up what's going up and down. But we're going to do it that way so that now I can go in here and have the entrance to the deep. And then we will use that. I think Microsoft joined with Facebook, and then the Facebook one just kind of died. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like in order for I'm going to call it the Nintendo strategy. In order for the Nintendo strategy to really work, you need your opponents fighting each other. You can't be one of the two brawlers in the ring. Yes, but no, they can't be temple areas. The idea is that it's decentralized. So at some point, we're going to have people from up top and down below not allowed to come here at all. So that's what I'm saying. This might end up just being where the haulers in like a logistics center. This is going to be our Amazon area. This is going to be our Amazon warehouses for moving things between the different areas. Like the temple's actually going to be our big issue. Because everyone's going to want a temple, which kind of creates a centralized area. So I'm not sure how I'm going to do. Maybe 2 temples for each god. I think that would work. Or 1 temple, 2 different areas. Hold on. Let's just say that was weird. Hello, Columbo. See, Columbo. Are you going to find the enemies? Are you going to figure out who killed them? It's actually a pretty decent show. Really old, though. C underscore Columbo getting Dwarf 3. Columbo the first, in case you die. Columbo the first. See, Columbo the first. You are a bone carver who knows how to process plants. You regularly attend guilds. See, Columbo. And you recently learned about clothes making and felt it wondrous because you felt wondrous after learning about clothes making. C. Columbo is incredibly quick to heal and quite durable, but is weak. C. Columbo likes basalt, black bronze, melanite, green glass, giant saltwater crocodile bone, the color midnight blue, the words of the glosses of wisdom, the sound of the velvety laces, and the sight of the lute of singing. When possible, C. Columbo prefers to consume steelhead trout and persimmon wine. So they absolutely detest mosquitoes. They have great musical sense, great affinity for language, and iron will, the ability to focus and the ability to read emotions fairly well. But they have questionable spatial sense and lack of understanding of social relationships. They dream of creating a great work of art someday. Graphics pack. This is Vetlinger. This is Vetlinger 32 by 32, but I've spliced off the text part of it and I'm using Shizzle Clean text. Is uncanny. I too like those things. What is rotting and why? Did someone die here? Or did someone fight when I was gone? Enith Ableman's dead? What the fuck happened to Enith Ableman? First of all, I established a temple, so what are you talking about? It's a ghost. What? Oh, is this the crazy person? Did I never turn on her coffin? Have they had a rotting body there the whole time? Oh my God. This entire time we never buried them. Whoops. That's awkward. What did I say about the ghost pack? All right, so if you're, I don't entirely know how to do it without Lazy Nude Pack, to be fair. But if you're doing text, will be text. Text and graphics are two separate things. Meaning you can have a graphics font and a text font. My graphics font is Vetlinger 32 by 32. So I installed Vetlinger 32 by 32, but then I went behind it and changed the font to Shizzle Clean. Yep. So it's not just like if you just install Vetlinger, it wouldn't look quite the same. The game part of it would, but I think the right part of it wouldn't. Yeah. Well, the problem is that guy's actually been dead for hours IRL. He died due to a fit at the end of the last stream. And I remember building the coffin, but apparently we never activated the coffin. So there was an issue. Sub-officer has a push request. I got you, sub-officer. All it says. Tuck in my shirt like a nerd so it doesn't come pouring out. There you go. Oof. Sorry, missed it, Coca. Next time thou shalt put schmore. Thou shalt do as I command. Who shall kneel? Did I do a lot of push-ups in the military? Yes. So, training in the military, like on one hand, you're always thinking, well, if you get in trouble, you do push-ups. That's not even half of it. The military is weird when it comes to physical training. It doesn't know if it wants people to do it or if it wants to punish you with it. As weird as that sounds. So every day before, like, you'd wake up early, then you'd go in at like fucking 6 o'clock in the morning to do about an hour of PT, or like 5 to 6, whatever. You'd wake up fucking early to do PT. Then you'd leave, have about an hour or two to clean up. This is when you're in garrison, i.e. in the United States, not overseas, but some of the places overseas work the same way. Then you'd go back to work and have your regular work day. So every day, hours before the sun comes up, you're doing PT. Now, it would be put out that the way you're supposed to do this is that you would alternate days between aerobics, essentially, like something for like your heart and endurance, and muscle failure. Let's be clear about that. The idea is you would switch. Routinely, it was just muscle failure every single day because whatever. Either you would have endless weeks of constant running, or you'd have instant weeks of no running and just constant push-ups, depending upon who was the NCO and who was leading the PT, because everyone knew what the rules were, but no one ever seemed to be bothered to fucking do them. And if you brought it up, you would just get punished. How dare you question your leadership? But anyways, then you have the actual secondary thing of some people would use it as a form of punishment, but it wouldn't be punishment. They would say it was an attention getter. So as long as, say, I'm not making you do more than 15 push-ups, it's not punishment. It's an attention getter to make sure you understand that you did something wrong while I give you corrective action, inform you the correct way of doing it. The problem is, more often than not, anyone would either make you do more than, say, 15, because it's not like it's an actual hard limit anyways, but people would whine. But anyways, or there would be some that would be like, no, it is a hard limit, but then they would purposely make the 15 not be 15. Like, well, it's not 15 push-ups, it's 15 in cadence push-ups. So by default, that's 30. But what if I say down and then don't say up and you just got to hold a position? The fact that you're holding yourself in a front-leaning rest for 5 minutes at a half-down position, straining the muscles, well, that's on you, isn't it? Because I'm doing an attention getter. My point of bringing it up this way is it never made sense to me why you would have people do both, because the idea was, well, we want people to, be getting more fit. All right, I understand the idea. Sometimes I'd actually go to the gym after work with my NCOs and shit like that. Like, I get the idea. But the thing is, no one, or at least no one is motivated to, on their own, go to the gym or try to be fit if the actions of getting fit is what you've drilled into their head is the actions of punishment. So it's weird. The Army would be like, you should get fit and do this on your own free time as well as during the Army so that you could be a better soldier. Okay. But then if someone did anything, they'd be like, we're going to punish you with this. Psychologically putting in your head that you only do that when you've been bad and you need to not do that again. So you're not going to inspire anyone to do it on their own. Now, conversely, you'd be like, well, there are people that already do it on their own. There are people who like going to the gym. There are fitness people. I swear to God, routinely you'd see those people just lose motivation to go to the gym. Like, they would demotivate fit people by doing this system. It was the weirdest shit. I was like, please, you should probably just not do it this way. But they would do it. And now I have no clue what they were doing, because that's like 6-7 years ago. Yeah, those are definitely some mixed wires. I was like, none of this makes sense. I had one time I'd actually had, usually it's just your NCOs. I had an officer try to punish me with push-ups, but he was so out of practice with it, he couldn't tell what was going on. So I'm in the back of an ECS. We have paper, we have electronics. It's, even if you clean it every day, it's very quickly a dusty environment. You're out in like deserts, you're out in like fucking Oklahoma fields, or you're in Japan and shit like that. Like it's going to get fucking dusty back there, particularly with people going in and out like off of dirt and things like that. So I forget why, but he's punishing me for something. I forget what the initial setup was, but basically the idea was that I had grown a little too chummy with him, and he wanted to reestablish that he was in fact in a leadership position and I would do as he said. He's not technically wrong. I'm not disagreeing with like his statement or anything like that. So he decided he was going to have me do push-ups in the back of it. Now, he was giving the orders wrong, so to speak. So at some point during it, I broke down acting professionally. I'm forgetting what the term is right now. And basically, I kind of started giggling, which is not something you want to do if someone's like trying to punish you, is to giggle at them. That's going to make them enraged and make them want to punish you more. So he is like, well, we're going to keep doing the push-ups until you stop giggling. Well, he's right. You know, after fucking 20, 30, 40 of the damn things, at some point your muscles are just burning and nothing's fucking funny anymore. However, at this point, I'm now going up and down and I'm just stirring up the dusty, like paper bit filled air because we had this weird printers and I swear to God, somehow there's paper dust everywhere. So at some point, I'm just breathing in this dust, which cannot be healthy for you, and I'm just fucking wheezing on it. And to him, he thinks it's fucking laughing. Swear to God, I nearly, like, I didn't pass out, but I felt like I was having difficulty breathing, like honest, like 4 or 5. I was like, I'm not laughing, I'm wheezing, I can't breathe. I'm gonna. And then I think he kind of felt bad because he realized, he's like, yeah, just stop. Remember, this was your fault, basically. And then he left. I was like, this is my point, though, is if the go-to is to do push-ups, it doesn't make sense. Conversely, though, if you're in real trouble, you don't do physical, you don't do attention getters. If they're really in trouble, you make them sign the documents. The weirdest setup, the weirdest backwards way to do shit. They have things called like Article 15s and freaking reprimands and counselings. So if you really did something wrong, you'd fill out paperwork. If you made a mistake, you'd have to do physical fitness. You know, because that makes sense. So construction floor. Also, I think I heard a dwarfing in there. There we go. Yeah, spraying a cat with a water bottle. I want to be in the military. Those are mixed wires right there. You're not wrong at all. Sam, it's just a hello. Is Dwarf Fortress not developed anymore while Steam version is underway? So the form of the game has been updated in a year or two? I don't know, actually. That's a good question. Because Lazy New Pack updates semi-regularly occasionally, but it never dawned on me that I don't know when the last Dwarf Fortress update was. I'm not sure. I can't tell you the last official Dwarf Fortress update. Hold on, I can take a look though. And Sub Officer Dakin wants to be in the military, and also vacation time. Hold on. My keyboard didn't make the transition back. There we go. Sub Officer Dakin. And at the end of this season, during the next seasonal change, when I do push-ups, I'll initiate your vacation time. Because it's a seasonal change to a seasonal change. Dwarf Fortress. When was the last version of Dwarf Fortress released? It says download 4705, January 28th of last year. Holy shit, yeah. It's been over a year since the Dwarf Fortress update. I suppose it is on pause. January 28th. Yeah. 4705. But yeah, no, like I said, the Lazy New Pack has been doing incremental updates. So they've been adding in some extra functionality and, you know, ease of use things here and there. But yeah, no. So if you don't know how the paper version of that works, they're all stupid names. Is there is a set of rules by which the military operates under. This is what the military rules are. They have a version of the rules to handle civilian shit, but if you do anything while in the military, the first thing you fall under is the military rule set, the UCMJ, which I think is the Universal Code of Military Justice. It sounds wrong because I just kept saying universal, but the UCMJ, the Code of Military Justice, and the U I'm thinking is universal, but I cannot remember names right now. That takes priority. If you're in the military, that hits you first. And then afterwards, you get hit by a civilian. Oh yeah, you think there's no double jeopardy in the United States? No. Double jeopardy only applies to civilian courts. You can get military tagged and then civilian tagged. Don't think you're out of the woods. So you have that, and that tells you by what punishments, like it says, okay, if they done this, you get this. They get that, you do this. And you have different tiers of courts, and the courts, instead of being judges, the courts can be done by different officers. The rank of the officer can determine who is the head of the UCMJ for a different region. They're what determines things. So you do have some kind of similar rights, but sometimes you don't. It's weird. Anyways. However, for some reason, the military decided you having these rights that are still enshrined within the UCMJ, that's not good. That's not bad enough. It's not a good thing of depriving your rights. We'll do further. So below that, kind of like how civil forfeiture, where they're like, oh, we can take your shit without you having a court because we're not trying you, we're trying your shit. Kind of like that. So below going to courts, they have what they call administrative punishments, i.e., you're getting this punishment because someone said you're getting this punishment. You have no right to defense. You cannot argue it. You can't do anything. If your chain of command, if your commander says you get this, you get that. Now, there is a limit to what they can do before you are allowed to go to court. So they can't do like higher things and, you know, unless you are allowed to defend yourself. But you have civilian, this is the rights you're allowed. You have military, this is the rights you're allowed. Below military, you have administrative punishments. These are the rights you're allowed, and then so on and so forth. But then, like, as you go lower and lower and lower, the more it's just, okay, someone filed a piece of paper, and this piece of paper they filed means that you now have X punishment, Y, Z. Sign here to acknowledge receipt of punishment, basically. So, you know, we have Universal Code of Military Justice, courts martials, things like that. There is like 3 types of courts martials. There's like a field. It's been so long, I'm forgetting them. I was a paralegal for 6 months. So for those of you, who worked with me during those times, please forgive me as I fail to remember all the different fucking terms. There's a field. I think there's a general, and there is a special. Special is special because it's a weird special thing. You could ignore that. But I think it's like field general, field something. There's 2 different types. Anyways, below that one, you have to like be a high enough rank. However, a captain of a battery is not a high enough rank. Like, you have to be battalion level at least to do a courts martial, as far as I remember. So if you're at a captain, then you just do administrative punishments, which means you're allowed to determine the punishment because you are the captain of the battery or the company, and there's basically no defense they are given. You just get to decide it on your own. And the idea is supposed to be that before they do it, though, you are allowed to defend yourself to him by saying your event of what happened. But you can't submit any proof. It's literally just your word versus your NCO, your officer's word, so good luck on any of that working. And what it'll usually be is like the biggest thing that could apply underneath the administrative punishments is 45, 45, which is for the next 45 days, your pay is cut in half. You're only allowed a half of your pay. So if you're a specialist and or a private or whatever, and you get paid, say, $2,000 a month, I'm rounding numbers here. Let's say you get paid $2,000 a month. For the next 45 days, you only get $1,000 a month because you get paid about every 2 weeks. So you get $1,000 to $1,000. So for the next 3 pay cycles, you only get $500 for 2 weeks because it's just wherever your current pay is, half of it. It's just gone. And then also the secondary part of that is 45 days of extra duty, meaning that once you've done your regular duty for the day, you wake up super mad early in the morning, you do the PT, you get off for 1 hour or so, 1 to 2 hours to fucking bathe, shit, shower, shave, all the good jazz. Then you go back into work. Then the work day ends. Then after the work day, you have about half an hour to re-clean yourself, get ready. And then you go back to the unit for about another 3 or 4 hours of extra duty, cleaning up and shit like that. Then you're allowed to go back to your barracks or home and sleep until the next morning when you'll come back in to do PT. And you basically get no defense or anything for this. Like if you've done something, then the commander is allowed to just be like 45, 45. Good on you. And of course, depending upon if it's high enough, you can try to fight it and make it be a court martial. Like there's always exclusions and what ifs and stuff for everything. So they're like, not all this is completely exactly what it is, but it's what can be done. I never had that. I was never ever really punished for anything along those regards. But I have seen people on that shit, and that shit looks like it sucks. I would not want to do an extra 50% work every single day while also doing my pay was cut in half. I think I'd go crazy. Yes, the Uniform Code of Military Justice. Thank you. I knew it was a U word. Do you code? Yes, I do code a little bit. Hello, Picture Point. The Dwarf Fortress code and a couple of other scripts are scripts that I have coded myself. That's why they kind of mostly work with some duct tape. Now, for down below, or this is the middle area, we have set up 18 beds. Hold on. I told you at some point in this stream, math is going to get involved. Up above, we have set up 16 beds with the possibility of 24. The issue was that the middle room is just one big storage room when it probably really kind of shouldn't be. Because this area up here was going to take on storage duties. Make that be wood all the way across. Remove you. And remove you. Hold on, chat. I'm trying to remove this. So at some point I can establish that as the second room. Now, 18 in the middle, 24 brings me to 34, 42. Meaning deep, I only have 8 left over. Because I have like 52. But I have 8 left, 54. I have 8 left over for the deep. So at some point, I think we might actually have too many people up top. I might just do that as a 16 for now. If we did it as a 16 and 18, it'd be 32, 34, leaving another 16, 34, 40. Yeah, 16 for deep. That'll be our spread for right now. And then I have to start figuring out who goes in what group. Who got Dwarf 2? Sanctum, welcome to the stream. How are you doing, Sanctum? Sanctum the second? No. What? Why did I say Sanctum the second? You've not been dead. Sanctum the first. So, but my point is like, the way the punishments are is weird. So if your NCO, if you've done something that's pissed off your NCO or just embarrassed them in any way, you have to do push-ups, sit-ups, whatever exercise he can think of to punish you, like planking, things like that. If it is above him and it's an officer level, you pissed off your lieutenant or whatever, he'll say something to your commander. Your commander will give you a not real, but real punishment of an administrative action, which can be things like restricted to your apartment for a certain amount of, or your barracks room or your apartment for a certain amount of time when you're not on duty, or you get paid less, or you have extra duty. So like low punishment is physical work to make you feel pain, basically. The beginning upper level of non-punishment is you get paid less, coffee wood, and you have to do more work. And then after that is when you get into the Uniform Code of Military Justice, which is up in the courts martial land, which, by the way, the multiple of court martial, you are getting a court martial. There are 2 courts martial. You put the S on court, not martial. I never figured out why, but because I said court martials a bunch of times, I kept getting corrected. It's courts martial. I don't know why. If anyone wants to put it in chat, go ahead. It's courts martial. Once you get up to there, then and only then are you basically allowed to defend yourself. Because that is how you make sure people stay happy. You know, when they feel like they are not being listened to. Didn't I just determine I only need 16 up top? Fuck it. We'll have it set up for later. I don't have a door yet. The exercise is totally not a punishment thing is worded that way because they didn't try to ban that type of stuff. Because it's the exercise is totally not a punishment thing is worded that way because didn't they try to? Yeah, no, that's exactly it. Yeah, like I said, but the problem is you can't complain to anyone. Like anyone and everyone knows that like that type of punishment is not allowed. It's known all the time. But when the people you can complain to are the same people administering it, you have an issue with morale. Like, so you have this in regular jobs too, but have any of you guys ever had a situation where they sent out an email or you had to fill out a form and it was like, rate your leadership? We want to rate the manager of this store or this company at this location. Don't worry, it's completely confidential. They would do that in the military when it made no sense. Because here's the thing. The whole thing was a scam. It was a scam every damn time. Even the good, I'll say good officers, a lot of them are good, but even officers doing and meaning well basically violated this or admitted that like the whole thing never made sense. Because you're supposed to do it for leadership to make sure you don't have toxic leadership. So the idea was someone in the unit, some officer, he was put in charge of like, idiot went crazy. I don't know. What did you want? Fuck you. I don't care. You would have to do, it would be someone's job. You'd have someone to be the sharp representative, someone to be the EO representative, someone to be the representative for everything. So you have someone whose job it is to make sure everyone does these forms and things like that and, you know, do the data. How's the leadership doing? Rate your leadership. The problem is the numbers don't ever make sense. You don't rate battalion leadership. Let's be clear about that. You rate battery leadership. So how the fuck anything happens in a battalion, I don't know. But let's do a line here, right? This is the company. Like, it's not multiple people, this is just the company. So this is the company commander. He is an officer, he is a captain. One man. He has below him 4, they're not squads yet, platoons. He has below him 4 platoons. These probably need to be slightly bigger. These are also just like one person each. These are 4 lieutenants. Each of your 4 lieutenants, first or second, has in their platoon has 4 squads. Now I'm not gonna be able to draw this for everyone. So you'd basically have 4 sergeants, and each sergeant would get like 3 to 4 soldiers below them, right? This is how the military is divided up at a company or a battery level. A company is a battery. A battery is just what you call a company when they're dealing with artillery, either air defense or ground to ground. So this is the layout. And I can't do like there are 3 people. I don't have necessarily the room. I don't know why I'm doing them in the middle there, but do this and just pretend there's 1 extra one. Fuck, I really don't have room. Yeah, I don't have the room. All right, just there's extra people here. So now you might be saying to yourself, all right, well, it's confidential. So you don't know who was saying someone did bad. Because remember, whatever the results of these are, technically the battalion leader does get, you know, like, so let's say he gets a bad report, right? 51% of people say he's a shitbag. Did he say he was a shitbag? No. So one that didn't say it. Did one of these 4 people say he was a shitbag? If he was. No. There's 5 people who didn't say it because they get reviewed by him. He determines if they get promoted. They're not saying anything bad about him. So he knows they didn't do it. Did any of the officers say anything bad about the commander? No, because their promotion's based upon evaluations that the first sergeant's doing, the guy who works directly below him. Technically, there should have been a second guy here. I forgot the first sergeant. So their promotions are determined by them and them. They want to keep him happy, so if he's angry at the company, he's angry at them, he puts pressure on them. So they're not going to say anything bad because they want him happy. He also determines the rating that this guy gets. So they don't want to piss him off. So they're not going to say anything bad. So it's one of the 12 from here to 12 from here, 12, 24, 36, 48. You're down to 48 people off the bat. They're the only ones who would ever dare do it. Now, secondarily, in all these units below the sergeant, usually you have the highest ranked specialist or a corporal. He's wanting to go to the board to become sergeant, meaning he wants to keep the sergeant happy. So what's he gonna do? He's gonna do whatever the fuck keeps the sergeant happy. The sergeant's gonna do whatever keeps the fuck the first sergeant happy. So it isn't actually going to be any of them. So the 48, you take out at least a quarter of them. You're down to 36 people. Guess what? You're at about 50%. You get what I'm saying here? Like whatever the percentage is, you can kind of easily narrow it down. One. And then second, there's always a question like, explain the details. Explain why the command has failed you. This is the biggest trap. Because here's the thing. Every platoon has a different job. First platoon is probably the ones doing like paperwork and shit. They're never out in the field. They're the ones that are, oh, we got to make sure the right forms go where. We have copies of this. We submitted the request for money so that the commander could fly to where he's going to his commander leadership course or whatever. So they do office work. The secondary one, like the second platoon, they're like supply and shit like that. So they're not in the cool offices. They're out closer to people, but they're behind cages and shit like that. They're the ones dealing with all the, who is in charge and has responsibility for what equipment, so on and so forth. So you get like 1 or 2 platoons that are doing work. In a battery in Patriot, you had 1 platoon, they were the missile launchers, they were the Echoes, and you had 1 platoon, they were the Tangos. So you could tell by what the complaint was. You can narrow it all the way down to it was one of these 4 squads. You have it narrowed down to 12 people. How many people bitched? 6. Guess what? I'm going to punish 6 innocent people to get the other 6 people. Like, even when they don't know who it is, they know who it is. And in each squad is individually probably responsible for like an individual Humvee or this launcher or that machine or this machine. Like everyone's responsibilities are so divvied up by the time you get down here that if someone goes and the generator is always broken and the commander refuses to let us fix the generator and someone's going to die. So if this dude's like, why the fuck aren't you fixing the generator? He goes, who's responsible for the generator? Him. He yells at him. What the fuck is going on with the generator? He goes, I don't know. Let me yell at the NCO. He yells at the NCO. What the fuck? We're all now getting fucking blasted for a generator. He goes, I don't know. Generator's fine. He goes to the soldier that's supposed to repair the generator and goes, what the fuck is wrong with the generator? And that soldier goes, I keep telling you it's broken. He goes, you never told me. He never told me. He never told me. Everyone goes, this soldier's a shitbag. He gets in trouble for not repairing the generator. The whole thing is a fucking scam and it doesn't work. Now, I don't know if it'd be that easy to delineate who's the one ratting you out, but my point is when your evaluation for how your leadership is completely dependent upon your leadership not knowing who you were, but your responsibilities are so individual that if you make a complaint, only one person could possibly make that complaint because only one person knows about that job to make the complaint. There's no such thing as this is classified. No one knows who said this. You get in trouble. So guess what? No one hardly reports anything until bad shit happens. Yeah, like there you go. So when you have it, this goes back to the, hey, you know, that if the Army put out a rule that says you can't do more than 15 push-ups or whatever the hell someone's overreaching their thing, who do you report it to? Do you report it to your first manager, your sergeant? He's the one making you do it. No. Do you report it to the officer? No, because the officer needs the NCO to like him because the officer doesn't know what you're all doing. Like the NCO is doing the actual like administration of the policy. The officer is determining the policy that the NCO will administrate. So he needs to be on the NCO's good side. So you can't report it to him because he'll tell the guy who reported it to him. Are you going to report it to the commander? The commander's busy spending the whole time saying that we have a perfect thing here. He can't let it be reported because if it gets out that something is happening, he gets in trouble. But he can't punish that dude because if he punishes that dude, then it comes up of that it was happening under his command. So you can't report it to him. So what do you try to do? You try to track down a battalion level commander and bitch to him? You know what his first thing's gonna be? He's gonna go to the battery commander and be like, hey, I hear the people in your unit are getting fucking punished. Is that true? The battery commander's gonna go, no, the fuck, it's not. You can't complain to anyone because the complaint, they always ask the guy you're complaining about, did you do this? I'm not gonna get invaded, I'm fine. It's good. It's a fucking convoluted system. It never makes sense. This is why I always had issues with Sharp and EO, at least the way they were administrated, not the actual concept behind them. The real issue with it not being paused is my drinks might get low. My drinks are not low. For anyone who doesn't know, and I brought this up like years ago, there are two special things in the military. There's actually a couple of other ones. There's always two that are always done fucking weird. They never make sense. One is the SHARP program, SHARP, which stands for Sexual Harassment Assault Response Program. It's the anti-rape program and sexual harassment. Build, workshop, still. The idea is that they work like DARE. This is the best way to describe it. If any of you have ever grown up with DARE, imagine DARE, but they were talking about rape. I know the cool kids are gonna tell you that rape is cool, and someone's gonna give you fucking free sex, but then next time you're hooked on it, and you're gonna have to pay. Like, I don't know, the fucking metaphor didn't quite follow through, but the whole idea is just imagine someone telling you to stop raping people, but it was taught to you like DARE was back in the day. If any of you remember DARE, I think they finally figured out DARE wasn't working, so they stopped doing DARE. It wasn't good. And the goofy thing is, every time they try to bring up the math or the numbers about it, it never made sense. Like everything that they had in any of their examples or representations or stories, they never worked. And you had another one, which was EO, equal opportunity, i.e., the people that are making sure that you're not being racist or discriminatory, things like that. The problem is it never quite worked. So if someone was doing one of those things, they either went one of two ways. You either went the DARE way, you either went the SHARP way, or you went the EO way. The SHARP way was if you made a fucking complaint, like even when they're like, oh, it won't be public or anything like that, it immediately became public for the same issue. If someone's saying that this one NCO is doing something, you know, inappropriately sexual, well, who could even make that complaint? That NCO's not with other units. Like he's only around like 5 or 6 people. So if one NCO is getting investigated, the entire unit can immediately narrow it down to a select few people. And it's like, oh, all right, was the complaint female specific or was it male specific? You can narrow it even further. So that would routinely not have anyone hardly report anything. Or you go the EO way and you'd report it, and EO was kind of like one of the most racist organizations in the military. Like, EO was weird. Like, not that any of the people doing it were racist, but if anything was said to them, they were so honed in on what the race was that they asked so many like creepily racist questions. They're like, I can't even think of any of them right now because they would all be like microaggressions and shit like that. Like, they would ask like really weird shit to get to the bottom of it. There was one time, I don't know who, someone got drunk and they went around the barracks doors and like scratched into their door, gay or whatever. So I was on the second floor of the barracks building, and the female to my left was homosexual, and 2 more doors from her was a male gentleman who was also homosexual. Now, his door, the individual in the middle, her door, my door, and I think 2 more doors down all had the word gay scratched into it. Okay. It's obnoxious. I could see why people would be angry. I'm not saying it didn't mean anything. But the way they went about it is, they were interviewing people, and then they would keep dragging me in to ask me questions. To be like, okay, we're going to get to the bottom of this. Okay. And it was like some weird half-joint EO, half-joint sharp thing. So they weren't sure. So they'd get me in a room. They'd be like, specialist strategist, we want you to know that anything you say in here is completely confidential. Okay. Did you know that someone went around all those doors scratching gay into them? Yeah. One of them was one of my doors. So you acknowledge that you had one of the doors that someone scratched gay into. Yeah. It was like a quarter of one of the floors of an entire barracks. Okay. Is there anything you want to tell us? Someone scratched gay into my door? I didn't see anything. What? This is a confidential area. Okay. Are you wanting something? I didn't scratch into my own door. Look, if you want to come out to us, we're not going to tell anyone. I'm not gay. Are you sure? Yes? If you were, then this would be a hate crime. And if I'm not, it's not? Well, man, are you saying you're gay? No. Okay. And then they let me go. And like 2 days later, they bring me back in again, except this time it'd be the other guy, sharper EO. And it'd be like, there was an incident that happened a few days ago. Okay. Anything you say in here is confidential. Sure. Do you have sexual relations with men? No! What the fuck weird ass question is that? Someone scratched gay across like 7 fucking doors. At least 2 people involved are confirmed homosexual. By itself, that should be enough that this is a hate crime. You do not need me. Stop asking me if I suck dick. I'm not gay. All right, but someone scratched gay on your door. Do they get to determine my sexuality? Like I said, it's the weirdest fucking shit. It is like I said, it's not like the programs are not done well. Like they want you to be whatever they're needing. So like Sharp, like I said, you can make the complaint or whatever. It's always going to be tracked back to you. But also secondarily, in order for them to prove that they have an existence, they're going to try to get you to be like, I need you to admit to this. Even if it's like admitting you're homosexual. And I'm like, I'm not homosexual. I'm a nerd. I'm sorry. They had brought me back in 3 times. They tried a 4th. And after the 4th one, they stopped because I just screamed at them in the open. Because I kept telling them, not gay, doing all the things, and they'd let me out. And afterwards, they're like, what do they want to talk to you about? I'm like, they keep asking me if I'm fucking gay or some shit. And everyone's like, that's fucking weird. Till they're like, special strategist, come. We need to interview you about something. Straight up. I just, in the middle of this motor pool, just screamed. And I've said before, I'm way loud, guys. I can echo off of a lot of buildings. So we have like lots of units together. Trust me, every unit heard. So I had to scream at the EO or sharp person, I'm not gay. I don't take dick. Stop asking me if I'm gay. And after that, they finally stopped harassing me to try to get me to like admit, just admit it. It's fine with us if you are, but we need you to tell us this. No, you really don't. One, I'm not. Two, there are definite homosexuals that have been involved in this fucking thing. It is a hate crime. You don't need it to be a bigger hate crime. They're done weird. I don't understand those organizations. And like I said, anytime they try to bring up numbers or math or anything, it was never done right. Their numbers were always wrong. The greatest of stories, when RG had a question if he liked dick or not, or just dicks. But like I said, that's my point though, is that you have these weird regulatory organizations in the military that are supposed to teach you about things. But then half the time, what it really just comes down to, like, if someone gives them like a bloodhound trail, that they'll hunt you down, or they'll try to hunt something down. And I'm not saying they don't have a purpose, or I'm not saying like, oh, there's false positives or anything like that. But my point is, the thing that got me in it is that they were ignoring the actual homosexual people. Like like I said, there's 2 confirmed homosexuals. They were open about it. Like, you've got your case. You do not need more people in this. So in a way, you're diminishing the people that actually got hate crimed versus the fucking nerd. You don't need me involved. I don't make your case any better. Go away. Leave me alone. Like, they never work right. I did not understand them in the military. I'm not trying to build a farm plot there. I'm trying to make this be dirt. If you were gay, that'd be okay. I mean, because it was like the weirdest shit. They were trying to be supportive and shit. And I'm like, yeah, but I'm not. And their whole thing was just based around the fact that someone had scratched it into my door. Like I said, I wasn't like the only door they had scratched it into. They'd scratched into a couple's. Go ask them. Because I didn't hear anything about them getting brought in. It's totally confidential. He is near. But, and again, my whole point to that, because we're going on to the punishment things, the woodcutter is hydrated. If somehow you get in trouble for one of those organizations, then they're your judges. If EO or Sharp gets angry at you, then the Sharp or EO representative is the one with the authority to determine what your punishment is. Unless it's something big enough that might be kicking you out of the military or something like that, in which case, I believe you get a special courts martial. That might be different now. But it was weird. Like, if Sharp was going for you, you couldn't defend yourself. It got to an issue at some point where Sharp tried to bring us into a special meeting to rat out who was turning Sharp into a verb. Because at one point there was dirt road. I can't dirt road you? What are you? Unusable, sparse, common read. Yeah, I want it to go away. Can I cut this down as a tree? Whatever, I guess that square is unusable. That's not. Build construction floor? All right, what if I build a floor on you and then destroy the floor? Maybe that'll make the thing flat. So it got to a point where people would say, like, hey, be careful when going out. Don't get drunk or whatever. You wouldn't want to get sharped, i.e. accused of sexual harassment and or assault or whatever. Because again, remember, the whole time they're doing this class like it's dare. Like, tell an adult if someone tries to give you drugs. So that's kind of what you're honing in on everyone's mind, is to report people for things. That's like our main goal. And it kind of was. Remember, it's not just for stopping assault. It was sexual harassment assault response program. So like a big core of it was just like, hey, report this. Cover your battle buddies. You see someone harassing them, you report it for them. We will have none of this. And it makes sense, don't get me wrong. But then they would get angry because then they'd be like, okay, what happened to my farms? That looks weird. I guess it's just the way it looks. They'd be like, all right, who's turning this into a verb? So they would sit there and they'd make us like waste hours of our free time. 'Cause they wouldn't do this during the workday, of course not. They'd waste hours of our free time to be like, we're gonna have a special session, everyone. And by the way, you had to go to these classes like 4 times a year minimum. You had to go like once every quarter, or else you'd forget not to rate people. So you'd go to this class, and in this special session, they're like, all right, we're gonna figure out who's trying to make sharp sound bad. Okay, because they're turning it into a verb. The hell does that mean? Oh, well, people are saying, don't sharp people, like, things like that. And we suspect it's the leadership. Like, they were trying to get the leadership in trouble because someone in the sharp program higher up had come by and heard lower level people saying it. Like, I don't know if they, like, whoever said it was as a joke or, but they heard someone using it as a verb. So they got angry at them and they're like, we're going to track down who is using this as a verb. Is this a name person I care about? Strange Moon by Dragoman. Dragoman, what do you care about? But the issue was, and I think armoring. Oh God, he's gonna want a fucking smithy. Build workshop. Metalsmith's Forge. I'll try for this. See if this works. And it came down to, I didn't get in trouble, but I got verbally told off because I had to correct them. First of all, we were like already an hour into this fucking session. It was supposed to be during our free, or supposed to be home playing video games and shit. And the problem was, through their classes, they were the ones turning it into a verb. Dwarf 1 for DV Music. Because they had set up such things as wait, if that's red, that means it hasn't reread. They would have posters set up, like their Dare posters. You have an underscore DV Music? You don't. DV Music the first. They would have posters set up like it was a Dare campaign. So, like Dare would have posters like, make this a drug-free zone. Well, the problem is Sharp did harassment and sexual assault. So you couldn't be like, make this a rape-free zone in the stairwell. It was a poster in the stairwell for this particular story. This is one I used as the example. So what Sharp would do is they had a fucking Dare poster up in the stairwell and they said, make this a sharp-free zone. So we sit there for an hour as they're like trying to breach this topic from different angles to be like, did we have a seasonal change? I haven't put you on vacation yet. Did we have a seasonal change? We must have. It's 2. My bad. Next season, if I remember. I forgot to give you your vacation. It's still up there though. See, you distracted me now. Where the fuck was I? Oh yeah, sharp free dead person. So they would have up these stupid Dare posters and shit, and like, make this a sharp free zone and so on and so forth. So they wasted over an hour of our life already being like, who's making you not understand sharp? Like I said, I don't know if they're trying to find someone specific to hunt down, or who they're trying to get us to rat on. So I end up having to stand up and I'm like, oh yeah, no, I know exactly who did it. I know exactly who's turned sharp into a verb and who's ruining the message of sharp and so on and so forth. And they were super gung-ho before I started talking about, okay, you good brave soldier willing to stand up to the evil person doing it. You rat him out. You point in this room who is ruining the sharp program. And I was like, okay, you turned it into a verb. You don't understand the message. And I'm saying this to like the sharp representative. I'm telling them that they suck at their job. I'm like, you turned into a verb. You don't understand the sharp program. You have ruined the entire message. So they got flustered and they got angry. And I'm like, no. I have proof. I'm not just saying this. I'm not just saying things for no fucking reason. Because remember, I'm standing up in front of a battery minimum. There could be units from other batteries in this giant room. I don't know how many fucking people are in there. So I am like this is a political statement at this point. I'm like, no, you did it. So I go, no. I'll give you one example. There are other examples. This is the first one I can think of. I go, you have that poster in the stairwell. You're like, yeah. I go, okay. The poster says, make this a sharp free zone. that's basically a verb because it has to be. Either you're saying make this a sexual, like a rape and sexual harassment free zone, in which case sharp is now a verb of to sexually harass, meaning you use it as a verb, or sharp is always to be an acronym, in which case your poster says this is a sexual harassment assault response program, prevention, whatever, free zone. So you're either it's a verb or you have a poster in the stairway that say that that's a rape zone because sharp is an anti-rape program and you said make this an anti-rape program zone. So either you made it a verb or we have a room that you have designated for us as the rape zone. So either you don't understand your own message or you're the one turning it into a verb. So anyways, I got in trouble. They didn't like that take. I still stand by it. Yeah, I still stand by. Like, I had to go to the back with an NCO and shit. And I'm like, it's what the poster means. How has no one ever looked at that poster in the entirety of the Sharp program and been like, this doesn't make sense? I don't remember. Are you kidding? They could have made me do push-ups for fucking 4 hours. You find anyone in the military who has to do the Sharp program, anyone, because like I said, it's like 8 hours at like 4 times a year. That's not counting EO or anything. It's like 2 days of this shit. You find anyone who has to deal with a fucking Sharp program and you give them the opportunity to point at the teacher and go, you're the rapist. You're on cloud 9. I don't know what the punishment was. I know I got brought to the back of the room and that was about all I remember. They could have made me do push-ups for fucking 4 hours straight until my bones broke. And that still would have been like one of the greatest memories of the year. No, I don't know what my punishment was. I'm fairly certain I did probably get minorly punished for causing a scene essentially, but no, but that's kind of my point though. You know, we're talking about like, oh, you know, you have to do the push-ups, you have to do this punishment. Do you have this right or do you have that right? The problem is that none of it matters. It really doesn't matter. If one of the things you can get punished for is possibly sexually harassing someone, according to the definitions of someone who doesn't know what they're doing, and you have no real means of defense. If you're in the military, you've kind of signed away a lot of your life, your rights for a while to get out. And they change how much of it you've sold off in the middle of your enlistments. Now, I'm not saying that a lot of them aren't good intentioned. I just said they're just done incompetent. They just pick whoever's doing it. Like you get to, when you're at the battery level, it's like, okay, well, all of the officers, for instance, all these brand new lieutenants and some of the NCOs, they want to get promoted. Well, if on your record it says you're a Sharp representative, then you literally have more points towards promotion. Everything you do in the military like adds to this point total. And then if you've gone to the board, going to the board says, all right, you are allowed to collect points. And then what Big Army does is they go, all right, anyone at this rank with this many points, they get promoted. It's like other than going to the board, no one's deciding anything. It's just literally by the point system. So if you want to get promoted, you just got to maximize your points. So it just incentivizes anyone and everyone to sign up to, I want to be the Sharp representative. I want to do this. I want to be that. You're not choosing anyone for quality. You're asking for volunteers of who wants to get promoted. So a lot of the programs have incompetent people doing it. Not that they're universally incompetent, just that they're not suited for that program, if that makes sense. Like when you get to a high enough rank, one of the 2 primary things people go down to get a notch in their belt before they go to a higher rank is they either go drill sergeant or they go recruiter. Like, I just remember that as a side thing. By the way, if anyone's ever talked to a recruiter, that's not his job. That recruiter dude has agreed to, for like, I don't know how long, I'm gonna say a couple years, has agreed to take it easy from military life for a couple years and bring people into the military so that when he goes back to regular military, he can be promoted and not have to deal with the same shit. It's like giving someone a carrot and being like, you know, the more people you recruit, the less chance you go back to the thing before. So, you know, you always hear these stories like sleazy recruiters and shit like that. That's why. Like, you don't sign up in the military and like, oh, I'm a recruiter. No, literally anyone and everyone gets to be a recruiter, and you just like volunteer for it so you can get bonus points to get promoted. That's it. So it leads to certain people good, like, doesn't matter how competent they are at normal things, they're just not going to be great at that. Yeah. I did try to min-max my point total, but the problem is I was never officially allowed into a board. I passed 2 boards, but both times I got told that that board didn't quite count. So I was technically the highest rank I ever achieved was a specialist, but that's not right. There is like a weird half a rank that is specialist promotable. Under normal conditions, that is you have passed the board and now you're waiting for points. So it's basically if someone has promotable in their rank, it's I'm your rank, but you better kiss my ass because you never know when I'm going to outrank you and be able to tell you what to do. So for a while I was promotable, but I was never able to collect points because there was a different way to get to promotable, which is essentially sheer time in service and time in grade. But that, if you do that, then your points are always set to minimum and you're only ever promoted if there's no one else in the list to get promoted. And that's because, again, every time I went to the board, for one reason or another, that board didn't count. So anytime it was going to be a board that would have counted, politics played in and no one really wanted to bring me to the board because I didn't want to be an NCO. I wanted to be a warrant officer. That's a separate story for another day. I have told it before, but that's a separate thing entirely. Politics was at play for that one, basically. What was the initial thing? Sharp, idiots, recruiters, incompetent, punishment. Yes. So, nope, I've half lost the thread now. The whole question was, I've gone on like 2 side chains. What was the original point of this?
Sir, that dwarf's mood failed.
Why? You had everything. You literally had everything. What did you want? Did you not say you started? You gave me 2 fucking alerts. No, he wasn't the one that started. It was someone was dead. Oh my God, it was the same area. All right, well, Dragoman's dead. Dead D Dragoman. Dragoman, you got died because you didn't tell me that you were still having a mood. And I blame you. All right, Zakthos wants their skills. Zakthos, you have nothing. No. Zakthos, you know how to light a fire and maybe cut some wood. You're really great on a winter's afternoon. How do they always die? I don't know. Dormant skills, push, vacation. Where is that? Okay, we're about to have it anyways. Fuck, you guys distracted me. I was going somewhere with my topic. Why do I have so many bins? I'm supposed to be making blocks, not bins. Or are these all blocks? Those are blocks. They look like bins. I need more bins. That's the issue. Do you know how to deal with dwarves getting stuck up trees? I just cut the tree down. They're gonna get hurt, but yeah. I try to not let them get up there. Or you could do that. I like that idea too. If they listen to the burrow. Punishment. Yes. All right. So to sum up, I don't remember what the actual specific question was at the beginning of the game, but a primary issue is your punishments are determined in no small part by who has determined you have done something that is punishable. And whoever has determined that you have done something punishable is what determines what your punishments are and what rights you have to argue your case. So all the way back to the first question of, did I have to do lots of push-ups in the army? Yes. But most of them were probably because I was being a smartass. After this, Sub-Officer Dakin's got vacation time, and I got 2 sets of push-ups to do. My pillow has fallen. I need a new one of these chairs. This chair is like falling apart on me. It's been a couple years, but I keep getting surprised when they fall apart. Swoopy. Why not both? Because if you're a dumbass, you get the job. If you're a smartass, you get punished by the dumbass. That's why. Not likely to punish yourself. That's rude. Like I said, a lot of them aren't that bad. It's just the situation that's bad. Sub-Officer Dakin with vacation time. There you go. Sub-Officer Dakin, you are free for a season. Yeah, well, now it's different for a drill sergeant. The drill sergeant has a purpose with their punishments. Like what I was talking about was just like regular sergeants and shit. Drill sergeants have actually been like, it's weird to say, but drill sergeants have been nerfed recently. They keep getting rid of what drill sergeants can do. So the point of a drill sergeant is to get you ready to die. I know that sounds extreme, but the idea of a drill sergeant for a lot of them is to get you ready or set up, build in. For the idea of you're going to have to do military things, but also during it, at any point in time, you could suddenly be in a high stress environment. So if a drill sergeant is going to run up to someone as soon as they make a mistake, they need to do 2 things. 1, make them understand to not do that mistake. And 2, make them get used to having to correct for a mistake in a suddenly high stress environment. So a drill sergeant is going to be running up in your face and screaming at you. And most of these people have never been screamed at or anything in their life before. So suddenly it's like really fucking stressful. And there are a lot of people whose minds in those situations just kind of lock down. So what you're trying to do is to get them almost to like muscle memory, understand like I'm going to say the stress failure response. To understand that the stress failure response is to just keep doing your orders. Do what you're told. Because in a drill sergeant, he's going to yell at you no matter what. You make a mistake, there is nothing you can do other than to get lucky and make him laugh that's going to get him to stop yelling at you. But he will yell at you less if you fix it while he's yelling at you, because then he has nothing to yell about. It's this weird thing where I don't know if I wouldn't necessarily say try it, but I've seen it a lot of times. And I think if any of you have been in the military, you can back this up. You can get people that are like so drunk or whatever, they can't get anything done. And you can give them orders like they're still in the military, and they'll be able to do it perfectly. but only under the guise of following orders. And that's kind of my point. That's what the drill sergeant is doing, is getting your brain wired to be like, this takes priority over everything else. If you've seen like a drunk soldier or wherever, be like, fuck, I think I even saw on a TV show recently, fucking saw a clip of a British gangster show on YouTube called Peaky Blinders. Apparently there was a dude who was in the military or something. He was having like some PTSD flashback or something like that. He was just screaming he had a gun or whatever. And the one gentleman yelled at him, whatever his name was, attention. And the guy immediately drops the gun and goes to attention. Well, that's not like a crazy thing. That actually happens. Not just the PTSD part, but like getting through to people who your like regular conversations aren't getting through to, and for some reason all they're responding to is like military commands sort of thing. I've seen a couple times. We either had there was one gentleman who came into the barracks dead. Why? Who came into the barracks drunk and had passed out. Like, the barracks has a thing called CQ, and then depending upon the barracks, it's like a little tiny office. But in Fort Sill, CQ is like this little desk thing in like a little rec room. So they have a TV in there that no one ever uses, because who's going to want to watch TV by an NCO who's on 24-hour shift and hates everyone? It's not going to happen. So that rec room was never used, except for, you know, people who are too drunk to think straight. So this dude, he wanders in. He sits down on the couch. I think he was drunk because like a girl broke up with him or something like that. I remember the exact story. I was on CQ, by the way, if I hadn't been clear about that. I was on CQ. I forget who the officer was with. I forget his name. Anyways, he was doing things on his phone and being sad, but at some point he just kind of passes the fuck out. So Sergeant tries to like wake him to get him to his barracks room or whatever, and he's like, yeah, sorry, and he's like fucking mumbling and shit like that. Sergeant just goes, private, whatever the fuck his name is, private fucker, attention. And the dude, like I said, previously he was barely coherent, and he's still barely coherent, but he stands straight to attention. He goes right face. The guy does a perfect right face, and he marched him out and marched him essentially to his room. Like I said, previously the dude was like half passed out or whatever. Like, it's fucking weird. It is a thing though. So I understand drill sergeants unnecessarily punishing people and yelling at them and shit, which is why I find it really weird and concerning when they've been nerfing them recently, where they're like, you can't do the shark attack and you can't do this, and we need to have a nicer military. No, you can, if you want to change those rules for later on, go ahead. But if you like, there's a reason why drill sergeants are like that. You're going to possibly make a mistake in a battlefield with people shooting at you. You cannot still have the deer in the headlights response. If your regular response is a shut down mentally, but you do exactly what someone's telling you to do, that is preferable to a guy doing nothing. Even if you don't do it well, the military would rather you like have a, again, failure response of, all right, this is what I'm told to do. I'm not thinking, I'm just doing that because I'm so fucking scared. The military would much rather that than to have a bunch of people just lock up and do nothing. But like I said, if they're getting rid of that from the drill sergeants and the fear of God is literally not driven into these people, I don't see how that's going to work. Trauma-based conditioning is real. That's the basis of it. The U.S. is nearly yeah. Like I said, you could say that sounds harsh and bad, and I could see it from an outside standpoint why someone would be like, that's horrible. Why would you fucking do that? Essentially to innocent people, you know? But like, if you don't do it, you don't want them to learn it in the middle of war. You know? Like, I could see why anyone would say that's fucked up, but I can see why it, I guess, was done, because they're trying to get rid of it for some fucking reason. Yeah. It's useful. It may not be something that would be necessarily more morally sound, but it's useful. Because Because there's some people that come out of like basic with almost horror stories. And I would not say that their horror stories are weak or that maybe they, you know, they would need to like, oh, just get over it. It's basic training. No, some things can happen in basic training. Sometimes a drill sergeant can take it too far. And some people are just not able to take that sort of trauma, or they have previous life things and it compounds it and makes it worse. These are all possible. But you're going to want to run the risk of someone having, I'll say, a bad reaction to it, like 1 in 1,000, 1 in 10,000 soldiers, if it means that everyone else responds at least somewhat better in combat. So drill sergeants know, the drill sergeant version of it makes sense. Once you get beyond that, though, it really kind of doesn't. And like I said, the secondary issue is as people get promoted, as you go up this promotion rank, so it's easier and easier to figure out, not another mood, who has said what or done whatever. He's not moving either. I'm so fucking tired. Just have a mood for something I apparently have access to, because the rest of you are bitching for no reason. What are you? A woodworker. I have a crafts dwarf. I have a carpenter's. I got rid of my bowyer, but I don't think he's going moody for a bowyer. Adept clothier. No, he is a bowyer too. All right, he's either having a mood for clothes or he's having a mood for bowyery again. I don't need another bowyer, but whatever. Let's do this. Let's see if it's bowyers first. Hopefully it is. Bowyers, I think, are easier to handle. Where's my building? So I don't think any of these are bowyers. Wait, no. Can't be. We do have a bowyers. That means it's clothiers. So I don't think we have a clothier. I think I got rid of the clothiers. Okay. There you go, I guess. Why do my farms look weird? Are my farmers not farming? We do not have silk or cloth. We might. You don't know what we have. I got 2 pigtail cloth, and I got a bunch of pigtail thread. So as long as he doesn't ask for silk, we're good. Assuming he is, in fact, a clothier. He's a clothier. Please don't ask for silk. Domine wants their dwarves description. Give me a sec, Domine. No, he's already bitching. I guess he does want silk. Where's he start? Why do I keep asking for stupid shit? Dude, how many fucking steps do you... He just wants 1 stack cloth. So yeah, I'm guessing he's wanting silk. It didn't say silk, but it say silk be different. All right, you said, read my description, Domine. Domine the First. Domine is almost never sick and very strong, but is very slow to heal, quite clumsy, and very quick to tire. Domine likes rhyolite, sterling silver, onyx, hagfish leather, giant deer tooth, sheep wool, the color dark green, weapon racks, and cows for their haunting moos. When possible, they prefer to consume papaya wine and absolutely detest oysters. Domine has very good creativity, but poor empathy, little natural inclination toward music, and little linguistic ability. They personally value tradition, and they dream of mastering a skill. And this dream was realized. They dreamt of mastering a skill. It's gonna be a weak armor, maybe. Yeah. There's a YouTube channel called Angry Cops. There's a YouTube channel called Angry Cops. I think that gentleman is right now a cop. I don't think he's in the military anymore. He might be National Guard still. I can't ever figure out what he actually is. But he used to be a drill sergeant. Papaya wine sounds good. I'll take your word for it. He's had a couple of like stories of idiots. One of which was this kid who broke out of, I mean, there's a bunch of that involved basic training. But one of them was this kid who somehow broke out of basic training with his M16, held a bus up at gunpoint, had it go down a while, then ordered everyone off the bus, kidnapped the bus, or stole the bus, drove it a little bit and then crashed the bus to try to run off on his own. So he's trying to get back to Jersey from Texas. I think it was Texas. Those are the idiots you don't want in basic. Oh yeah, I remember that. Now, on one hand, whoever his unit was, his NCOs, the drill sergeants, they lots of trouble. You never lose track of a fucking soldier, particularly if they still have a gun. How the hell did you lose track of them? I don't know. So they probably got in lots of trouble. And on one hand, it's not necessarily their fault the guy was crazy or whatever, but also you should have control of that man. But second of all, if you have a nicer, like, basic training that everyone gets through, do you want him fucking making stupid decisions like that, like out in the combat zone? I'm not saying that the preferred thing is to drive everyone to insanity and see who snaps first, but I mean, it's kind of a major success story for basic if they caught him that early, or if they made him reveal how he reacts to things like that. That is a weird leap in logic. Like, this is a good idea. What? This is what stupid people do. All right, he has a mood. I'm gonna check it. I'm gonna check to make sure it's silk before I go crazy. Yeah, it's silk. We knew it was, but now we know. I don't think I can do anything for him. I think he's dead. I think there were some maps, some webs. So if I make a loom, maybe the loom will handle it for me. Got too much shit up here for outside area. All right, their things have been kind of done. 1, 2. I need more cabinets and chests from the carpenter. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Go with that. Oh, do we have human traders? Holy shit, we do have traders. Good call. Where are our crafts? We were definitely making them earlier. We should have some. All right, the game is fucking with me. We had crafts. We watched the thing saying it was making crafts. Where the fuck are our crafts? No, he was literally making crafts. We saw it say crafts. All right, we'll find something else to trade him. We watched this man making crafts, and now it says, oh, no, you don't have any more. What's in here? What are these? Why are these not showing in the finished good area? Here are our crafts. All right, auto trade. Auto trade this. Gives them those crafts. Is it because they're in a bin? It shouldn't be. We have a mandate that says we can't do crafts. Export of crowns prohibited. They banned all those boxes because they each have a crown in it because there's a mandate to not trade away crowns. So it's not showing up. If I go in here and do G and turn off culling on mandates, now we'll probably find crafts. You stupid idiots. Don't give away any crowns. We want to die. Fuck, they're already leaving. Put the crafts in. Trader requested. Stop socializing. Now we're being interrupted by a capybara. Now is not the time to have capybaras. I don't even know which one's causing us issues. I heard a fight. This one. Kill him. I think he's dead. Good job. Back up here. Why are you watching a bow making demonstration? Come trade. I don't understand how a bow making demonstration can take priority. I think he's already going to kill it on his own. I think this is, nope, that's not Capybara blood. That's him. He's getting fucked up. Kill that. Can you please stop watching a bow making? I think certain time sensitive jobs should have higher priority. Like I would set this as priority 1. Like if I've said I need a trader here, then guess what? I need a trader here. That's all right. You didn't have a job to Chulu. We didn't want that silk. Glad we all know that we didn't want that silk. All right, the loom is weaving thread in the cloth. No, you idiot. Workshop orders. Auto loom dyed thread. Cancel that. We're going to collect webs. What do you mean there's not webs? We saw them at the beginning of the map. There was brown recluse spider silk, brown recluse man spider silk. Where did the man silk go? We had a bunch of man silk up top, didn't we? All right, well, no silk then. We just get to all die. Cool. Dude, fuck that mine. Shaft bending seminar. Is Remy doing this presentation? First of all, where's Tachulu? He is doing the bow making. All right. Who is leading bow making? Mean caught some woodworker. Wait, no, there's another one. Everyone's bow making. Missed him, a blacksmith. Or one of those two. Think rain destroys webs. Oh no. Wish I had known that. I would have had him grab it earlier. Now we can have this guy go crazy. Who is it again? Who's gonna snap because I can't get silk? Oh, that's an unnamed dude. Kind of blows still though. All right. Me HS. All my drinks. Drinks are getting kind of low again. But it's on repeat. Looks like the farmers are finally starting to farm correctly again. Like I said, we will start sorting them out. I'm just trying to get the bedrooms and shit completely set up. Also down below, we had 6, 12, 18. The middle area is done, so we have the 18 done. Up top, we're doing the 16. That is 34 so far, leading us about 18 more to do for the down deep. And we started mining an area to count as the down deep over here. I'm just gonna go down that far so far. By the way, where's the bottom floor? We should check to make sure how deep our map is. Oh, it is a very deep map. Okay, we are not on a flat world, folks. That's a good question. Joey Bag of Donuts. He's sleeping in his bed. Joey. Joey, how you doing? You been getting skills, Joey? We should put him in the military, shouldn't we? I don't think Joey's in the military. He's apparently been leveling up bowyery, stone crafting, setting bones. So he knows how to make a crossbow, make it look pretty, and then fix your bone after he shoots you. Get up in here, Joey. There you go. We all know that's where he's supposed to be anyways. Because we have to do secondary rooms. Like the whole part of this, there's supposed to be separate dining rooms and shit too. I never made that over here. That's probably what this room's going to be up here, is their dining room. Which means I'm gonna need the mason to just start cranking things out. Table, 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 table. Make them out. Take them out of dacite, just so I can get rid of this crap. There you go. I don't have to worry about dacite anymore for a minute. All the beds are made. My woodworking is now... No, all the beds aren't actually made. We've only done 2 of the areas. Bring in the were-rhinoceros and let God sort them out. So shall it be, as it was, as it ever were. It's actually a good point, though. I don't have clothing growing. Build... plot. I hate the fucking ground in the middle, though. Like, this one would be decent if it wasn't one square of obnoxiousness in the middle. I could try mudding it. If I put mud there, it should be fine. Pitch pond? I have to be above to make it a pit pond, don't I? Remove, remove. So I don't want to destroy what grass I have because I don't know what's below it. I'll remove that, make a wall, go over, pit pond it, drop water on it, have the 4x4, use that for clothing. I would like a bigger area for clothing, but we'll just have a 4x4 for clothing, work on the rest later. You see me building pretty much on top of everything. Yes? What I'm doing is, okay. I think I see what you're saying, and that's why in my thing I said striated. I'm doing decentralized like this. I'm doing a vertical cut across for the different areas. Otherwise, it would just be on top of the map. Because, like, you have 3 ways to do it. Horizontal, vertical, or horizontal and vertical. I believe from your verbiage, you're assuming decentralized has to be horizontal. I'm doing it vertical. I'm going to have one pipe to go down to get them down there. And then no one should be going up or down other than delivering food. Like, it's going to be 3 different bases. But there's no reason to go around the map. That's just crazy. If that makes sense. Because otherwise, it would be like sideways. You just have 3 people above and you would never be mining. Like, I'm wanting to mine down. Weeb nerds, I have a Weeb nerd question. I watched like the first 12 episodes of Demon Hunter. Which one's Demon Hunter? What the hell's with the bronze or bamboo gag on the demon girl? After sleeping with that there for over 2 years, gotta have fucked up her teeth. You're talking about fucking the little girl in the backpack? That's so she doesn't kill people. That's like the first episode. What do you mean you watched the first? That's literally, they told you that in like episode 1, didn't they? She got bitten or whatever. It's been a while, so bear with me on any of the details. If anyone wants to actually me, go ahead, but forgive me my transgressions. She got infected with the demon shit. She's going to be a demon. But he's like, oh, here's magical bamboo thing or whatever. Put this in your teeth so that you don't want to, in fact, clamp your teeth around human flesh. That's why she's saying. It just happens to be there after he wakes up. Yeah, because the other guy did it, didn't he? Or no, she did it. She was like, I don't want to eat my brother, so she put the bamboo there. It's been a while, but I could have I could have sworn that was from like episode 1. Now, about to look this up myself. Yeah, the dude did it. Yeah. The dude. Yeah, that. Yeah. That's the explanation. If there's a dude who's like 10 times your strength, bops you unconscious, and then you wake up and something has changed, he's the one that did it. He's like, hey, don't let her eat people. She's got a gag in her mouth. Yeah, the gag is to stop her from eating people. It's there in episode 1. It doesn't need to be verbally explained. This has been like a trope in movies and TV shows for like ever. You have a dude picks up cursed sword. Cursed sword makes him try to kill other dude. Other dude knocks him unconscious. He wakes up, doesn't have the sword anymore. And he's like, you shouldn't wield that sword. The sword's gonna fucking try to kill you. Where did the sword go? The dude took it. The dude that knocked you unconscious. The dude who is teaching you something. He's the one that did the change. God. Fucking whatever his name is. He did it. That's a standard TV thing. As a matter of fact, if that's not who did it, if they tried to retcon that to be something else, then I'd be annoyed. I'd be like, no, that doesn't make sense. That's not how this works. But no, what show is this? So there's a show called Demon Hunter, and they've actually had a very successful movie released in the West. And there are demons, and they eat people. And it's been forever, so I don't remember the beginning, but I think his family gets killed. Yeah, I didn't have silk for you. Good luck with that. His family gets killed, and his sister gets bitten. Or something. She gets infected. So then some dude who fucking failed to kill the demon, but why are you not putting this man down? Is he good? Jesus. This demon hunter who failed to kill the demon before it fucked up their family shows up and he's like, yo, your sister, she's fucking evil. She's infected. She's gonna be the zombie. She's gonna be the demon. That's how it works. I've got to put her down. Main character, I'm forgetting his name. He's like, no, she's my sister. I will kill you to keep her safe. And he's like, shit, I'm gonna have to kill you to put her down because she's a demon. And I'm gonna fucking kill her because I'm a demon killer and it's what I do. So he goes to kill the brother, and I think he raffle stomps him. He just fucking beats his ass onto the ground. And then he's going to do something to him, and then she shows up, and she's like, she didn't say anything, but she's like showing symptoms of demonicism or something, if I remember correctly. And she's like, I'm going to kill you because he's my brother. And he's like, oh, look at this. The power of sibling love has overcome demon power. I have an idea. Boop. And he knocks her unconscious. And then they all wake up and he goes, hey, she hasn't consumed human blood yet, meaning she's not technically gone full demon. And she really did want to protect you. So I'm just going to assume that you have the force of will to understand that you should never let her get human blood. And she's got a bamboo thing in her mouth so that she cannot bite people. So the brother is not going to pick up his sword to go demon slaying. And his sister is a demon who will also help him with demon slaying. She's just not evil because she hasn't consumed blood and she has a signature bamboo mouthpiece. As part of her demon abilities, she appears to have the ability to shape change and change her size because she shrinks down into like the size of a 4-year-old and just sits in his backpack during like a lot of the show. But she can go back to regular size and fight people. And there was in the news about 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago of them trying to cancel the show because something happened. At this point, I haven't watched the show in forever, so I don't actually know the actual fight scene. But in some fight scene, she grew into a bigger, more adultier version of even her default self. And apparently this one had bigger tits or something. So they try to cancel the show saying that they were sexualizing a little girl because she had the small girl form. But she wasn't small girl with big tits. She was small girl transformed to regular age, transformed to stronger, adultier woman. So then there was this big hullabaloo on the internet of, well, what counts as a demon's real age? Should it be appropriate for this chick to have tits? I remember that being in the news. Damn it, spoilers. I didn't know she got tiggle bitties. It was in the news. I don't know. I assume that's why you started watching it, because you said I've had enough time to watch the first 12 episodes. I just made the assumption that if you started watching recently, it's because you saw in the news that there was a chick with big tits. Like I said, I don't know the specifics of it. Maybe it wasn't even big tits. Maybe they just showed more tits. I don't know. But they were like, we feel like this is sexualizing her, and she has a young girl form. Ergo, through the properties of a state-based effect, they are sexualizing a body form that also has a separate form that is a child. Ergo, you are sexualizing a form that at one point was a child. I don't know. People get angry for the dumbest things. What was I doing? Guy got angry. I probably need the hospital. Oh yeah, we're trying to make the dining room upstairs for the people that are going to be up here. I heard the stream was talking about big titties. Man, that spread fast. Also, wait, hold on. Someone's vacation has ended. I don't know if I gave you an extra long vacation, but your vacation has ended. Who was it? I got rid of it. I think it was a W? No. Sub-officer. Were you on vacation? Yes. That one's Sub-Officer Dakin. And you were doing cooking. There you go. Sub-Officer Dakin's thing is Coca-Cola wants to be in the military. No, I was discussing, I'm forgetting the term. The uprising, the shenanigans, the complaining. I'm forgetting the proper term. The people complaining on the internet. There's a term for it. About the show Demon Hunter, because the female whose name is Nezuko apparently had a transformation where she either got big tits or she showed more tits or something. And people were saying that that was sexualizing a young girl because she spends most of her time as the form of a small child that hides in his backpack. She has a chibi form. People were saying you can't sexualize her ever because at some point she can turn into a chibi. If you can turn into a chibi, you can't be sexual. That is apparently the rules that some people on the internet have made. Push-ups, Dwarven description, I did. So I think I am caught up. Just want to know about the gag. The gag was placed there by the dude who, when he wakes up, was like, wow, you should make sure she doesn't eat the humans. Apparently, the show doesn't explain it verbally, but to be fair, I will defend that because that is a trope. That is a thing that a lot of shows and stuff do. And like the main reason why I want to defend that is not well, you should just learn to you should just learn this shit. Is the more that shows are able to just kind of rely on tropes and knowledge of it, the less time shows waste on fucking, not exponential dumps. It's an E word, where they just tell you what's going on. I would rather a show just assume that you know what's going on via trope than actually sit there and explain what's exposition. I would rather a show rely on tropes than to have exposition dumps. Yes, thank you. There are an awful lot of actual bad things. That's not even on the list. Exposition, yes. So in this particular case, I will have to take an adversarial position to you not understanding that. Because if you don't understand it, I feel like others might not have understood it. And if too many people complain about it, then we're going to end up with Overwatch 2. Because Blizzard does know how to make games. No, genuinely though, that's just a trope thing. The guy put it there. If there's ever a fight where the main characters or whatever go unconscious and upon waking up, something has changed and the guy who knocked them unconscious is telling them something, you can just assume that that guy did it. If the show later on decides to, for some reason, be like, oh, while you were unconscious, someone else came by and he's the one who did it, that's bad storytelling. At this point, though, if a guy has you unconscious, you can just assume that you're under his control. Any change is to be blamed on that individual character. When has Blizzard ever made a game? It's not the trope of gags. Okay, I'm just saying the trope is if there's something fundamentally different with the main characters after they have been knocked unconscious by a bad guy, you can blame that bad guy for what has changed. I.e., where did the gag come from? He put it there. In this case, you can assume that the gag is enchanted or something, because if he put it there and his big learning point for the main character was, don't ever let her consume human blood, because that's the only reason why she's not a complete demon is she has not done that, then somehow that gag is there to stop her consuming human blood. So admittedly, I don't remember the specifics of the gag or anything like that. It could literally just be something physical, like, hey, you won't accidentally consume blood because there's a gag in your mouth, or this will reduce your thirst for human blood or something. I don't fucking remember the specifics. But the gag has something to do with her staying sane. If she doesn't have the gag, she's likely to fall prey to becoming a full demon. Bad times. If she does have the gag, one way or another, perhaps the show explains it later, she is prevented from becoming a demon. You can just make the assumption that it does it somehow, some way, because the bad guy that knocked him out, that's what he said when they woke up. He was like, don't let her bite people. She has a gag in her mouth. We can just assume that did it. Yeah. Yeah, that's common reference. That's what a trope is. Tropes are just common references. Stop it, I don't care. I've told you guys so many times what I want. I like to start the manga more when it developed into classic shonen tropes. Again, whether or not the show goes anywhere with it or whatever, like I said, I haven't watched it personally. From what I understand, like I said, it made good money. I'm assuming it's a good show and things. I don't have anything on the plot itself. Just that's what you can assume. I feel like I've gone a really long time without consuming human blood or flesh. Maybe that's why I'm not a demon. This is true. But have you yourself been infected by demon blood recently? That's a key to it as well, because it's contagious. But no, I've brought it up before, and I will always bring it up, even if it's like just for purely like educational purposes, assuming the site is still up. I don't see why the site would go down. There is a site called TV Tropes. Let me make sure it's still up. I don't want to tell you guys about a site to be wrong. Now, a lot of people reference this for memes and shit. It is still up. And what TV Tropes does is it lists out the tropes, and you can find by show what tropes are in it, or by trope what shows have it, and or their cross references. Like I said, a lot of people just do it for like these are where the awesome things are, because there are some tropes that I think TV Tropes kind of just half made up so that people could gush about goofy things. Like fridge logic wasn't necessarily itself a trope to begin with. Things like that. But you can also find in the list the actual just list of all tropes. These are what are common tropes throughout stories nowadays, so on and so forth. And that can give you, it goes back to, there was a French thing. Hold on. I'm gonna try to sound way more fancy than I am. I can tie this into something that will be better. Art comedy. The Commedia dell'arte. I think that's what it was called. The Commedia dell'arte. I don't entirely know what that translates to. I just always remember it in my head as art comedy. There was a style of acting in France in some period of time that I cannot fucking remember, where they just had the same characters. So if one of the actors was, say, wearing a certain hat or a certain ribbon, then you knew that that was the character from this other play. Even if you had a different name, that this is how that character was going to act, so that they cut out all exposition. It's like maybe not the source of tropes, but it's like a good cementing of what a trope is. Because in France, they literally was like, all right, if this guy's brash, this is what he has to wear. If this chick's a seductress, this is what she has to wear. So that you could see a character be like, oh, hello, Susan. And you'd be like, Susan's wearing the blue bow. She's a slut. Or whatever the actual tropes were in the fucking France thing. God, I think it's France. But it's the same. It's kind of the same thing. So if you go to TV Tropes, and again, like I said, a lot of it's actually more for comedy and things like that. But if you track down their list of tropes of evil glasses guy, like I said, some of them are named fucking weird, but like the big hero, the pirate with the thief with the heart of gold, things like that, and see how many shows do that trope. But also you can see how every show has approached that trope. You can see like the variants of it. Like I said, if for nothing else, if you got like a few minutes, you're bored or whatever, you're wanting some entertainment, but also you want to excuse it with, this is educational, go to TV Tropes at some point. Don't go to your favorite show and then read what tropes are in your favorite show. And then go from there and start reading other tropes, because it'll start making patterns and things stick out. So nowadays, a lot of tropes are actually, they're set as bad things. Like, oh, you're doing that thing because it's sexist and shit like that. You have like, oh, you have the damsel in distress. Used to be a very popular trope. However, nowadays, of course, it's sexist and things like that. And okay, but you can now see if someone's doing, if you learn about that trope, you can recognize that someone's doing the trope. Whether or not you think the trope is a good plot point anymore to be using, that's fine. But it's easier to recognize the trope and understand story beats if you've researched the tropes. You don't need to go to school and learn about movie making and shit to understand plot points. Just go to TV Tropes. Just go to TV Tropes, pick your top 3 fucking TV shows, anime, books. They have comics and shit in there. They break down a lot of shit, movies, whatever, and just read up all the tropes that your movie and shit had. Now, like I said, some of them are actually just comedic kind of things, oh, this is what's funny. This is the Three Stooges or whatever. Not all of it's directly a proper trope, just more people have voted this is the cool point in the story. I think they call it the crowning moment of awesome. They have 3 different crowning moments. They have the crowning moment of awesome, the crowning moment of fucking funny, and stupid shits like fridge thoughts or fridge moments. They're not, those ones technically aren't tropes. It can't be a trope that the show has the heroes being victorious. It's not a trope, it's a plot. But, you know, it makes sense. You list out where in each show is its crowning moment of awesome, things like that. So not everything there is listed as actually a trope, kind of by the definition I'm trying to use it for. It might actually technically meet the definition of trope, I'm not sure. But you can learn a lot of things from that. And my point being, though, anything that you would describe as a common reference, that's actually just a trope. That's all a trope is a common reference. Yeah, if you write stories at all, if you DM, if you write stories, you got to at some point do TV tropes. Like I'm unironically listing a site where I'm fairly certain half of it is just memes. I'm unironically listing it as a research point for better stories. It's like an index of how other people have done those stories. If you're thinking about doing like a horror story, look up tropes from horror movies to see how other people have done it. Not like, oh, this is how many people did the killed a virgin last, but also to see how each of these things did their take on it. How many different ways can you approach the virgin dies last, the slut dies first? Like, these are important things to be aware of. Not just that they exist, but how interpretations can be made on it. Because if you don't have certain plot points, your story can feel wrong or weird. Even if people can't identify why those plot points are important, sometimes it can feel wrong without at least a certain amount of some of these things. It's one of the reasons why a lot of movies recently don't work. Like any movie or whatever where the director has done an excuse for a decision of theirs as subverting expectations, they feel wrong. Like whatever your opinion is on, well, this guy's a good director, that guy's a good director, he's bad, whatever. I'm not like attacking any specific thing. On the average, an expectation subverted, if it's just done generally, isn't because like your expectation in that movie or that lore was subverted. It's because a trope was subverted. And if a trope is not done backwards from the beginning, it does not feel right. It doesn't feel right to the watcher, the reader. In D&D or any other RPG, it doesn't feel right to the players. It feels wrong. And that's because everyone else who's done that thing, you have a general idea of what's going to happen. If someone in the story is going to say, it's my last day, like I retire in 3 weeks, one of two things is going to happen. That man's about to die, or he's not, which sounds like that doesn't mean anything. If he's not, then it's kind of done from the beginning as you're expecting him to die. But he's the one that gets if he doesn't die, he has to be like one of the few that do live. Either he's the first one dead or he's one of the few that actually got away. If you're like, oh, well, he has 3 weeks to live, and then like everyone lives, including him, if anyone thinks about it, it just becomes, why the fuck did that guy say he only had 3 weeks till retirement? That doesn't do, like, you're like that, like, this doesn't feel like a wrong plot point. It feels like a character arc that wasn't developed. Like there's certain ways information can go, and that's because that's the way it's always gone. Which sounds like, well, then you can't do anything original. Hence why you find the different ways of how people have interpreted it, like to see how people have pushed the boundary, to see how it works. Someone's just like, I subverted expectations. And they're like, oh, I had a guy say it and it just didn't mean anything for no fucking reason. Or the guy's like, I had 3 weeks of retirement. And then he just leaves, never comes back. Why was he in the movie? You know, things like that. Like tropes are a good foundational basis for storytelling. Yeah, going in through the sewer. Character arc, yeah. I know it's a subset of tropes, but the point is I was trying to go with things that I knew people would recognize immediately. If you go to TV tropes, there's a bigger list. There's a much bigger list of certain actions that lead to actions. Chekhov's gun is a trope. I brought that up a couple times whenever I've essentially badmouthed the show or whatever, of being like, why did they mention this power if it never came up? Chekhov's gun is a trope, things like that. I focus a lot on character archetypes because I DM and do D&D. So my focus is mostly on character archetypes, but also my players' character archetypes. Even if they don't know that they're playing a character, you know what tropes always work with the character they're playing. So most of my knowledge is character archetypes, just because most of my focus is D&D and shit. Wrong button, caps lock is on. Are dwarves tropes? Yes. Dwarf Fortress is on TV tropes. Like, it's not just TV shows. TV tropes. Dwarf Fortress. Video games. Dwarf Fortress TV tropes. Tropes A to D. A. 1. Abnormal ammo. You can encrust your ammunition with bone, wood, or even gym decorations. In adventure mode, the game is perfectly fine, allowing you to use a limb from a being made of magma or something similarly hazardous to hold as a long dart. If I open up abnormal ammo, when an awesome looking weapon isn't possible, awesome ammunition is. Abnormal ammo covers exotic substitutions of practical ammunition, as well as ammunition that works only for the rule of cool. Most people don't have a weapon that shoots glasses of milk, but in fiction, there's no shortage of strange weapons with unusual discharge. All bets are off if a catapult comes into play. Even in real life, practical ammunition like boulders and gravel were frequently replaced by low-tech biological weapons. See dead or diseased animals or incendiary devices. Greek fire. Like, Dwarf Fortress is there. That was like the first trope. And it's talking about how Dwarf Fortress, thank you for following.
Thank you so much.
The first trope is talking about how gym decorations mean you can have like, why is that ammunition? And the actual trope is people having like magical nonsense guns. That's just like the first trope. Like everything's got tropes. Everything has tropes. And it's like, everyone's got interpretations of it, but they're guidelines, but there are guidelines. If you're going to have the trope, it has to kind of follow in the guidelines. A lot of tropes are very general in their guidelines, but some of them kind of more close, because if you're outside the guidelines, then you're in a different trope. There are a lot of tropes that are close together. And the follower was rub jelly on me. Oh, sweet jelly. Thank you. Yeah, genre cues. There's a show called Tucka and Birdie, and that just has this massive list. Dude, they all have massive lists of tropes. They all have massive lists of tropes. All of them. I'm not going to lie. There was a time when I was deployed to the Middle East that my entertainment came from TV tropes. Because we couldn't get unless you were in this one mental MWR, mental welfare recreation, wherever the fuck MWR stands for, they had internet, but anything else, because it was it's military shit, you nothing was really open. But for some reason, TV tropes was. So if you wanted to try to relive old shows or whatever that you didn't really have, I just read the tropes of them. Isn't Fallout Vegas Old World Blues? Another good example of trope. A female character's body parts are slightly exaggerated, and that leads to bad people complaining about it on the internet. There's a good place to learn about character archetypes. Same place. Like I said, TV tropes covers them all. They just might have weird names. Like I said, that's the one issue, is that before things were called tropes, they used to be called archetypes. If any of you, I don't know if they still teach them now as archetypes, but it used to be that if you were in an English class or a writing class or whatever, they would discuss archetypes. And for practice, at least in my class, they had a deck, they shuffled a deck, everyone drew 3 cards. These are the archetypes you have to use. I've just now realized that's what my memes list is. Archetypes is the term that I've been trying to figure out for months. Archetypes. It used to be called archetypes. Archetype names made sense because they were made by English majors to make sense of stories. TV tropes might have the old archetypes there, but they'll have the internet name for it. That's the one issue I have with TV tropes, is that's why I think sometimes people look into it and they think it's just funny shit, because some of the names are a bit goofy. And not every topic is technically a trope, in my opinion. Like the one that's fridge logic, it is an idea of movies, but the thing itself isn't a trope because it's not part of storytelling. Fridge logic is a reaction to storytelling, so it's not a trope, in my opinion, at the very least. If you don't know, by the way, fridge logic is something that makes sense when you're watching a movie, reading the book, or whatever, but then when you leave the theaters, you get home and you open your fridge. I forget who first came up with this term. Then you realize that doesn't make any fucking sense. So fridge logic is logic in a story that once you've had some time to think about it, doesn't fucking make sense. Fridge logic is Avada Kedavra from Harry Potter. It's a gun. Fridge logic, like, fridge logic is the things when you think about it make no fucking sense. So I don't think that's technically a trope. I know why it has a category, but you're not writing a story for something to not make sense. It's just something that the author maybe kind of goofed on. Fridge logic. Crowning moment of awesome. You're going to have a victory or else you don't have the culmination of the story, or a loss. Again, it's your reaction to it. So I don't think those technically should count as tropes, but they are in there. Welcome to Rant Now, Goober. What are you DMing these days? So these days, my only game, and it's admittedly been on pause for a little bit, is I've been doing a Pathfinder game where some of you might laugh at me. I have been DMing a Frostpunk game. So I was using the rules from Kingmaker and the downtime rules for building structures and guilds and shit, so that as they went out to collect things to try to build shit on their own or find people to then have them as different guild members start building things. Like, oh, you have a Carpenter's Guild rules without it being an actual Carpenter's Guild. If you have people assigned to this building, they generate this much wood per day, so on and so forth. So the players have been expanding out into the different areas to figure out what's going on. Now, I've also used this. So there is a weather timeline that keeps happening. They've been hit by blizzards and shit like that. And that causes pauses and things to major stories are going, making them go through more and more food depending upon the times. And the weather will keep getting colder. I've already put out that, like, if something says you are immune to cold, normal weather things, that'll only apply to a certain point, because regular D&D and Pathfinder rules stop. And that number is way the fuck higher than Frostpunk ever got. So I've told them, like, I'm going to have super, super cold. And those rules will not apply. I told them this before they made their characters. Those rules will help. Don't get me wrong, but they're not going to apply. At some point, you will still be getting fucking cold. And then there at a center point, that is a forest biome. I think it was forest. And then I have a map in the other room. And then around them are 6 biomes that expand out. So they have a circle of good, nice biome with some, like, CR 1 to 4 challenges. And then in the 6 major directions are different biomes. You have swamp, ocean, southeast is mountain, southwest is desert, west is hills, and northwest is plains. Plains probably be good for food, forest probably be good for wood, so on and so forth. Now, as they go out there, I've already created a randomized list of encounters that they can do while exploring those hexes using the Kingmaker rules. And then somewhere in that list, most, like, the really weak creatures of that particular, like, level 1 to 6 challenges, the weak creatures are repeatable. But once you get to halfway up, if you kill that creature won't show up again. That one's not repeatable. And then at some point, you'll be the one creature that is the highest for that level thing, i.e. the boss of that biome for that level gap. And if you've beaten that one, they probably have something to do with that area or whatever, and they will have a crystalline object. You bring the object back, that's the equivalent of upgrading the central generator. So the more crystals they collect, the more heat zone they have. The more heat zone they have, the more buildings and people they can recruit and build whatever. They can build outside of it if they spend too much time collecting people, not beating those, like, mini boss creatures. But if it's a bad enough weather, whoever you have stationed outside the heat zone, they're freezing, so on and so forth. So, and then of course, normal D&D things, they have moral dilemmas and shit. So when they went northwest into the plains area, they found a village of people who was already there before them. they all appear to essentially be soulless. Like they're doing their day-to-day activities, but they don't seem to really all be there. Like they don't have critical thinking anymore. And they found out a little bit northeast of that hex, there is a winter hag. It's cold. And basically she's made a deal with those people where she was like, I can make sure you survive this. I will handle everything, but I have to make your decisions for you. That was essentially the deal, because winter hags like to be in control. Everyone said yes. She basically stole their will, their consciousness. Like they're there, but literally she was like, I make your decisions for you. They say yes. They're now like brain controlled by her. So the party had to decide to also make a deal with her or to try to kill her. And who knows what that would do for the other village or whatever. The party, because they kind of got messed up on two of the other fights, were like, we don't want to fight her, because also they were in her house. They didn't find her out in the middle of nowhere. They wandered into her house and then were like, oh no, hag, okay. So they did her deal and they got her crystal. But now when they get up into when they're going to be proper kingmaker rules, like who's ruling what or whatever, she's already like secured a position in like the council. She's like, nope, I'm going to be the ambassador. This is what's happening now. I will give you my crystal. There were other things too. I'm not getting into all the specifics, but the primary thing that the players knew exactly what was going on was, I will give you the crystal and I'm the ambassador for your kingdom. So whenever those sort of things come up, because they're gonna have to start going back, they're at the end of a one-way portal. The middle of town, right near the heat source, is a one-way portal from a different kingdom, and that kingdom I set up to be almost semi-incompetent. Like layers of bureaucracy were involved, and those people keep sending more people through the portal. So that's how like I control their flow. Besides them finding people, is like, I'll be like, oh, here's some supplies, and every time the portal opens, that triggers a guaranteed fucking major blizzard attack instead of just your normal up-down weather things. So they're getting annoyed. Like at first they had like their first structure around the heat crystal, and then the town people sent through some supplies, like a wagon with food and grain and shit on it, and it like telefragged into their house and blew everything up because suddenly there was a wagon inside the walls. So they lost half their house in the middle of in a blizzard. So they're not happy with the town right now. Tirist Vutakidin, the woodworker, has created Dur Thuset, a rambutan wood crossbow. He claims it as a family heirloom. The Fists of Fury, a rambutan wood crossbow worth 8,400 dwarf bucks. This is a rambutan wood crossbow. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with rambutan wood. The object menaces with spikes of capybara leather. On the item is an image of 3 kangaroo fiends in obsidian. Yes, I am playing Kingmaker Frostpunk, which is basically just Frostpunk. I'm denying your request right now. That's a very fitting name. Get rid of it. I didn't even pay attention to the name. I wasn't doing more of their guilds, though. Yeah, hold on. Let me catch up on chat. Archetypes, that's a great term. Plot convenience. Arrested Development is a good example of every character is one of the major main character archetypes. My King of the Hills folders. Dude, they all, that's what I'm saying, dude. There's tons of tropes. Fridge logic sounds like suspension of disbelief and plot convenience. It is and it isn't. Like I said, it depends on who submitted what fridge topic for what show. Some of them are fucking weak. Some of them, like, only in reading it in fridge logic was I like, oh, that doesn't make sense. Karibo, Konosuba, so you're playing Kingmaker. That's a very fitting name. King Punk. Crossbow, Fist of Fury. Yes. So I have 3 players. One of which is playing a healbot. He is a life oracle, and he's got the haunted curse, and his trope is that, not his trope, his backstory essentially is that he was like kidnapped by Fae. Like he's one of those children that got kidnapped when they did like the doppelganger nonsense or whatever, or something like that. I'm forgetting what it is. He keeps changing the words on me to screw with me. There is a feat there's a feat in Pathfinder or a trait called Fey Foundling, where it's like you're a kid and you were raised by Fey. He keeps saying like, oh, I can do this because I have the trait Fey Fondled. So he keeps claiming that things have happened to him because he knows I don't like it when people say the words wrong. So he was a kid who was raised as Fey. He keeps trying to claim that something else may have happened because what else could have happened if you have the trait Fey Fondled? But that's not what the trait is. It's Fey Foundling. One person is playing a Mage Kinsai, but I think he didn't want to be Kinsai. I think it's the one that can punch. We have one guy who's a brawler with like a Jack's metal arm, and one of them who is, I'm forgetting what it is, the melee wizard. I'm forgetting the name of the class. And he also chose the trope where you punch with like a golem arm. Yeah, Kingmaker is pretty good. The only problem is you have to decide whether or not you want to use like the formula from, oh, I didn't think about this. I have to do a wall first. You have to decide if you want to use like the fan formulas, because if you have min-maxers, some of the actual pen and paper numbers for running the kingdom don't completely hold up. Like if you have someone who loves Excel and just dives into those kingdom numbers, some things aren't going to make sense. It's going to be like the SimCity 3000 thing where some guy made a city that was like just horrible to live in, but it got 6 million people in there. So there's like a fan rule set to try to make the numbers make more sense. But some of those are also kind of half goofy and exploitable in their own terms. So that's the one issue. Is yet like they only ever did the Kingmaker rules once. And then like they did like half the rules in the actual like rule set. Like if you go on to the archives of, I'm forgetting the name right now. Type in Pathfinder archives of, it's archives of like Nethys or something like that. Now I think about it. You can find like 2 separate sets of the rules. One was like toned down for non-Kingmaker. But like I said, there's also a 3rd set of the rules, which I think is what the fans came up with. No, he's not a kineticist. Excel is a fun game. Yeah, it's kind of it though. Like the actual Kingmaker rules are just designed for fucking Excel. Like look at the rules and how they tell you to do the math, and it's an Excel sheet. It's like not the greatest. I love the class kineticist. My players don't seem to. Let me put it this way. I bumped into kineticist. I was reading on kineticist. I love kineticist. Kineticist is Warlock from D&D. Kineticist is the developer who's like, I was told by my bosses to make Warlock, but I also like Avatar The Last Airbender. So what if I make a Warlock, but instead of it being based upon packs and shit, I make it to where you just choose your element. That's a kineticist, if you did not know. In my opinion, you know, this is like my opinion of Final Fantasy VIII. You know, if you disagree with me, that's fine. You probably have good reasons for disagreeing with me, but you're not going to convince me you're right. Let's go with that. I will respect your decision. Don't try to convince me to change mine. The strongest kineticist is Aether. And Aether is just telekinesis. So everyone else is supposed to be doing elements. You have a pyromancer, you have a water one, you have earth, you have air. Then they added in fucking Aether, which is kineticist. They added in plants, which is like life, and wood. And then they added in metal. Like they had the 4 elements, then they went to like the Chinese 6 element system. But there's also one in there that is Aether, and it's telekineticist. But the way they've written the rules for it, utility-wise, it is just the strongest one, hands down. In pure like force of will and what they can do, Aether is stronger than everyone else. But all their combat numbers, for some reason, are written really low. So if you like go looking up in like a hand guide to kineticist or whatever, everyone's like, Also, rule 2, avoid Aether. Aether blows. Never do Aether. It can't stand up to the other elements. In a one-on-one fight in a vacuum, this is true. I'm not arguing that. It doesn't even make a great like combo element thing. It's if you're going for combat or something like that, I'll give you that. However, the pure utility of it is it's way stronger. They don't list the time to do anything. They don't list anything. An Aether dude can pick up a mountain and drop it on you. He doesn't have an attack roll. So like his attack power does like 1d6 damage. Oh, well, also you're buried under a mountain. How long till you're dead? Figure it out. Aether is way stronger than everyone else in terms of role playing and utility. It's really, really bad at any of the numbers that declare how much official damage you can do. So don't do those. But like I said, I haven't had a chance to really play as the Aether one, which I've kind of found. What is going? Your pit pond is pond, not full. Hopefully someone will fill it. I just need 1, maybe 2 water to get dirt there. Build plot. Fuck, we have trees blocking me now. Damn it. I'm just gonna do dirt road over everything. Fuck it, erase it all. See if someone gets me some water. Someone gagging with bamboo. Just drop the mountains up. They might like it. Oh god, FF8. I hated that game so much as a kid. I didn't play another Final Fantasy until 13. Yeah, no, that makes sense. FF8 sucked at explaining what the hell the gameplay was. But FF8 is the greatest Final Fantasy. Bar none. It is the greatest one. Actually, no, to be fair, if I was to say Final Fantasy, it'd probably be something like 14. Just because 14 is able to incorporate all the other Final Fantasies. In terms of actual gameplay, like an actual single player Final Fantasy, it's the best one. Yeah, the story is shit. No one knew what was going on in Final Fantasy VIII, not even the people in it. But it has the best mechanics. If I had more knowledge and or patience and or force of will, I don't know if that's the right term, to make a game, I would genuinely just make another Final, like, not that story, but I'd make a game that was that mechanic. Bang. But no, Aether is so strong. Fire in terms of damage, was fire what I did when I was doing the video game? No, that's right. I did fire when I was playing by myself. For you guys, I played Wizard. I think I played Wizard. Fire Kineticist in terms of raw damage is the strongest damager. And it gets the strength way faster than any of the other Kineticists do. Fire, it counts as an element, so they get to touch your touch attack. It's supposed to do slightly less damage, but it has these good effects that allow it to do burst damage, right? And then at some point, you can mix a second element with your element. So if you're like Earth, you can mix air. And now you can do like, oh, I can do a stone punch, an air punch, or like this mixture sharpened stone punch or something weird. You can also mix it with itself. So if you say pick air the first time, you get to choose lightning or you get to choose air as like your basic attack. One is element, one is physical. And pros and trade-offs to each. But then when you get to like level 2, you choose the other ones. You can have like a lightning air attack, you know, things like that. I'm making it sound a lot weaker than it is. They have better terms for it, what have you. Fire, though, you don't really have other choices. So if you do fire and you choose fire again, you don't get another choice. It's just more fire. So fire goes, you can mix this in the blue fire and it super burns and it burns everywhere. So you end up like doing like 3 times the damage anyone else can do with a blue fire than anyone else can do in like their attacks and shit. So fire is for damage just the strongest. Earth is really good at making armor. Air, you fly around, you have like the longest range. Water is kind of like a decent support, kind of pretty good at healing. So there, you know, everyone does their own thing. Like I said, Aether, in terms of damage and shit like that, does nothing. It's just kineticist, or it's just telekinesis. But they end up being able to do it at like fucking almost a mile away. They can, whatever their range is, they can pickpocket, like they can control their telekinesis so well, they can go fucking, I can remember the name of the show. I can remember the theme.
Redheads must die with invisible hands. I've killed that one.
What is the show with the horned redheads that kill people with invisible hands? And it's Elfen Lied, whatever it's called. Who are you? The dude did his mood. You had a mood? Why are you down here having moods? I don't care. I don't know who you are. What was I talking about? Yeah. Telekineticist, Aether, they can end up, they're Elfen Lied. That's what they are. They have telekinetic hands. They can make it so they can steal shit at range, maximum range. But then they can also choose the shape of it. So they're like, oh, you can make it be a bowl, or you can make it be a fork. You can literally just define what the shape of your force is. It doesn't list shapes. It's not like, oh, you get 4 shapes: a bowl, a spoon, a fork, and a knife. It just says you define the shape. But it's supposed to be so precise that you can pick things up, but also you can end up picking up so much weight that you can do like a fucking mountain. You just pick it up. Here you go. Here's a mountain. And then from one range of your extension to another, it's like, oh, you can move it anywhere within your range. It doesn't define how long that takes. So the more you build your range on this, the faster you can transport shit around. If you can get it to a mile radius, you can move shit a mile in 6 seconds. So no one knows what's coming. Like if admittedly, the mountain has to be separated. I don't think you can just cut the top of the mountain off, but you can pick up a mountain's worth of weight. If I'm picking up like tons of weight over here somehow a mile away and you don't know I'm doing it, you can't react to it because you're still a mile away from me. And then next round I go, I bury you in it. You have now been buried in multiple tons of weight from something 2 miles away. According to the rules of being trapped in an avalanche and shit like that, you have 3 rounds before you suffocate and die. Like, it's so much stronger. But all the attacks are like, you do nothing. So everyone's like, oh, it's weak, but it's not weak. It's not weak. You're joking. You're joking, but yes. That could technically be one of the things, depending upon like what the rules are going with at the time. Yeah, I don't see anything against that. Like, what if the thing you're containing, like, you make it like a U? Like, let's say it's, well, no, because it's not stopping it through unless you're containing it. Okay, but what if I did this? What if the shape of my telekinesis was like that? And I have filled this with water. And then your head is in here. I'm not a water kineticist. Should have made us one lower. I'm not a water kineticist, but what is to stop me making this be my shape? And then like this area in the middle is just filled with water. So even if it's like, well, you know, if you put this around the head, it doesn't say that it's not going to let the air through or whatever, and assume that's actually touching the neck. But like, okay, I'm doing this from miles away. Now you can be like, oh, they can break through it or other things. You know, you can start arguing this thing. But my point is, if like someone's asleep or something, like it's a great assassin tool. But now everyone's like, no, it's the weakest. Makes no sense. Yeah, no, yeah. I don't see why not. Even if the argument is you can't throw someone up a mile, if you're on something that I pick up in a mile and then you fall off that, it's the same thing. It's the amount of like not tied down weight or whatever, right? So if you're on a wagon, I could pick the wagon up, drop the wagon a mile. You're dead. Did you survive the mile fall? I'll do it again. That weird plank that you landed on after everything's smashed, I pick up the plank and drop you off the plank. It's like, oh, the other one's gravity. The other one, there's actually one for the opposite of Aether. There's like the Umbra, and it's just gravity. That's my second favorite one. I love that one. Hold on. This is supposed to be for clothing. I always forget my above ground plants for clothing. I know Knaf can do it. I don't know if it's on the map. Hold on. I've forgotten my list of plants that are above ground. I don't think rope reed, I think, is the only one that'll do plants, clothing, and there's one of them on 129. I have one whole rope reed. That's gonna suck. On 129, this entire area, somewhere there is in fact a rope reed. Okay. Hopefully we find it. It's gonna be this, isn't it? Just to fuck with me. This little guy over by himself. Nope. Those are depression leaves. Those are muck roots. Yams, amaranths, melon, yams, melon. The fuck does a more Yakotero leaves? Yokotero. Rice, yams, melon. That's something in there said reed, but I don't see the plant. Oh, dense common reed. Taro leaves, rice, amaranths. They said it's here somewhere. It's hiding from me. Lesser yams. White yam. All right, anything look weird? These. Those are bumblebees. No wonder they look weird. That is a strange plant. I usually find that's how I define a bee, really, is I'm like, man, that's a strange looking plant. Must be a bee. It's gotten me through life so far. I just avoid all strange plants in the assumption that perhaps they are in fact a bee in the skies. I've yet to be stung by one. Where is... I don't know. It said it's here somewhere. I've ordered them all to be harvested. We'll see if we find it. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's... Like, you can define the shape, right? So what if it's just like a giant hose? It's like a funnel with a hose. Put it in the ocean or lake or whatever. Raise it up and the water goes shooting straight through. Nothing in your room, apparently. Your room's just half flooded in water. That would freak you the fuck out. If all of a sudden there was just a fucking like like a fucking beer funnel thing of like water that just brutally straight into your mouth when you're sleeping, you would shit yourself. You know, so here's the issue. That's where it does define things. Launching it at them is its attack. So that has a defined amount of damage it can do, which is not that great. You literally throw, like, you can't even use your attack unless you have something to throw at them, like coins or whatever. So that's why people say it's weak. You can't throw something at them because that's the attack rule. And the attack rule, for some reason, shows low numbers. Doesn't matter how much you throw at them. It's just, that's what the attack does. That's why I'm like, you have to drop a mountain on them. You have to bring the water to them. If you yeet it at them, somehow it just slows down immediately and doesn't do damage. Let gravity do it. Pigtails. Pigtails are below ground plants. I'm trying to get this as an above ground farm. We might have them growing below ground too later, but this one can't do them. See? Above ground. All right. Did this one thing get set up? It kind of did. Why are there that many seeds up here? Jesus. I am not locked into above ground farm. One of my farms has to be an above ground farm. So the trope of this base is decentralized. So I'm essentially trying to do 4 different bases. And what it is I'm going to have one deep at the magma. And there's like with beds and shit down there. There's going to be one that is underground, like cavern layer, one that's underground dirt layer, and one that is above ground. Because the above ground people aren't supposed to go below ground. The people that are at the top dirt layer can go above ground and they can go to the 3rd area. People in the 3rd area can go to the 2nd and the 4th. And people in the 4th are only allowed to go to the 3rd. So I'm also going to need 2 different, so I need to split up the food amongst all 4 areas, the beds amongst all 4 areas, the temples, everything amongst all 4 areas. I think I have push-ups to do. I do. And I need to set up 2 different military systems. One for below ground, one for above ground. They'll probably be stationed at floor segment 2 and 3 will be the 2 different military areas. Yeah. So I don't need, or I'm not locked to an above ground farm, but if I only have a below ground farm trying to divvy out resources to 4 areas, I think the game's going to slow down and I'm going to lose my mind. If I have 2 farms, above ground farm does above ground and below ground, and then we'll probably have floor 3. I'll have water down there, so it'll be cavern. That'll do the below ground farm. That'll feed below ground and deep magma layer. So there'll be like 2 food zones, 2 security zones, 1. I just realized I didn't do the actual thing. You'll have to trust me, I did them. The moist. I know I didn't give you guys some of the pleasure of watching it, but perhaps the knowledge that I did it will suffice. Azarcon, I haven't done yours yet because I had a backlog slightly. It's not that I missed the merchants, that they always run away from me screaming for some reason. So I'll probably have to have 2 security areas, 2 food areas. I will need 4 dining areas, so 4 food storages. So I keep focusing on this area above ground because this is gonna be like the harder one to make be done. Because everything below ground is gonna be secure. Go away. The one above ground is gonna be the one that either it is good or it isn't good. We're gonna die if it's not good. Don't get me started on booze. I keep having issues with this. I'm gonna have to set up a manager at some point to actually just keep this shit going 24/7. Like this building's garbage. This building's nothing. I'm gonna have to actually set up somewhere over here or over here a massive just warehouse building for their supplies. Carnif, thank you so much for following.
I shall try.
I don't know why I don't see you on my little pop-up though.
Thank you so much.
What do you mean 2 of each? The food areas? No. My idea is that the above ground and the deep magma layers, they cannot, or some of them can't. The ones that can, like, for all 4 areas, assume like half the people are stuck to that area, whereas some people can intermingle. So when I said that 2 can interact with 1 and 3, that's just the haulers. So the people who have a job in 2 that isn't hauling, they don't leave 2. Security are supposed to cover their different areas. Like I want there to end up like, so I know it looks weird for a quote unquote decentralized base. I have this right here. My thought is that I'm gonna have an easy thing to shut this entire thing off. Like just cut it off. So that there's like, if we lose a base, at most kind of like the Titanic, we should only be able to lose at most 2 sections, either the upper 2 or the lower 2. I want there to be like a genuine like hard cut between 2 and 3 whenever these things finally do get done up. So at some point there will need to be a central stairwell for the haulers only. At most it would be like 10 from section 3 and 10 from section 2 that are allowed to go through that stairwell, and that's it. Only 20 people total for the entire base will be allowed to go through that once it's set up correctly. And then after that, it's just like a fucking, it's closed or something most of the time. I'll have to figure out some way to do it. Yeah, it did do good. Part of the problem with the, hold on, I'm about to sneeze. They made a lot of mistakes with the Titanic. Like, it did its job. So Titanic wouldn't be anywhere near as famous if a dude on another boat wasn't an asshole technically. Like, you can kind of see it as annoyance, but there's like one dude who just killed everyone, basically. So what was happening was, as a side thing on the Titanic, the radio operator on the Titanic was new or something like that, and he had his broadcasting settings turned up, which meant essentially that the volume was actually turned up for all receivers. So there was another boat nearby who was basically like, dude, shut the fuck up. Holy shit, stop. So at some point, the dude on the other boat was just like, whatever, I'm done. I'm not listening to him all night. Have a good night, everyone. And he just left the radio. He just fucking left. So the Titanic, at one point, you're like, well, why didn't they panic more if they didn't have boats and shit like that? Well, the idea is that the boats would ferry you to like someone else, or you're like, I don't know the entire thing. Don't like pin me down to just that one. But at least the idea was, there's a boat there. He can help us. We have enough boats to take a significant portion of our people. We offload them. We come back. We get more people because the boat's going to take forever to sink. So fuck it. We'll play loosey goosey with the boats. We'll just offload people, not save everyone. But so they're like, hey, other boat that's like just out there. We fucking hit. We need to offload our people. Help, help, help. And the dude was snoring in a different room. So the help didn't come. By the time the help came, everyone was like freezing and dead. Like, if that dude in the other boat had just like sacrificed his hearing for like a few hours, then everyone would have been live. Everyone would be fine. Well, other than any of the engineers who got caught in like the bottom of the boat. Sucks to be them. But yeah, it would have been a completely different story. It would have been a success story if that other boat was listening. So it would have been like, holy shit. The Titanic, the unsinkable, I mean, it did sink, but it took so long to sink that we saved everyone in this massive fucking catastrophe. Did you see how much of the boat got hit? And it stayed up that long, almost everyone lived. Holy shit, let's make more of that boat. Literally, the other boat destroyed the line of Titanics because he was like, no, I'm going to go sleep now. Fuck this dude. It's his fault. Been a completely different story. Well, no. So here's the thing. Everyone makes fun of it for the statement of it's the unsinkable. That is just a complete, like, insanity. There's no such thing as something that is completely unsinkable. Probably should never have been said. But what they were trying to brag about did succeed. It took forever to sink that boat. Like I said, they probably would have done different things if they knew they were by themselves. They could have probably gotten quite a bit closer to shore. They could have still continued to do shit. Just the Titanic made the assumption that boat's gonna help, and then that boat didn't. Like they could have done. I'm saying could have gotten closer to the ship. I think part of the engine got fucked up, so that's probably not true. But like the idea that it's super resilient, like that it's the impenetrable fortress. There's lots of things that have been called the impenetrable fortress. If I shoot the fucking wall with a cannon, there might be a tiny hole in there. It's not impenetrable. So yeah, the sales pitch was a bit over the top. But to say that a boat failed because it sank, all boats can sink. So all boats are failures as boats. Uh-oh, we got to protect Joey. We must protect our boy Joey. He's going somewhere at least. I like someone who knows where he's going.
This workshop's mine.
He's going carpenter. All right, Joey, you get whatever you need. So yeah, no, it wasn't resilient enough to survive entirely on its own. Like if it had more escape ships, it would have been a completely different story, because an argument against having that many escape ships, whatever the hell they're called, emergency ships, is you can't get everyone off on them. Where are you storing them? It would take way too long to release ships, re-ready a new line, set up a wave after wave after wave. Titanic stayed up long enough to do that. Like, technically, it succeeded. It was let down. Hold on. What is this man bitching about? Old logs, yarn cloth. I gotta shave a fucking yak. All right. I gotta shave a yak. How do you shave a yak? Is it the farmer's thing? Don't I have a farmer's thing? That's the building I got rid of and never rebuilt. I knew I didn't rebuild something. All right. Build workshop farmers. We got to build a farmer's thing to shave a yak. Fucking fingerline wood. I don't care. Yeah, and Zeppelins and blimps have been flown for like ever. Like they never stop them. They're just like, this probably wouldn't do good commercially, because commercially they would end up like close to civilian centers. And if you didn't have like rare few super trained people to like pilot them and like know exactly what's going on, then you could have an issue where you catch fire on the fucking London Tower, I think, and you just fucking like kill a bunch of people. Whoopsie. Like they've still been using them. The military's like rocking a bunch of them right now too. The military figured out this crazy idea. Get one of those advanced radars and cameras we have, put it on a fucking giant blimp and just send it up in the sky. It's like really easy to see over the curvature of the earth if you're just like way the fuck up there. Crazy idea. It's like the military's been using them forever. We still use them. We just don't use them like for civilians and commercially. Well, we kind of use them commercially, like the Goodyear blimp. I think someone could argue is a commercial use of it, but we don't ferry people with it. We don't use them as taxis. Sheer animal do now. Should have some farmer, dude. All right, pause. Who does animals? I've got to get to a point where I start sort. Oh. Fuck it. Let's have a really long video, I guess. That's on me for forgetting the 3 hours. Farming. Does that count shearing? Admiral Wiley, you're a farmer. What is shearing? Shearing's over here. This man has shearing. Who is this man? Cyrillac. Oh, God. Cyrillac is our shearer. What are you going to do, Cyrillac? As usual, you're watching a crafting demonstration right when I need shit to be done. Fantastic. And he said waiting and watching. Now, someone tried telling me that there's an exclamation mark. It means that they're filling a need that they really needed to fulfill. I don't understand that, because that's all he does. 24/7. What the hell need does he have? It's like whenever you have too many of these things going up, people just sitting here forever being like, oh, I need to watch more people do things. I need to go through more Yahoo question pages. What the fuck need is he filling? Stop it. I'm gonna start firing the guilds if this keeps up. Can't you see his values? Ish? I can't see him in the base game, at least not that I'm aware of whatever is driving him right now. There is a needs tab. The problem is he wants to pray. That's not the need. He wants excitement. That's not the need. Be with family. That's not the need. I'm assuming the red ones. Martial training's not what he's fulfilling. Eating a good meal's not what he's fulfilling. And he wants to wander? Like, none of his needs is what he's doing. That's what I'm saying. I don't understand the needs. Like, I can understand it being like, this guy needs to pray. He is not praying. This guy needs to pray. They are not praying. Cyrillac has nothing like that. So why is he stuck being like, I can't wait to watch a demonstration? If he wants to do it on his own time, that's fine. But he'll bounce back and forth between like 12 of them. Like, okay, now I'm learning how to cut stone, and now I'm learning how to do this, and now someone died. I'll need to make more caskets, probably. All right, did he shear it? All right, hold on. Loom. Trying to figure out where you go from. Apparently, by the way, that was Fliff. I set it to repeat. Oh, poor Fliff. It's gonna be shaved into obscurity. Is it spin thread when they've been sheared? I forget what it is when they've been sheared. Don't tell me this man's gonna haul it. Oh, something happened. It's not the needs. I think a lot of learning stuff is based on the values, not the needs. Hey, Oatmeal! What's up? Not Joey. We can't let Joey die. Use diff hack. Yes, good vibes. Put him on again. I want to see him save the people. He smiled. Mommy, can I be special too? No, child. I'm going to have no faith in you. Wool changes the thread with spin thread. Okay, I am right. All right, then. Oh, I already lost it. He's hauling it. You've got it, don't you? Put it down. We're fucked. Put it down, please. How goes it, Oatmeal? I do like all your little flashy emotes. Oh, those are all yours. Very nice. At some point, I'm just gonna like have to. What the fuck, dude? Your Oatmeal lol oats one is terrifying me. I want you to know that. I just want you to be aware that I am terrified upon magnifying that picture. Oh God, there's another one. We're doing good. Jesus Christ. I suppose. All right, hold on. Hold on. If you want emotes that are utterly terrifying, apparently I don't know how to spell oat. It's spelled outmeal. Is that the right one? Is that right? Were you doing Fortnite? If you want, the green one looks kind of okay, but the one with them smiling, that looks, it's gonna give me nightmares. Yeah. Wait, what happened to the fucking? No. Spin, you idiots. Where he's gonna die. He didn't grab it, did he? Yeah. Spin. God. My farmer's stupid. If only my farmer wasn't Cyrilak. All right, quick question. Hold on. Where is shearing? Look at all these people. They know how to shear now. The end. Someone picked up the job? Pick up the job. My wife, Mrs. Oatmeal, made all of them. Does she do anime? Or should I say, does she enjoy anime? Oh no, I've attracted no migrants. Spin. Yes, that's Bakugo. Yes? I think that's Bakugo. I assumed it was Bakugo. It looked like Bakugo. You had headbanging main character. Yeah, that's Bakugo. Yeah. What? I like them, but whenever I like mouse over them and get a bigger view, it terrifies me. Why? That's not Deku, is it? No, Deku's going forward and back. Side to side, that's got to be Bakugo. Yeah, it even says Baku. Why does Bakugo get a bigger butt at the end of the animation? I feel like Bakugo's trying to seduce people. Bakugo's scaring me. I was told Bakugo cannot hurt you. They lied to me. All right, he's not grabbing the yarn. Hold on. What is the issue here? I'm trying to save this man. Oh, cloth. I never made it in a cloth. Okay, that one's on me. Weave, cloth, hair, yarn. Why? Do now on repeat. So he probably did do one. I didn't realize what he needed. Oh yeah, I can't see that one too well. I like cinnamon, maple syrup, and blueberries. I'm gonna tell you the truth. I feel like in this particular case, I'm going to get flack. I have a story why though, so I think I can be shown mercy this time. All right, we've saved him. Not a big fan of oatmeal. In my defense, when I grew up, I went to a daycare a lot. I went to daycare before school and after school. Have you ever tried to eat daycare oatmeal? Texas daycare oatmeal? At some point, you just realize you don't like oats. You don't care how fresh they are or if they came from the farm down the road. You don't want them anymore. Yes, I see the shock from Domine. I do not hate on oatmeal, and I've been told lots of times by people of, oh, you've got to have the good oatmeal. You must eat it the fresh, or you must put in the cinnamon, or do the sugar, or do this. I have never, it's like a PTSD flashback. I've never, in my later stages in life, consumed oatmeal and not done like a Ratatouille flashback to like liquid paper porridge. I can't do it. Daycare oatmeal tastes like sand and sawdust. No, you're not wrong with sawdust. Imagine paper. There you go. That's it. Oh my God, this place is hating on the oatmeal. I'm not hating on the oatmeal. I understand that it's probably good. At some point, when you've been forced to do the daycare oatmeal, you realize you don't like it. You need the fresh vine ripened oats. No, this is just room temperature blurp. Daycare oatmeal specifically. Joey Bag of Donuts. Hold on. How did I do his voice for? I've lost the Joey Bag of Donuts voice. Hold on. Let me try to get back a fucking Jersey voice. What was the phrase I started this with? It was like from the one game I was making fun of. Don't you know who I am? I'm Joey Bag of Donuts. Ain't no one know how ever died around here in the last 100 years what didn't die to a bag of donuts gun. All right, Joey Bag of Donuts, the word workers created whatever the fuck that noise is. We ain't gonna pronounce that at all. It's an orange wood cabinet. I made it. You're gonna like it, okay? He claims as a family heirloom. I still think I'm doing the voice wrong, but whatever. We're just gonna go ahead with it. Mesh greeds the carmine patterns. All right, carmine. I definitely didn't bury someone in it, okay? That's not the end of the Carmine family. Don't ask questions you don't want answers to, okay? 4,800 dwarf bucks is what you're gonna pay me for it. This is an orange wood cabinet. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. And it's decorated with orange wood and encircled with bands of llama wool. Why llama wool? It gets rid of the fucking smell. Don't ask questions. I already told you. On the item is an image of dwarves in orange wood. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of the greatest union this country has ever seen of HameEven by the primitive wheels of the Flag of Rights in the early spring of 477. And if you want this strike to end, you're going to have to pay up the big money. Should have said dough, not money. I got confused halfway near the end. There we go. That's still not right. I acknowledge. Someone's going to be like, that is horrible. But you can flavor the sawdust however you want. Oh my God. It's been forever since Joey Bag of Donuts actually did something. See, he's not even doing the fourth one yet. Probably don't have rope reed seeds, that's why. You can stop spinning thread. Can you do a process plants? I kind of want to see if there's a plant to process. So I can see if we can get some thread or something out of this. Gotta pay the big dough. Look, don't question my cousin. I think I almost said something very bad there. Don't question my brother over there, okay? He's a top respected member of the fucking union. You don't pay him the money, we don't take out the trash. Unless it's you. All right, we're still waiting for the process plants. They haven't said they can't yet. They won't say they can't until someone tries it. All right, the 2 bedrooms up top, or the 2 rows of bedrooms up top, have been solidified. We also have the dining room up top. For the most part, this has been set. Okay, time to start actually trying to split things up. Oh boy. Who needs to be above? They are going to have the bedrooms above. Which means I actually need a pause. Here's where the math comes in, chat. I warned everyone at the beginning that at some point we were going to have a little Excel viewing portion where we did a bunch of math. That time is now. The blacksmith, we got to separate them into their guilds. Blacksmith is in the metalworkers guild. Bone carver is an apprentice crafts dwarf. These are the guys that are going to be probably somewhere in level 2 or level 3. They're just craftsmen. Bowyer, he's pretty damn good at that, actually. I think woodworking, the woodworkers guild is bowyery. Everything but woodcutting, yes, woodworkers guild. Joey Bag of Donuts, he's the greatest carpenter you've ever seen. All right, craftsman, you're an apprentice crafts dwarf. Engraver, that means you're in a stoneworkers union. 2 excavators, they're fine. Fish cleaner. All right, you're gonna have to be on top, but I think I called fish cleaners fishmongers. Yes. All right, fisher, you're not called a water wizard. You are just called a fisher. All right, you're normal. 4 haulers, 1 kitchen staff, 1 lumberjack, 1 mason. We don't have a mason. You're part of the stoneworkers union. 1 master wood. This is true. He's master wood. 1 metal crafter, metalworkers union. Metalworkers guild. Or metalworkers. Yeah, they're all metalworkers, not metalworkers. Planter. You're a farmer, which I called a green thumb? Yes. That's also plant processing. Stoneworkers Union, Weavers Guild, 17 woodworkers. That's just from all the guilds. I'm gonna have to set you guys all to hauler for right now. 2 woodworkers guild. All right, separate that through. Because here's the thing. We've got numbers we have to account for. Up top, by numbers, should only have 16 people. That's it. So like anyone doing wood crafting is probably going to be in level 2, and a hauler will bring the wood down that they need. Carpenter, maybe. Okay. We're gonna have to do this by guild probably. We know who's gonna be above. It's probably gonna have to be, at least right now, farmers, lumberjacks. Guaranteed they have to be up top. So, how many farmers do I have? I should probably have 2 or 3 farmers. Do a reed, collapse all. I call them green thumbs. We have 1. That's no good. We need to hire more green thumbs. Who has the best skill? This man does. T'Chulu. T'Chulu wants to be up in farming. He sounds like he's a green thumb to me. There you go, T'Chulu. We have a job for you. All right, so that's 2 green thumbs out of 16. So 2 so far. I'm just going to say green thumb. Now, lumberjacks, we should probably have 2 of as well. We have 1. All right, that is wood cutting. Luckily, we have people with that. Sanctum, you're the first named one. You're coming out of haulers. You are going to be a lumberjack. We now have 2 lumberjacks. We should probably bring up 2 farmers. Oh, no, that's the green thumb. I keep going back to farmers. They've got me confused. For right now, just because it's so close, we should probably have the kitchen staff up there. We should probably have another kitchen staff, though. So if we go back to Holler, later on, they will get separated into different, and that's Remy. Remy, you're in the kitchen staff. All right, so I'm going to say 2 kitchen staff, because that's just where we have it right now. All right, that's only 6. So for right now, we probably do want to have our wood people up there. That is where the storage pile is. So we have the 3 from the Woodworkers Guild. And I'm going to grab that Master Wood dude. 1 Master Wood. Now, if we go under the Apprentice Crafts Dwarfs, this guy is Master Bone. He is not apprentice. Cell, you're not that good at it. I was going to grab you, but you're not that great at it. Hollers, is anyone that great at it? You are a Master Wood as well. So we have 2 from Master Wood. Up top, we had to be able to account for 16. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Leading us 5 people that we can figure out what to do with later, because we actually have an excess amount of beds. Remember the Hall of Shame. So that's what we're going to be transferring up right now for splitting up our base. I'm going to be firing everyone from their beds and then just reassigning what I can. All right, first of all, our 2 green... Actually, some of these are probably supposed to be up here. 2 green thumbs are T'Chulu and Admiral Wiley. Do they have beds up here? Admiral Wiley does. I don't think T'Chulu does. All right, nope, we are going to do this. We're gonna free this up and just put in the people manually up here instead of trying to see if someone has a bed they shouldn't have. Admiral Wiley, we just said he belongs here, so we'll leave him alone. The other ones I already put up here, so they probably belong here, but that'll just have to be rediscovered. All right, it was Admiral Wiley and T'Chulu. Where was Admiral Wiley? There he is. Assign bed. T'Chulu has a bed too. All right, assign bed, search. This is also the second thing. I got to get rid of their other bed. T'Chulu. All right, T'Chulu is now signed up here. Now, is he in the beds of shame or is he down below? So I might have had him down below as a hauler. DV Music has a spouse. All right, check down below. What is rotting? Jesus. T'Chulu says he has a bed, but I can't find the bed. There he is. Yes, we grabbed his own bed at some point. All right, first of all. Second of all, what? Oh, I never built the caskets. That's one of the crazy people's dead bodies. Hold on. That one's on me. No, apparently I don't. We need more caskets. All right, not really my point right now, but we'll go with this. All right, 5 more caskets. Now, that was the green thumbs? Green thumbs have been moved up. Oh, fuck, I'll just do it in here. Labor. Profession. I want it the other way around, please. Thank you. All right, the 2 green thumbs were T'Chulu and Admiral Wiley. They have been handled. The next 2 are the lumberjacks, which is Sanctum and Erdim Sagoon. I'm going to do Erdim first because I'm not going to remember his name. Erdim Sagoon? Erdim Sagoon. All right. Lumberjack. Or I could just search by lumberjack, probably. How about that? No, I forgot the other person. The name I just said I wasn't going to forget. I already forgot. All right. Who's a lumberjack who isn't Erdim? Sanctum. You can use Shift R menu to find if someone owns an extra room. How does that work? I believe you, but you must tell me more. You cannot come into my room, dump the knowledge off, and then disappear. What does that mean? Explain to me the Shift R menu. Zastiver wants to be in the military. Okay. Zastiver, I don't have you as a dwarf yet. Hello, Potato Godzilla 99. There you go, dwarf 1. He had already beaten me to the punch, I just didn't know it. Has nickname, read, dwarf 1. Zastiver. Zastiver. No, fuck. Not Zastiver. Zastiver the first. There we go. I will remind me to give you the description in a minute and later, Zastiver. I owe you one. Got things out of order, my bad. No. You got it before I realized it. I was the one that was wrong. Zoom to it from menu. Dude, please explain this to me, my man. I would love to know how to do this, because I don't think I know what you're talking about. Erdim. Shift R? Yeah, You can't disappear, Potato God. Shift R or capital R. But where? In here? Oh, you're saying from here, search for the person. I see. I did kind of know that, but I never thought, yeah, you're right. I never thought to do it this way. All right. The room menu. I thought you were saying there was like a DF hack from inside the dwarf to track down their bedrooms. All right, who did we just do? I already search lumberjacks. Oh, that is useful. Meager and regular. All right, zoom to building. Why are you being weird? Close enough. All right, free up sanctum. I like the idea. Yes. Okay. So that was the 2 lumberjacks. Kitchen staff. Back up top. Sanctum. Coca-Cola 5. I thought I fired you. Why are all these with rooms now? I haven't assigned this bed to you. Go away. Free. I didn't assign Coca-Cola and Mr. Man. Or Death Star. Wiley to Chulu. Erdim. Yeah, all right. Now we're in order. Weird. Assign. Search. Kitchen. Remy is good. Sub-officer will have another one. And then be smart, do a search for a room, then track down sub-officer. Ooh, I like. I don't know why it never occurred to me to do that. It's so much easier. Good call. Potato Gaza. Yes, thank you. Yes, follow me so you may educate me more. For I have a thing called no common sense. I knew about that menu. It never occurred to me that I could use it to track down the bedrooms. All right. That's the kitchen staff handled. I've got, what, 2 more rooms? So we'll jump to the master one and we'll put the woodworkers upstairs. Assign. All right, one of these, Casey James is going to have an excess bed. And then back out. Search. Casey. No, now he only has 1. I must have misunderstood what I was looking at for Casey. How about I just look for Masterwood? Caps lock on? There we go. Oh, it was Reg that had 2. I'm going to assume Modest Quarters is wrong. Nope. Shift R. You. Yes. That work? I think so. All right, that is master wood. And then up top, no one's up here. I'm gonna turn off the beds actually if I'm not using them. I was gonna say free. That way they don't grab it behind me, make me get confused. All right, these 3 beds go to woodworkers. Now it's saying Casey doesn't have a bed. I'm gonna work on that. Mr. Man. Coca. And Tierist. Is that not Casey James Roosh? Or are there 2 of them? Do I not know how to spell his name? K-A-C-Y. Assign. Search. K-A-C. The game is being weird about Casey. Just got to ignore Casey. He doesn't exist. So that should have been our 3 woodworkers. Shift R. Search. Woodworker. So tier 2nd room. Yep, free. Shift R. Search. Woodworker. Ignore the graves. So now it says that that's all they have. I don't know why they were all brown then. Who knows? So now everyone should be set up for these rooms up here. I'll bring this back to its normal size. And now I have to try to set where they're allowed to go. Thank you for following. You like doing things easier? Spin around to see if it quantums. Oh, you're such a dick. Ha, joke's on you. I can blink. Nope, I still hate anglerfish. Do not flashy flash it with your flashy flash. Need to do a quick story on how much longer are you going to be streaming? 45 minutes. Zastiver. Yeah. 45 to an hour. I'll go slightly after it. I'll start to bring it to a close in about 45. I think it's Dwarf Fortress Night might run longer, in which case I have no idea. But we'll be back on Monday. Yes. So, well, I finished the Quantum game. Like, we're like, as far as I'm aware, I finished that. We did Outer Wilds. That's completed. I got the ending. From what I understand, too, I did a pretty good ending. I think I got, like, I didn't 100% it, apparently. I don't know what I didn't do. Apparently, you can reach the red light. I don't know if that counts as something. They're like little spheres. I guess they're the fucking eggs. I hope that's not the thing I need to do because I'm never doing that. But we beat that game. Yes, Monday will be Xenoblade, and Wednesday, I don't know what Wednesday will be yet. I'll be streaming on Wednesday as well, 4 to 10. Oh, you didn't catch anglerfish. Yeah, no, I ended it. I did very good. Nearly excavated all my orifices. All right. All right, here comes the actual difficult part. I've got to create a burrow for those idiots. Add burrow. First of all, I got to name the burrow. The burrow is above ground dwarves. Good. We did it. Need to add citizens to the burrow. Can I search by job? Green thumb. Yes, I can. After green thumb is lumberjack. Good. Kitchen staff. Good. This is, we're going to find out later whether or not I fuck this wood workers and master wood. So it should be 5 total. Because I think Casey James is a master wood. Yes. So that's the bottom 2. All right. We've done that. Now we got to actually make it. So my thought for these guys is everyone else right now is technically going to be allowed to go everywhere. So what I'm doing is I'm limiting where these guys can go. Where is the top floor? Here's the top floor. Technically, I want them to do everything at this Z level. There is nothing below ground that I care about here. Here, I want them to do this Z level. I'm technically going to remove what is below ground. Is this a smart idea? I don't know. This is part of their area, but yeah, you're right. This is going to be part of their area. If there needs to be a, like if I come up from below or something later, then I'll remove it. I'm not drawing again. How do I draw? Currently painting. For instance, what I know I need to do, why are we not painting? Oh, it's because I was in the blue area? Jesus. Specific. I need to unpaint what is inside that building. Some might call that erasing. Because that is in their area, but that is accessed from underground. Technically, that won't be there later. That's just so if I need to, I can set up a magma smelter for something, which I, in fact, forgot to do. Wish I had an option to just have everything done and then just erase it after the fact. All right. This, but I got to erase. I really wish I wasn't doing that blinking constantly. Where's the thing? It's over here. There you are. You are not part of what I'm doing, and neither is the magma. I don't want this man going into magma. Please and thank you. But you can go there. This is probably definitely not necessary, but if for some reason later I somehow have something going on in there, I just want to preemptively not have these idiots try to be near that. Because they're not even supposed to do anything with the magma. Like, I just realized later on I'll have to technically have a special name for a miner. I'll have to have an excavator with permission. We have to have an all-access miner, possibly, like where we remove him from burrows, like it's freaking Space Station 13, if he needs to come up here and mine shit. We'll probably have to have like a miner in Section 2, even though he doesn't do anything. He'll just lay around all day, pretend he's a hauler until it's time to mine. All right, I think that is done. I did the one thing. I don't think there's anything else in this layer I care about. I have an idea. Save myself some time. I'm just going to stop short of the magma. Aha, joke's on you. I have thought ahead. Now, where is that one thing? There we go. So really, I don't need to focus on what's below ground right now. Because this is how you get them to do what they're supposed to be doing, maybe. If this works. I'm going to find out later that this is not how this works at all, and I'm wasting my damn time. But if we're going to have dwarves with very specific areas of responsibility and not let them cross over, then it means I'm going to have to draw a lot of layers. This, I think, is going to be one of the harder ones to do. Because when we get down below, it's like you're below ground. Like I'm just going to draw massive cubes. Like this is just because I have things popping up from below ground that I don't want them to go inside to come back up in, if that makes sense. Because if you have two parts of a burrow that they, like the area between they're not allowed to do, but the area in the middle, or yeah, but the areas on either side they are allowed, then they'll just ignore your burrow to cross. Like, from what I understand, a burrow is not a designation of where they're allowed to pathfind, but a designation of who is allowed to be assigned a job. So I can't, because we have this tunnel in there right now, I have to be weird around this area. Because I don't want them to go into an area they're not allowed to do as a pretense, or use that tunnel there as a pretense of they're allowed to go where they're not allowed to. Ah, fuck it, that's good enough. Again, the magma itself's not really wholly important. And this will just grab everything else. All right. Jesus, how many... I didn't realize how tall this mountain was above me. All right, new idea. Just avoid that thing. Fuck it. Draw everything. Undo that one little tunnel. Right now, we're not dealing with magma anyways. If somehow I have something in the magma, I'll just have to remember not to allow it. Or to disallow it. So I don't think we have anything below ground up here. Like, this hill's gonna be the one area of contention of above ground and below ground, but up top. I think these guys have a slightly obnoxious overlap that I wasn't planning on when I was thinking of the 4 areas. That one didn't even draw. And that is that an above ground thing might pierce up. And would you fucking draw? What is going on here? Enter, 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 draw. There we go. Delete. I'd say recording up top. I don't remember how to get access to that recording thing. Hold on. It says start recording, active record is erased, stops when you return here. No, stop. I don't know how to stop the recording. Control R. Thank you. What does that even do? I never really paid attention to that. Am I painting or erasing? I'm erasing. Not doing anything. Now I'm painting. See, like this mountain at some point is going to have a lot of things turned off in it. Because I suspect the above ground people are going to use that space. There's no reason not to. That's going to be like necessary. Built-in aliases macros? It's a keystroke macro recorder. Ooh, yeah, no, I definitely don't want that. All right, go down. Goofiest fucking burrow I've ever done. Just constantly like, you can't touch this. Now, this is where we definitely start having issues. Because I think I've just said something below ground. I probably shouldn't even... All right, this is where I definitely got to start watching out. And say that they can't go in there. Now... This doesn't mean I need to start sending food to different locations. Because I think that's where a lot of the food is stored. I need to have a food storage up top. But there you go. You can't go in that. So saith I. Are we on paint? We're on paint. I don't think we have that tunnel to worry about. Nope, we do. I did it 2 ways because I'm an idiot. We still have above ground. The verticality of the mountain makes me look insane. You can go everywhere but where everywhere is. Most of this entire mountain at some point, when I dig more, is just going to have to be removed. Like, you can't touch this mountain. Like, at all. This is what I was trying to do earlier. This is the thing I was trying to prevent, was shit like this. No touchy down here. All right. Down below again. Fuck. Are we on painting? We are on painting. I might have to off stream, literally like make this burrow specific to the terrain. Like if it is below the level of the terrain, no. Instead of what I've done so far. Luckily, it looks like I'm hitting the bottom upper layer. Once I've hit that, I don't have to draw these anymore. I don't have to worry about excluding anything because there will be nothing to draw. All right. Jesus, that one vertical shaft is screwing me. Making me do too much work. It's too much work right now. Where is the bottom? I don't even need to be doing up there anymore. We've hit the bottom up there. This is just an issue down here. Hold on. Hold on. If that's the case, right? I'm just going to cut it close and do this. I'll leave the thing over here if for some reason they need to like carry a dead body down there. That's, I'm going to call that an outside thing. But there you go. I can just exclude massive areas now, just by definition. Oh, I did the wrong one. I was trying to paint it bigger. Fuck, R. I've hit R so many times. Caps lock is on, that's why. All right, there we go. And this area over here, we're not worried too much. Not likely to do anything over here anyways. Good to know there's some metals or something over there. All right, down one. All right, draw you to there. And then this one goes here. This one goes here and goes across. This one goes here and goes up to there. This one does this. Much easier down here. And this weird little thing up top. Down another. Get to, yo. Did that one dumb. I don't know why I thought this burrow was going to be one of the easier burrows. I don't know why I thought that. Madman. Pure insanity when I came up with that idea. Boo, doo, doo, boo, boo. All right, this area still exists because of course it does. This area is super tiny now. Almost not my problem. Bring you all the way over. And then again, not wholly necessary, but if they need to bring a dead body down, might as well let them have access to that. And then, oh my God, you still have little, yeah, this little tiny oasis. I never noticed it before. You have a little tiny bubble oasis. Anything up here anymore? Yep, just barely. Actually, I'm gonna zoom out real quick. Go down one. Sensitivity is crazy on my mouse. Nothing up there. Just make this easier to map out and build. I feel like this is somehow bigger than the upper level was. Like, did you curl back or something? Oh no, it's just that those have gone so far down it looks crazy. All right, I guess that makes sense. Almost there, chat. What is with this tiny little bubble oasis thing? Ah! It's still there. Actually, this could be two different things. I'd lost it. I lost what I was doing for how tiny it was. All right, build you across. Tiny little oasis. But we will account for it. And then this area is just here to torture me. The fact that you exist down here. I think this one's almost gone. Jesus. All right, he's gone in the next layer. All right, so it's just over here now. You're the only thing I have left. Right corner. Right corner of pain. Screw it, leave a square there. A reminder of obnoxiousness. It's getting smaller, though. Pfft, what is that? You curled in on the edge of the map, but not in the middle. And you did the same thing twice here. Oh my God, we're gonna have another tiny oasis thing, aren't we? You pain in my ass. All the way to the very bottom. All right. And we're basically almost completely done. The one thing I need to change is, for now, I didn't want to, but I think I need to let them have access to in here. Purely because, one, they're probably going to need to maybe bring some of the wood blocks back out. And two, this is where I've got all the temples right now and I don't have a building upstairs. So I'm going to re-enable them to access some of the rooms here. If I can get this to draw. All right, yes, you can do that. And I will allow this. That alone. There you go. Assuming this is right, they are now restricted to their burrow of everywhere I have access to except for a few tunnels. And like I said, later I'm actually going to have to specify. I have made a horrible mistake. What the fuck are you doing? Mr. Man TM freaked out 816 times in that period of time that I said, let's do this. What are you trying to store, dude? That's not your job. I thought that was the purpose of a burrow. What? You're not doing anything. Are you carrying something? This whole thing has failed. It's because you're carrying some beer? You're like, I gotta put this back? Just drop it. I thought the whole point of a burrow was you didn't go do that. I think I've already screwed it up. Have a good evening, Sub Officer Dakin. All right, so the point of burrows is for the game to scream at you. Is it because he's carrying that booze? Put the booze down. Do they not have access to the booze? Is that the issue? Is this the booze? All right, how about for now you have access to this as well. Is it because I interrupted you halfway through a job? It's because he had booze. 917 alerts because he's like, I'm holding booze and I don't know what to do with it. Put booze down? That's heretical. Shut up. Shut the fuck up. It is not heretical. I didn't say throw it away. I said set it down. All right. Build coffins. Need coffins. I thought we were building these already. That's kind of half the point. If the burrow system doesn't work like I think it does, then we're gonna have to do crazy shit. Like everyone's below ground doors are locked, because I know if they can't pathfind there, they won't give you an alert because they can't pathfind there. Like they'll give you one at the beginning, but then they're just kind of done. Against my religion, once the holy water is picked up, it can never be put down. It must be consumed from that point on. All right, so they're semi-restricted, but we've now told 11 dwarves, our above-ground dwarves right now, that they cannot do things essentially below ground, or they cannot go below ground. What that has to do with us getting destroyed by alerts, I hope never happens again, but it might, because, well, we're not allowed to have happiness. This also means, from what I had, weavers and shit weren't part of this, so they need to start getting moved out of here so I have space for proper workshops, because they're not an above ground people. So why should they have space in their buildings? Clothiers should get moved out of here. I think we got to keep a loom. Nope, we don't need to keep a loom. We need a farmer's up here. But I will move the loom and the clothiers out. Bowyers. I think Bowyer was part of woodworkers, so I'll leave Bowyers here, but we'll sort it around later. So yeah, loom and clothiers will move down here. Build workshop. Loom. It'll get moved again later, but I just got to get it out up there. Loom, workshop, clothiers. Build. Back up top. So now I have to actually change my zooms around. I'm not working on a route. Calm the fuck down. Capital H. F1 zooms here, and this is called above. F2 zooms here. F2 zooms here, and it's called below. F3 zooms here, and it's called under. F1, F2, F3. All right. Now we have the three regions, or the three regional entrances set up. Hopefully, this will mean that these 11 people will also have less things to be doing, if we're good on that. We'll have to figure that one out later. I really want the farmers to, like, I know we don't have the rope breeze, but prep that farmer something. It looks bad. So far, we're doing tubers, rice plants, and watermelon vines, and I have just over 100 drinks. Brew drink. All right, the clothes workers have built the loom down here, and the clothiers. So this can now start spreading. All right, so this is their dining area. This should be set as a dining area. That's probably one of my issues. Dining room, meeting hall. Makes sense. Probably should have a stockpile up here. Not great. That can hold food. Which means I probably need a kitchen to start prepping that crap, right? We have a lot of plants and fish. I should probably actually build workshop kitchen because we do have the dude up there. We have the 2 people, the kitchen staff. They do cooking, not just booze. So let's get this built out of a marble block because I want it to look fancy. And then we need to start working on this area for up top. We need to cut down this tree and turn all of this into like a semi-secured ranching area. I'm not entirely sure how to do that, quite frankly, because of the water being in the way. I'll figure it out. Looks like we're in a hot area. I just realized the water's evaporating. It never came back. Has it not rained here before? It probably drank some of it when we ran out of alcohol. That explains it, but it should have filled up by now. We are by a volcano. It might just be too hot a temperature. I never thought of that. We might have an issue where we run out of fish. Magma wall. Magma. Now, the one thing, I stopped doing it on the inside here. DI. I want to, the third area should be, in my opinion, defined as the area that definitely starts when there is no more above to have. So this is where the third one should be. This isn't the deep magma shit. This is the second bottom one. So this is where whoever is down here doing stones, masons, that type of shit, they should be down here. Admiral Wiley, what do you have? You shouldn't be able to have the idea to do it. So what are you bitching about? Uh-oh, I've done bad today. All right, I think I fixed it. We're going to need to do that thing where we make them not do the alert. Is it under here? Don't do Sandy Flute. That helps partially. It doesn't make them stop making the alerts. It just makes me stop getting the fucking boops for it. So I think part of the issue is, are they not separated enough? Like he wanted to pick up the tuber seeds, but he couldn't pick them up. And the game assigned it to him, but the game shouldn't assign it to him. Someone else should have been the one to get the job of picking up the tuber seeds. I don't know what limit workshops to burrow means. That wouldn't change the seeds issue. There's got to be something that I've done wrong with my burrows. I don't want to say limit workshops to burrow in case that fucks it up. But as far as I was concerned how a burrow worked, he shouldn't have even gotten that command. Because normally I only do burrows for GTFI. Restricting jobs in our dwarves. Is there a way to limit the jobs your dwarf takes? That's what I thought. You define a burrow, add a new burrow to the list, configure an existing burrow. Mm-hmm. Yep. I was limiting civilian citizen jobs. Activate. Select a burrow with the secondary selection keys. All right. Wait. What? Uses. Activation. Select a burrow with the secondary selection keys. Press C to view citizens. Hold on. A citizen limited will only accept jobs and items inside their burrow. So does that mean that I never limited it? I have limit workshops. C is adding a citizen to burrow. Is the burrow limited? Hold on, someone got dwarfed? Dwarf 4 for your favorite normie. How goes it, normie? 1, 2, 3, 4. You shall be normie the first. Oh, Who got dwarfed earlier? I owed someone their description. I don't remember who it was. You're being watched by Rash. Didn't know that was a thing. It's keystroke, but yes, we can save replay. Thank you for the stream, but I gotta go. Later, Sub Officer Dakin. Little tiny oasis. Yep, no access. Mind you, Maddie, is something dying now? Yeah. There was a dude that was dead. Put booze down. That sounds article. Ants against my magma wall. He grabbed a job from farm plot. Cannot access seed. Okay, so restricting jobs should have fixed it. Maybe. Force all civvies to report to boroughs. No, the military screen is you can say all civvies are restricted to a borough. Like, get out of my damn way. You're talking about the alert screen. Oh, I'm making more boroughs. I'm making this way worse for myself. Yes, delete that borough. Delete that borough. Careful about that borough. Back out. Oh, military alerts. You're talking about the alert screen. If I set the civilian alert, that means that if active is active as the civilian alert, then they have to go to a specific borough during that alert. Technically speaking, the way this is half being set up, I don't think I can do that. Like, if you have active boroughs, I don't think you can, unless there's a super opposing borough and they can be locked to 2 boroughs at once. I don't think if you're doing a decentralized base that you can do an alert borough, because they would leave their other boroughs to go to the alert borough, which would have to defeat the purpose of a decentralized base. So I don't think I can use an alert borough anymore. Did you go to Zastaver? All right, are you still here, Zasta? You might have left. That's fine, but Zasta, I will do your description in the off chance you're here or you check the video. Zastaver the First is blissful after sleeping in a good bedroom because they slept in a good bedroom. Zastaver the First is agile, but is really slow to heal. Zastaver the First likes chromite, silver, chrysocolla, the color cobalt, short swords, weapon racks, buckets, fire imps for their terrifying features, and the words of the glosses of wisdom. When possible, Zastaver the First prefers to consume carambola wine and absolutely detests jumping spiders. Zastaver the First has boundless creative imagination, very good intuition, a great feel for the surrounding space, a good memory, and a sum of patience. But they have a poor ability to manage or understand social relationships and little linguistic ability. They dream of creating a great work of art someday, and they in fact did it. They lord it over everyone else for the rest of their lives. Oh, have you not done your life's work yet? I did. I'm Zastaver the First, and I'm a complete dwarf. And who just got dwarfed? It was Normie. Normie the First learned about woodcutting and felt wondrous because they were learning about woodcutting and felt wondrous. Normie the First is agile, but is really slow to heal. Normie the First likes bismuthite, bismuthinite, bismuth bronze, morganite, clear glass, giant elk leather, bolts, mail shirts, doors, puzzle boxes, blue pea files for the coloration, the words of the abbey of libraries, and the sight of the fuchsia luxuries. When possible, Normie the First prefers to consume whipped wine and absolutely detests purring maggots. Normie the First has a very good focus, good kinesthetic sense, good creativity, and a good spatial sense, but has little patience and a little linguistic ability. They dream of mastering a skill someday, and didn't they tell you before? They mastered it. So yeah, that's always going to be a problem if they try to grab the seeds as people eat them. That shouldn't be what they're trying to do. Secondarily, I need to make more bags so I can have more seeds. Let's zoom back in. I need more bags. I think I have yarn lying around, so I'll try to make 2 yarn bags. See if that works. I like Pepto-Bismol, so I like bismuth. They may want to allow them access to above ground seeds. They have access to above ground seeds. No one down here was restricted from up there yet. The only restriction was the people up there were not allowed to come in here for the most part. I've allowed them access to this seeds because I haven't made a thing. I have to do a warehouse up here and I have to do a ranch up here, which is half dependent upon how well that marble has been made into blocks, because that's what's doing this. Well, marble. 41. We have 99 obsidian. Apparently we're using obsidian blocks still. I thought we were beyond this, but I was wrong. I'm gonna cut this tree down just so I can see what I'm doing. And also I'm probably gonna have to channel out some of this ground. To make this flush. So Wong. And I should resume. Huzzah. Limit workshops to burrow. The setting behaves as the workshop or furnace is linked to take from stockpile. As if the workshop or furnace or trap is linked to take to stockpile. A building is considered effective by this setting when there's setting center tiles in the burrow. A building limited by multiple burrows will be able to use materials from all the limited burrows. Okay, so yes, that burrow will now, the farms will only say to grab a seed if it's from within its own burrow. That was probably why we did get that secondary alert, because I had not at the time restricted the workshops to their burrows. And the guy who picked up the job, you'd think he wouldn't have gotten that, but apparently he did, that alert, so whatever. Masons to nearby freshly dug stone or smelters. Actually, that is a good point. If you create a burrow, you don't need to put people in burrows. I mean, that we had to for what we're doing, but you could create a burrow that includes a mason and just local stone, like a local wall or a stockpile, and say limit to burrow. You don't need to have a dwarf limited to the burrow. It's a super stockpile link, but you're limiting it to that area of resources. If you don't have a stockpile to take the stone away, to make sure that a mason only builds from shit near it. I get it, kind of. Items dropped in center top must necessarily be available to it, which can result in unwanted behavior such as decorations on old clothes. Items dropped in the center tile of workshop must necessarily be available to it. Oh, what? I don't know what that means. You only need to scroll through your burrow list while looking at it. It's easier to verify whether a given burrow is limited by what or huh? Keep in mind this doesn't affect farms. What? That hurts my head. You specifically earlier said what it affects, and later on you contradicted yourself, Wiki. This Wiki has lied to me. I feel lied to. You specifically said traps up top, and then down below you said this doesn't affect traps. Keep in mind, this only affects workshops and furnaces. Does not affect any other buildings that accept items for their jobs, such as traps, stockpiles, farms, etc. So that doesn't affect a stockpile. Okay. This setting behaves as if the workshop or furnace or trap is linked to take from a stockpile. Be aware that this does not work on traps. All right. I don't know if there's someone I can talk to get that fixed. That it directly contradicts itself. One of the two things is true. The other one cannot be true. I'm assuming the second one is true. Unlike individual citizen burrow assignments, a civilian alert will apply to all fort civilians and animals. It'll order them to go and stay inside the burrows defined in the alert for as long as the alert is active and includes any. Additionally, for that time, individual assignments are ignored. Most jobs and activities will be cut off, blah, blah, blah. So yes, a civilian alert trumps regular alerts. You can define your trade depot as a burrow. When the traders appear, add your broker to that burrow. He'll then only accept jobs at that trade depot. So he may be delayed if he is asleep or fulfilling an urgent need. So it's not going to help us. This is particularly useful if your broker insists on performing other jobs instead of manning the depot. This is good. Dwarves try to store equipment they're no longer using outside their burrows, causing a spamming of cancellations. That's what happened with our seeds. Haulers and burros stand around contemplating hauling jobs they can't perform. That's going to cause problems. Dwarf cancel store item and blah, 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 blah. All right, so there are a lot of bugs. All right, I'll try to work around them, but I think this whole thing, like, we might at some point have issues doing this. The bottom of the list had a rather large list of bugs that could be caused. And the main issue seems to be if you're trying to use multiple burrows and restrict dwarves to the different burrows, that you're going to get a lots of issues with the dwarves understanding how to transfer shit from one burrow to another. So, you know, probably don't have 2 burrows and tell half your dwarves to go to one and half your dwarves to go to the other. That's going to cause a lot of problems. What you most definitely shouldn't do is set up some weird fucking tier shit across 4 different burrows with restricted access to different people. That would probably cause mass amounts of insanity and hysteria. Probably best not to do that. So it looks like we're going to figure out how to do that. Oh, this sounds bad. Broker. Trade. Because the goods, they're already not here. Why are they not here? What do you mean they're not here? Where are all the crafts? Ah, because we were cooling on mandates again. Uncool the mandates. There they are. They are here. They're just not in. Fantastic. Because of those damn mandates. But they're not been put in yet? Whatever. Someone will do it. Technically, as long as we don't trade away any crowns, we haven't violated anything. I don't think. Are all the goods here? Yes. Trade. Oh, they're not even ready yet. Fuck, I'm so fast this time. I'm there before they are. Boom, boom. A giant tick? Where is there a giant tick? Why is there a giant tick? All right, I'm going to focus on the giant tick and ignore the giant mantis. Because a giant mantis sounds terrifying. How big is a giant mantis? Like a praying mantis? I don't want to think about a dire mantis running around. That's how you get killed. Dwarf. Fortress giant mantis. How big are you? All right, they killed him. A giant mantis is 200,000 centimeters cubed. Okay. I always forget the number. Dwarf, fortress, dwarf. How big is a dwarf? A dwarf is 60,000 centimeters cubed. So the dire mantis is almost 4 times as big as a dwarf. Giant mantises can be tamed, but they don't breed and they only live 1 year. And they're flyers. Oh, that's cool. That's what I wanted to go to sleep knowing. Mantis 4 times my size flying around. Frustrated because it can't find a way to breed. Oh, that's all my nightmares. Yep, that's him flying. That is him flying. Look at that terrifying nonsense. Yeah, you just go up into the air. You fly high. You know, don't worry about touching the ground. You fucking nightmare. I don't know if they'll be able to kill him. I told them to, but I don't know if they'll be able to. I don't know if they can catch his ass. Boodly-doo-doo. At some point, I'm going to have to cancel their assignment. I feel... Oh, nope, never mind. Now we have a new honey badger bothering us. Where's the honey badger? He ain't in my list of wild animals. Not my problem then. All right, are you ready now? Can I trade? No, because Tachulu left. Come the fuck on. Get back here, Tachulu. Ooh, wrong button. All right, he's coming back to trade at the depot. Thank you. Oh, purple must be the don't trade this or you're in trouble. That's nice. I like knowing what I can't trade. We don't have much worth, but I mean, we have some. So that'll have to do. It's not like I'm missing much with the crowns anyways. There's not that many of them, and they're not like worth more than anything else. Why is this worth like 8,000? Is there an artifact in here? No, at least not yet. Just that purple tea, like you've violated the law. I will say, if we're gonna have a mandate, I'd rather have mandates of you can't trade this than mandates of, all right, I guess we just had that much stuff in there worth a bit. Neato. I'd much rather have mandates of you can't trade than make me 3 iron shields for no reason. This is slightly meticulous, though. Is there not just a way to be like auto trade all not crowns? I mean, technically there was calling on mandates to begin with, but once it's in here, wish I could have just easily separated them from the bin. We got a lot in here. I'm surprised we had this much. We're going to have booze for days. And maybe some freaking plant seeds or plants that I can, you know, have clothing with. I would love to have clothing. Please trade me clothing. Jesus. The list just keeps going. All right, I'm not going to do that one yet. We have 25,000 in here. Let's see what we can get. First of all, rope reed. I don't want rope. I want rope reed. For right now, I'll take a bin of rope reed or a bag of rope reed cloth, but do you have any rope reed seeds? Doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it. That'd be too easy. Really. Seed. What seeds do you have? Oh, you do have a rope reed seeds bag. Why didn't you say so? All right. Now, beer. Because always in need of booze. Brew. No sewer brew. Beer. Wine. Whiskey. Sewer brew, whiskey, wine, beer. I forget what plump helmet drink is called. Is it just called plump helmet? Doesn't matter. They don't have plump helmets. How are you a dwarf caravan? You don't have plump helmets. That'll make no sense. Do you have steel? You don't have steel. These aren't dwarves, are they? Are they humans? Oh, these are humans. That's why. I'm an idiot. All right. I forgive you. I forgive you for not being dwarves. This means you do have silver, though. Mace is not great, but I mean, I need some weapons. Didn't have a whip? You have no whip? I'll take an iron whip. Humans. The Tick. Are you making fun of the greatest superhero our generation has ever known? Can't do anything large. Yeah, I guess let's grab some cloth while I'm here. Maybe some leather and silk. I'm surprised we had this much in turtle crafts. Feels weird. So much easier. No silk. Leather bin. I got raw leather. What else do they normally have? Iron. What do you have made out of iron? I'll take your picks. I'll take some spears. Flail. I think that flail's like a whip, isn't it? I already got your whip. Nothing that says large. Large is bad. I'll take some more iron anvils. Those are always good to have. We'll take some bolts. I don't want your arrows. Only crazy people use arrows. All right, where does that leave us with right now? A little under a 1% profit for them. I think I can cut it slightly closer, but I also think we're gonna get in trouble if we try. You wouldn't happen to have any rough gems, would you? If I say cut, I can get some cut gems. We'll do that. There you go. Of course they're ecstatic. That was a massive profit for them. I can understand their desire for ecstaticity. And now we're going to let this end. There we go. See, I told you I could trade with the merchants. Speaking of superheroes, I've been listening to the audiobook series Gaunt's Ghosts. Fucking hell yeah, Gaunt's amazing. 40K universe and is so much better than anything Marvel by a lot. You get the chance. I highly recommend it. No, you don't have to recommend it to me. That's Tanith First and the Only, correct? I think that's Gaunt's Ghosts. Tanith First and the Only? Hell fucking yeah. If that's who I think it is, I know. You do not have to sell me on Tanith First and the Only. Yeah, that is who that is. Gaunt's amazing. You read Gaunt's Ghosts if you want a good war story with like crazy shit going on, and you read Caiaphas Cain if you want a good comedy. Well, he started fast. We're a little zoomed in. Now that being said, though, we have gone to 10-10. I think we made good progress. I got the trade-off. We've established a burrow. I'm not 100% sure I am happy with how the burrow system looks like it works. If it seems too glitchy, I might have to send a missive towards... We're getting his name right now. Dwarf Fortress Gentleman. Kleinodev. Might have to send a missive to Kleinodev how this was supposed to work if it seems too buggy. Just because I think I'm misunderstanding something in it. Or I might just be overthinking it as I usually do. But this is where we will call it for this evening. Like I said, Monday will be... I need to do the other thing. I'm on the wrong screen anyways. Hold on. Ha 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 yee. And I also need to see who's on. Hee-hoo. Cyrillac and Tachula resub, Potato Godzilla 99, Rub Jelly on Me, Carnif, and Remy, thank you so much for following. On Monday, I will be doing, let's get the name of the game, Xenoblade Chronicles 2. Last Monday, we had to redo the thing from 2 Mondays ago, but we've definitely done it. We've caught up, basically, and more. We are in a better position than we were from 2 weeks ago, so that's fantastic. I will be streaming something on Wednesday. Admittedly, I don't know what it is. It'll be from 4 to 10 as usual, but the point of the Wednesday stream is to do something that's not one of my 2 primary things, i.e. Saturday or the RPG on Monday. So who the fuck knows what it'll be? It could be a complete disaster. Who knows? We will see who is on. Zastiver, I just saw that you want to be in the military. I'm going to, I know I don't have it on the screen now, but I'm going to put you in. Because you had submitted that forward and I never actually did it. So you are now in the military. Do not worry about that. I've got you in. Let us see who is on. Hold on. I need to also go back to the main thing. Oh, keyboard didn't come back with me again. I need to make it do a quick short save. Come on, back out. Control-Alt-S. There we go. Quick saving on that. All right, let's see if we know anyone who's on. And if we don't know anyone, we'll see. Well, we got Formal Blizzard on. He's doing, what's Marauders? And also, is anyone doing Dwarf Fortress? What is Marauders? I will say at least this one has some graphics. It's gonna be shooting someone, I think. All right. We will throw it his way. We'll bring him back to the land of Dwarf Fortress. We'll convince him the true way of life. All right, when we raid him, /raid, I think it's slash. Is it not slash? It is slash. Slash, if I can spell raid, raid formal _ Blizzard. There we go. Like I said, I'm not sure what's going to be on Wednesday. It's either going to be like a one-off game or something I need to finish or something like that. We'll figure it out when that time approaches. But Monday will be continuation of Xenoblade Chronicles. We're going to finally start making progress. Hell yeah. For all of you guys, I don't have my little camera on. You can't see me talking. I just realized that. I'm trying to talk to you. Video capture device. Face cam. Boop. Sure, whatever. Big. For all of you guys who came in and watched and chatted with us in chat so that we could all come together and be one happy group. Seriously though, things get boring if no one's chatting. Thank you all so much for stopping by. If you're interested in Xenoblade, come by on Monday. If you're not, that's fine. Come by on Wednesday. Can't guarantee what we're doing then. Fuck it. Maybe it'll be more Frostpunk. Who knows? There's other maps to do. Nothing set in stone yet. I will see you guys on Monday. Have a good week. A great weekend. Tomorrow is Mother's Day. Call them. Beep, boop, boop, boop. I'm alive. Have a good weekend, everyone. See you on Monday.